Star Trek the Motion Picture really just becomes more and more fascinating the closer you look at it. In this video, I'm going to be walking through the whole film. I'm going to kind of draw attention to what I think are some of the really key standout thematic and psychological elements as I go. And then after that, I'm going to talk briefly about the four alt versions of the TMP that could have been. And then I'm going to talk about some parallels in other Star Trek before TMP and after TMP that parallel it. And I'm going to finish off with some concluding thoughts. Now, as I go through the film for this video, I'm going to be doing it based on the remastered director's edition, which is the version that's currently available on Paramount Plus right now in 2025. Now, that's different from the original 1979 theatrical release, which left out some key character moments as deleted scenes. And it's also different from the 1983 made-for-TV, quote-unquote, special longer version, which brought back those deleted scenes. So the 2001 director's edition, it kind of went for a middle ground by including a lot of the more important character-based deleted scenes, putting those back in, but also trying to trim down some of the dead time and also remastering the visual effects for a new era, kind of like the TOS remastered edition did for TOS. And then apparently this was again retouched to some degree, I don't know how much, but in 2021 when they made the 4K Ultra HD Director's Edition. And that's the one that's currently on Paramount Plus. So that's the one that I watched in preparation for this discussion. And so the pictures I put up are going to be from that. All right, so when you start the film, before you even get to scene one, you've got this kind of double musical pre-introduction against starfields. So the first one, you get this quiet, peaceful introductory music against a very sparse starfield. And then after that, then they show you the Paramount logo, and then you leap into this bombastic adventure music, which we now associate with Star Trek Next Generation. So you get this bombastic leaping in with a denser starfield and with the text for the film credits. That first really peaceful track, it gives you a really nice kind of reflective and peaceful introduction, which for me, I think is really fitting for the relaxed pacing and thoughtful tone of the film that's going to follow. And when I listen to that first piece of music, the content from the film that music evokes for me are the themes of fulfilled desires and kind of the restful joy that's going to really characterize the first portion of the film as Kirk is getting back the role that he's been yearning to return to for so long. And so within the first half hour of the film or so, Kirk is going to be slowly and mindfully taking in the beauty and wonder of returning to something that gave him so much fulfillment and peace in the past, and now he's got it back again. It's desire fulfilled. And for me, that's what this pre-intro, the first of these two pre-intro pieces of music, feels like to me. I think that this shorter, more peaceful, pleasant track really seems to convey, to me at least, the reverie of fulfilled desires and kind of a self-aware inner joy. And then the track that follows after they show you the Paramount logo and then you burst into this new one against the busier starfield with the text on the screen. This next track, the one that we now know is the TNG theme, that one feels to me, it seems to me to speak to the ongoing adventure and thrill of discovery and excitement that characterizes really the Star Trek saga as a whole and the Star Trek concept as a whole. It is the grand adventure. It doesn't make you lay back and sigh with satisfaction like that first track, but instead it's about when you are sitting on the edge of your seat in enraptured wonder at not only the glory of whatever enterprise you're looking at, whether the TNG or the TMP one or any of the other ones, but also at the endless unexpected possibilities that may seize your imagination while some new colorful alien or some new colorful technology rises up from some distant planet or star to meet with our familiar Federation friends on their exploratory journeys into the great unknown. Anyway, so that's what the music means to me. But once you get past the musical starfields, then the film actually starts with two different, very short introductory scenes. And then after that, we're going to proceed on to the beginning of Kirk's journey to the Enterprise. So those two intro scenes are the Klingon scene and then the Spock (R) scene, after which we jump to Starfleet headquarters and then we really slow down and follow Kirk's journey for basically the next half of the film, or depending how you look at it, the next third of the film. Just depends where you draw the line. But so that first Klingon scene, it gives us a close-up view inside a Klingon ship. First time this version of the Klingons has ever been shown on screen. While the Klingons encounter the mysterious Voyager cloud. I don't think they've called it Voyager yet, or I don't think they call it that until maybe 2/3 of the way through the film. But anyway, and then they slow down. They give us this Federation relay station that's kind of watching from a distance. And then the Klingons are zapped away by the Voyager cloud. But it's really, I think, it's really in keeping with the promise that was implied by those two introductory musical scores. It's in keeping with that the first opening intro scene shows us some thrilling, strange new worlds by showing us these new, strange Klingon aliens in their really atmospheric ships. And then it tantalizes us by having them get zapped away by who knows what. And then, in fitting parallel, the second opening introductory scene follows that pattern by again thrilling us with strange new worlds by showing us a strange and exotic mystery of planet Vulcan and the very alien Vulcan mystical ritual that's taking place in that scene. The thrilling exploratory strangeness of that first scene included one foreign language with a very distinctive sound, the Klingon language. And then the thrilling exploratory strangeness of that second scene likewise includes a different foreign language. It sounds very different. So the end result is that you feel like you have visited two equally strange, equally unknown, and thrillingly alien places, but they're completely different from one another. They're strange and alien in two completely different sets of ways. So anyway, introductory scene 2 is the Spock Kolinar scene, which will end up setting up the Spock character for the whole film, as well as preparing us for the themes of fulfilling and not fulfilling desires and of needs, and of acknowledging the intangible essentials of the human condition. So Spock approaches that sacred platform area, and the Vulcan priestess explains, probably as a recitation or an ancient ritual invocation that she's providing. She says, "Our ancestors cast out their animal passions on these very sands, saving our race through the attainment of Kolinar." And then the other guy says, "Kolinar, through which all emotion is renounced and shed." And the priestess says, "You have labored through many seasons, Spock, and you have proved yourself worthy to receive from us this symbol of pure logic." And then that's when Spock kind of interrupts the process by putting up his hand to block the necklace that she's going to put on him. And then she kind of pulls it back. And she says, "Your thoughts, give them to me. Our thoughts are joined, Spock, together and as one." And then she explains, and this is a really essential line. She says, "I sense the consciousness calling to you from space. Your human blood is touched by it, Spock." And then she says, "You have not yet attained Kolinar." And she drops the necklace into a heap on the ground and says to the others, "He must search elsewhere for his answer. He shall not find it here. Live long and prosper, Spock." And they turn and walk away. So that scene ends a little bit after the 12-minute mark, and it ends with an abrupt, kind of a bombastic music kind of transition as we come to Starfleet headquarters. And then we go on to the whole Kirk thing. But the question that this scene has introduced and kind of leaves us with is the question, what is this consciousness that's calling to Spock from space? How is Spock going to handle the inner conflict caused by the fact that apparently his human blood has been, quote unquote, touched by this thing? And then as a result of that, he is unable to achieve Kolinar. So Spock interrupted the ceremony, we could say probably because either he knew that he wouldn't be able to go through the final purging ritual, or maybe the final purging ritual would actually have ended up getting in the way of his being able to be in connection with this unknown entity that has touched his human blood from space far away. So for either reason of those, or maybe for both of those reasons, Spock fails to attain, he fails to finish what he has been working toward for probably most of his adult Vulcan life. And then suddenly there it sits in a heap on the ground, all of Spock's ambition and pride and sense of identity as a true and worthy Vulcan. Now, one interesting element that came to me last time I watched this is that there's kind of an interesting pattern in Star Trek in which a dual identity ends up being kind of redemptive. So near the end of this film, it's going to end up where the merger of Decker's human qualities with V'ger's cold and logical superpowers, that dual identity resulting from that merger is really going to be the thing that results in the answer to everything, the fulfillment of human destiny in that kind of Decker transfiguration scene with Decker and the Ilia probe kind of going up together. Meanwhile, Spock here seems to be, as to his nature, something very similar. Spock is kind of the merger of the human qualities with the cold logical superpowers because he had a human mother, yet he's Vulcan. So as a result, Spock, it's revealed here that Spock has the telepathic power to hear from V'ger, whereas he also has the human blood to be touched by what he hears. So then, whereas other humans can't even hear it because they don't have that supernatural telepathic power, other Vulcans are untouched by it. They don't have the human blood to be touched. Whereas for Spock, it becomes this irresistible summons that he just longs to and he must pursue, and he feels he cannot have peace without. And so he puts out his hand and interrupts Kolinar because he either can't or doesn't want to achieve complete purgation of emotion in light of this thing that he's experiencing that's calling to him. In a way, this concept of the kind of redemptive dual identity kind of reminds me of the Voyager episode Prophecy, in which the messianic element is understood to be the mixed bloodline of B'Elanna's unborn child, who is able to cure the Klingon travelers from their genetic disease, not in spite of his dual identity, but actually because of his dual identity, because of his mixed bloodline. So I don't think this is an explicit theme of the film, but I do think it's interesting that there's a sense within this film that diversity ultimately plays a role in saving us. We could say infinite diversity and infinite combinations. Of course, the diversity within Spock isn't infinite, but that's the ideal. So diversity has a redemptive aspect. So Spock, as well as the Decker and V'ger merger at the end of the film, they both present part of the answer for humanity coming through redemptive diversity between the power of the cold and mechanical combined with the warmth of the truly human qualities, or perhaps we could say the humanistic virtues such as compassion, friendship, creativity, loyalty, etc., which are going to be discussed throughout the film and also, of course, throughout a whole lot of Star Trek. All right, now before we go on to the next scene, just for fun, let's see if we can get into Spock's head for a minute. Because after all, this is a massive character moment for everybody's favorite Vulcan, Mr. Spock. And it's really got also massive implications for where he's going as a character, particularly in this film. I mean, just imagine if what you've been working toward your whole life and you're finally about to achieve, once you can get through that final ceremony and whatever kind of telepathic, supernatural, ritual things they're going to do. What if the closer you get to that final moment, you come to realize that the thing you've been working toward and reaching toward for so long actually turns out to be diametrically opposed to the very most meaningful, most significant, most priceless thing that you can see? So you basically find out that the most prized goal you've been pursuing your whole life, once you arrive, turns out to be not a benefit, but a barrier. And perhaps, to bring in some elements from the end of the film, perhaps also it's going to turn out to be not even what it was cracked up to be, perhaps not even worth pursuing at all. But for starters, at the scene that we're at right now, the fallout from this introductory scene at Planet Vulcan, it's what if now you see your most passionate pursuit is standing smack dab in the way of your most meaningful need. In a way, we could say, especially in light of how the film is going to end with Spock choosing to actually not go back and return and go through with Kolinar at all. But in a way, this is also kind of a potential worldview clash waiting to be acknowledged. But anyway, now in the meanwhile, during this scene here, the religious leaders guide him. Spock is guided by his religious leaders to pause his spiritual development while he takes a break to sort out the conflict. Because, as I see it, the Vulcan priestess, the leaders here recognize that it's better to slow down, even if it's painful to do so, even if you have to take steps back in order to do so. It's better to slow down than to rush on forward through really difficult to reverse instantiations that you'd later have to go backward and try to undo because you kept going further and further with really mixed dedication, mixed commitment to what you're doing. And, when you phrase it like that, you might kind of ask yourself, is Spock sort of an apostate within his religion? Apostate meaning somebody who's rejected the faith of the religious community. Because at the end of the film, he decides never to go back and pursue Kolinar. So it seems he has decided he doesn't value it or believe in it anymore. Well, maybe it would be more appropriate to call Spock heterodox rather than apostate. Apostate is a pretty strong concept. But Spock has definitely, I think, stepped away from his religious tradition in a way that limits his affiliation and marks him with a certain amount of shame or at least lack of honor among the Vulcan people within that Vulcan religious system. And then as a result of that, kind of like a lot of the various Starfleet alien characters on the various Star Trek shows, like a lot of them, Spock will very soon become an outsider without a home because he's alien to Starfleet and he's alien to his home world now. So he basically has become an outsider to everyone, a sojourner without a home where he can actually feel like he belongs. And then to make reference to Spock's next scene, which is going to be more than half an hour later, so quite a bit further in the film, but to make reference to the next scene where Spock is going to show up, which is where he arrives on the Enterprise bridge, in light of all the different psychological implications that we just talked about, it's kind of no wonder that when Spock shows up on the bridge, he's going to be so cold toward the crew when he sees them. Because it's not just that he's more detached or kind of like Vulcanified because he went through all the desert training. At least I don't think so. I think it's also that he has found himself forced to choose to be rejected by his people. He's walked all the way through the journey to attain what he's been working toward his whole life and then had to be turned aside because of his humanity, because of his human blood, as the priestess put it. So in that later scene down the road when he meets his old Enterprise crew, we might expect that he has no interest in talking with them because they represent his failure to attain. They represent his failure, his abnormality, his infection, his destabilized, abnormal, failing self. So he's not just being extra Vulcan in that scene, or that's what I'm going to argue when we get to that scene. I'll argue that he really doesn't want to be there. He doesn't want to acknowledge that he ever had such a life as his Enterprise years. When he refuses to acknowledge all their friendly comments, he ignores it as though he didn't hear it. He's basically saying, I don't know who you are. I don't remember you. I've never met you. The person you are referring to was never here. Be quiet. But then, of course, what's going to happen afterwards throughout the rest of the film is that the more he pursues V'ger, the one thing that gives him a sense of meaning and direction in this period of bitter aloneness and anger and shame, the more he pursues V'ger in the presence of his old friends, something slowly cracks open inside him, and he ends up sobbing at the science station, weeping for V'ger as for a brother, as he puts it. Because at this point here in the beginning of the film, he has failed as a Vulcan and he is disgusted by the human. But V'ger is calling for him. And V'ger is lonely and peerless and has nowhere to belong, no one to belong with, just like Spock. So in that scene near the end of the film, Spock weeps for V'ger because he feels for V'ger, because, as tends to be the case when empathy is the strongest, because he really is V'ger. And then fittingly, in that weeping for V'ger scene, when Spock describes the pain of V'ger to Kirk and everybody else, he specifically identifies V'ger's crisis of meaning, that aspect of V'ger's struggle, which is fitting because in the lead up to the Kolinahr scene here, and then especially in the fallout from this Kolinahr scene, Spock almost definitely is facing his own crisis of meaning, even though he probably denies it, and he consistently, I'm sure, tries to stuff it down out of sight, pretend it's not there, declare that it isn't there. But the fact of the matter is, Kolinahr and everything represented by and along with it in Vulcan philosophy and culture, that was a great, big, massive, and significant source of meaning for Spock. It's his identity, giving him a sense of direction and identity for his whole life. And then now it's kind of out of reach, and not just out of reach, but it's also butting up against his felt need to be searching for V'ger. So he's almost certainly going to be asking, or maybe more likely not asking, but kind of suppressing the questions that are like aching within him. But the question will be the same kind of question, roughly speaking, that V'ger is asking, with just as much lonely, aching, grieving, pain, and longing that V'ger has. Just like V'ger, Spock would be struggling to find answers and would be wondering if there even are any good answers. And then what the film suggests through the narrative of the film, and particularly through its climax and resolution, I think the Star Trek writers kind of suggest that the answer to both of these questions would be something like the divine within humanity, or perhaps the divine plus superbot synthesis, something like power with virtue, or humanistic humanity combined with further growth / evolution / deification. I mean, kind of basically the space infant at the end of the film 2001: A Space Odyssey. Same kind of idea. But so anyway, near the end of the film, Spock ends up weeping, really for the same reason that he angrily brushes off his colleagues in that bridge scene that I just referenced. He weeps because we aren't meant to be alone. He weeps because he is torn between two worlds and he doesn't belong. And it hurts to be alone in the great, cold, icy expanse of space, with no soul that touches yours, with nowhere to belong, no one to be, no one to be with. So Spock weeps for Voyager because we aren't meant to be alone in the cold, icy expanse of space. It is tragic. And so it draws forth a glimmering tear from a cold-blooded Vulcan who understands. You can tell I like that scene. All right, so anyway, so we had those two introductory scenes, the Klingon scene and then the planet Vulcan scene. And then we come suddenly to Starfleet headquarters with a musical cue invoking excitement and fanfare. And oh, look at that, it's Stardate 7410.2. Kirk gets off the shuttle and he meets Commander Sonak. Incidentally, this is going to be the same guy who later is going to die trying to beam onto the Enterprise. Poor fella. So Kirk tells him the Enterprise is going to be launching a little early and you're going to be reporting to me. Sonak is surprised, and it's obvious to everybody that, something is up here. And then with quiet, gently inviting music, we slowly approach and take a long look at the starbase, after which we find ourselves inside the starbase while Kirk is beaming on board. Pretty sure this is the first beaming sequence we get to see in this film. It's kind of slow, just like everything else, but that's because we're supposed to kind of enjoy it and watch it. Kirk asks Scotty why the Enterprise transporters aren't working, and then asks to be taken over to the Enterprise. Meanwhile, Scotty, he's objecting to the tight deadline he's been given for repairs. Kirk explains, hey, there's this big, giant, scary thing flying toward Earth, and the Enterprise is the only ship close enough. So Kirk says, ready or not, she launches in 12 hours. Now, here's some important dialogue from the quiet moment while Kirk and Scotty are both inside the worker bee, or whatever you call the shuttle pod little thing that they're riding in. In the midst of small talk, Kirk says kind of suddenly with intensity, he says, they gave her back to me, Scotty. Gave her back, sir. I doubt it was that easy with Negura, Scotty says. And Kirk says, you're right. And they laugh. And then there's this really pleasant pause. And then Scotty says, any man who can manage such a feat, I do not dare disappoint. She'll launch on time, sir, and she'll be ready. So the key heart of the Kirk part of the story is beginning to emerge already at this point, because we get the picture here. Basically, Kirk wanted and felt he needed to get this part of his life back, this old experience that he lost when he became an admiral, and he's been longing for ever since. So he apparently committed himself to an extremely difficult, extended task of making it happen, that he get that thing back. And Scotty can tell, based on what he knows about Admiral Negura, that that couldn't have been easy. And Kirk laughs because he knows it too, and it wasn't easy. But now, this is the point in Kirk's story where, after all that hard work, Kirk has finally got what he wanted, what he was longing for so long. So while he has to be somber because of the dire nature of all the circumstances, Kirk is excited and thrilled and exulting in the joy of what he has finally gotten back. Not unlike, perhaps, the viewers who also recognize that something scary is going on in the background, but they're really just plain old excited to see Star Trek and to see the Enterprise and Kirk and everything back on the screen again. So in that sense, the Star Trek fans in 1979 got to take the joyful and restful sightseeing ride with Kirk, partly because Kirk's emotional state kind of parallels theirs. And maybe for some of us, even watching it now, we still feel a little bit of that joy with Kirk, and from our own enjoyment of returning to this beautiful place where we feel at home and like we really belong, and we don't want to ever have to go away from it ever again. Anyway, so this takes us to the really well-known part of the film, where we get all the multi-variegated, really slow shots of slowly approaching the Enterprise against this heartwarming, joyful musical mix of the melodic TNG/TMP theme music. And I really think that this part of the film is, quote unquote, about joy. And to tie that in thematically with the themes of the rest of the film, this would connect, I think, with the theme of the fulfillment of desire or longing. So the concept of felt needs, desires, longings. In this case, it is longing fulfilled. and the unbridled quiet joy that can follow if you choose to mindfully appreciate what you're getting in the present moment, if you choose to practice gratitude while you live this new part of life, rather than just kind of plowing forward greedily without noticing and appreciating the beauty and significance and meaning of the fulfillment of joyful desire. When I talk about gratitude and mindfulness, this is a similar concept to when in the film First Contact, if you remember that moment when Picard slowly and reflectively puts his hand on the hull of the Phoenix and Data asks him, "What are you doing?" You know, same concept, I think. Picard didn't want to rush by. He wanted to slow down and experience the significance of the moment that he was experiencing. And then even more emphatically, in the film Insurrection, Picard is even more convinced when the beautiful Baku woman teaches him the beauty of actually slowing down time, literally using her magical powers on that magical planet there, actually literally slowing down time to capture beautiful moments that don't have to be lost quite so suddenly. We don't have to keep rushing. There are beautiful things worth capturing and hanging on to for a moment, cherishing, so that time stops and we are frozen in joyful rest with that moment. So those kinds of things, I think those kinds of things are kind of what this opening portion of this first Star Trek film, the motion picture, is kind of doing as well. Kirk is slowing down and appreciating, feeling, letting the moments seep into him. And then we are doing that with him because returning to the Enterprise is the fulfillment of longing and joy, both for Kirk and for perhaps the viewers, if the viewers are fans who have been longing for this for, let's say, coming close to 10 years in 1979. So the assumption is, let's not rush by it. Let's bask in the beauty of it. Let's remind ourselves of the previous desires that used to be desires and longings. Let's review the significance and let's imprint into our minds what it feels like to restfully engage with this new reality in which the pain has lifted and the joy has come. Or the joy has come if we take the time to slow down and notice it and cultivate the spirit of gratitude. Anyway, so with this theme of fulfilled longing and joy and all that, I wonder if that's why for a lot of people, the final actual ending of the film ends up feeling so relatively unsatisfying to a lot of viewers. I wonder if that's partly because the filmmakers actually front-loaded the joy and fulfillment part. The highest high of the film is actually the high that comes about 30 minutes in. So then afterwards, the climax has already long passed by the time we get to all the stuff about Voyager and the Ilia probe and all that good stuff. And then you get to the actual climax of the film per se. In a sense, nothing in the emotional presentation of the last hour of the film could come close to the emphatic ecstasy of the first 30 minutes, which maybe is part of why, in the end, a lot of people just kind of feel underwhelmed and let down because they already had the happy ending back at the beginning. And now at the final end, they're just kind of let down. Anyway, so Kirk and Scotty, they finally dock and they come on board. Kirk takes a moment to pause and notice this wide open view of the shuttle bay before moving along. I think Kirk really is just enjoying taking it in. I think we could say that if the viewer wants to do that too, then the viewer is probably going to enjoy this part of the film. I suspect a lot of the critics and haters of the film probably aren't looking for that kind of appeal quite so much in the film in the first place. I think in a way, this part of the film, the first 30 minutes, is really kind of about the beauty and the aesthetic aspect and the grandeur of it. In that sense, this is sort of a majestic, reverent tourism film for the first 30 minutes of it, at least. Anyway, Kirk gets to the bridge and it's kind of just buzzing and crammed full of busy repair crews. And then it goes silent the moment Uhura sees him and everybody crowds around Admiral Kirk with enthusiasm. A couple moments into the small talk, Kirk asks where Captain Decker is, and then after Sulu tells him that Decker's in engineering, then Sulu kind of adds, kind of awkwardly, kind of uneasily, he says, he doesn't know. And then Kirk goes to head off to engineering, and the moment he's out of earshot going down on the turbolift, Sulu says, he wanted her back, he got her. And then that's when the alien with the big giant forehead he kind of objects. Decker's been with us every bit of this whole process. And that's when Uhura answers back. He's like, with Kirk here, she says, our odds may have just doubled, she says. So then Kirk shows up in engineering. Decker eagerly reports to Kirk how they're going to be ready on schedule. He asks Scotty, isn't that right? And Scotty kind of hesitates awkwardly, and he gives this awkward, uneasy, yeah. So at this point, we as viewers have so far got at least 3 clues that this is a really sensitive situation. Kirk has gotten at least 2 clues to the same conclusion. But it seems that Kirk isn't paying attention to those clues. It seems that Kirk is just focused way too much on his other focuses. We could also say, within the extended context of the Kirk story, Kirk really isn't recognizing the existence of Decker as a human being. He's kind of perceiving Decker as an obstacle, a variable that needs to be gotten out of the way so that all the good stuff can completely fall into place the way he wants it to so badly. So anyway, what happens next is Kirk pulls Decker aside for a moment. That's his one good move. He apparently recognizes there's some sensitivity and awkwardness, or else he would have just dumped the announcement on him in front of everybody else. But he pulls him aside. And then he says, really kind of brusquely and forcefully, he says, I'm taking over the center seat, Will. And Decker says, with big eyes and a startled look, he's like, you're what? He says, I'm replacing you as captain of the Enterprise. And Decker's startled bewilderment kind of settles into anger. And Kirk brusquely goes on. He says, you'll stay on as executive officer, temporary grade reduction to commander. And Decker, he kind of hesitates with this flabbergasted look on his face. And he slowly says, you personally are assuming command? And Kirk says, yeah, kind of with a calloused, kind of like a get over it kind of look on his face. And at that point, Decker is clearly angry. And he says, may I ask why? And Kirk says, with kind of a dismissive turn of his head, he says, my experience, 5 years out there dealing with unknowns like this. And then he adds kind of as an afterthought, kind of coolly and indifferently, he says, my familiarity with the Enterprise, its crew. And then Decker says it with a lot of anger. He says, Admiral, this is an almost entirely new Enterprise. You don't know her extent as well as I do. And Kirk says, that's why you're staying on board. And Kirk pauses, he looks down, it looks like he's finally kind of picking up just a tiny underdeveloped sense of what kind of a jerk he's being. And so then he kind of pauses, he gently steps closer, and he says to Decker with really good eye contact, he says, I'm sorry, Will. It kind of feels like he's kind of patting a little kid on the head before he, gets out of the room so he can dance and rejoice with exuberation. That's kind of the feel you get. But anyway, so then Will answers, and it kind of feels like he's suppressing some really massive fury. So what comes out is anger, but it's like he's suppressing a lot more anger. And he says, no, Admiral, I don't think you're sorry. Not one damn bit. I remember when you recommended me for this command. You told me how envious you were, how much you hoped you'd find a way to get a Starship Command again. And then he sighs, kind of like he's feeling better for getting it out. And he says, well, sir, it looks like you found a way. And then it seems like at that point, it seems like that final bit kind of hits Kirk, like that really. But then Kirk kind of dismisses it, and he says, with a yeah, whatever kind of look on his face, he says, report to the bridge immediately. And then Decker kind of studies Kirk's face, and he says, aye, sir, and he heads off. And then Kirk kind of stands there looking annoyed by this tiny little insignificant issue. Meanwhile, Scotty's kind of looking over at him with this kind of painful, uneasy look on his face. And then that's when, really suddenly, almost like we're in an action film, the panel fritzes out, and it turns out there's a transporter issue, and someone's trying to beam on board, et cetera. And that's where we go to the scene with the transporter accident. But anyway, so that'll take us to the transporter accident scene. But the scene that we just saw is just such a really good example of the richness and gold of what makes Star Trek the Motion Picture such a rich film. It's these character moments, which are really easy to underinterpret as being just boring old plot points. Like, oh, here comes Kirk, let's switch out who gets to be captain now, But as you can probably guess by how I belabored all the little bits of that discussion, I think that a scene like that discussion is far more than just procedural plot adjustments to see who gets to be captain now. I think these are deeply psychological explorations of how human interaction happens and the kinds of messes that we can make depending on our own, to use the term McCoy is going to use a little bit later on, depending on our own blind spots, such as Kirk's temporary inability to see Decker as a human being. Kirk's unwillingness to show respect for, or to take the focus and the slowing down that it takes to show respect for Decker's point of view, Decker's subjective experience. In a way, it's almost like with everything going on, Kirk doesn't have the emotional bandwidth to care that Decker's angry. He sees Decker's anger only as the annoying buzz of an insect, which needs to be ignored or perhaps swatted. So he gives that perfunctory, gentle, "I'm sorry," Will, at what he thought was the end of the discussion, which I think that part was just his well-practiced reflex as a good leader, his reflex to say something at least minimally nice when difficult feelings are in the air. That good bit kind of leaks through despite his blundering. But because of his massive failure to practice sensitivity and emotional intelligence, Kirk has created a relational mess that is not going to go away quickly. And if you were to ask him at that point whose fault any of that was, he would have had a pretty quick answer, a very confident answer. It's quite simple. There's this crazy guy taking up space on my ship who needs to get over himself. If it wasn't for Decker, everything would be so great. Because at this point, Kirk would never place the issue on himself at this point, because he's completely blind to it. All he can see at this point is his goals, his felt needs, his desires, his hope for everything to get back the way it was, for the things he's been working on to get where they need to be. And then the obstacles are obstacles. It's hard to be patient when so much is at your fingertips just waiting to be consummated. Anyway, so next scene is the transporter accident scene. They're trying to beam in these two crewmen, and there's issues, there's technology issues, and then these two people beaming in, they distort gruesomely inside the transporter beam as they scream, and then they're gone. And Kirk asks if Starfleet has received them back, and the voice coming from the other side, it sounds like it's somebody who's been hit by a ton of bricks. The answer comes out in a quiet, level voice. It says, "Enterprise, what we got back didn't live long, fortunately." And Kirk says, "Please express my condolences to the family." And he says, "Commander Sonax can be reached through the Vulcan embassy." So that is our reveal right there, that Sonak was one of those two officers, which means that we actually met one of the guys who died. It wasn't some nobody. It wasn't a red shirt. It was Sonak, the guy we met. I actually didn't realize this until I was getting ready for this video. And then I saw that pointed out on Memory Alpha, that this was, they gave a name to the guy. Because you kind of pass over it, because at least for me, when you watch it, you're kind of just noticing, you're paying attention to Kirk's reaction and how horribly they died and everything like that. But anyway, then as they head out, as Kirk heads out, he says to Rand, he says, "There wasn't anything you could have done, Rand. It wasn't your fault." So it kind of feels a little bit like Kirk's gentle words that he says to Decker last scene. I think this is habit. This is part of Kirk's leadership defaults, that when a certain amount of emotional intensity is happening, Kirk's well-practiced default is to say something nice and gentle, because people like to hear that kind of thing. It helps them, and it helps your role as a leader. And I think this is so much a habit that it comes out even when Kirk is at this point going about trampling on somebody, like last scene with Decker. And this scene here shows us how it's just part and parcel of who and what Kirk is as a leader. This goes to show how important, I think, good relational habits are, because good habits can continue to come out and continue to have a positive effect on others and on relationships, even when you are busy making a mess of things in other ways. And in this case, Kirk's kind and encouraging words are actually the only thing that somebody like Rand comes in contact with from Kirk. That's the only part of Kirk she sees. Somebody like Rand, who's kind of at a distance, as opposed to Decker, who's getting a little more of the real Kirk and gets to see the kind of mess Kirk makes up close. Somebody like Rand just sees these positive habits of showing respect, showing recognition to the emotions of others. Anyway, so we watch as Kirk heads off down the corridor. He actually has to ask a yeoman how to get to Turbo Shaft 8, which tiny moment, but it serves as our next indication that all is not well with Kirk brusquely coming on board and taking over the ship, because he can't even get from one place to the other without having to ask a yeoman how to get there. And then it's right after that moment that Kirk bumps into Decker in the hallway there, and they talk about having to replace Sonak. And the holdover anger from their last conversation is really quite clear coming from Decker, even though that's not the topic. It's quite clear on Decker. Kirk just ignores that entirely. And then at the end, when Kirk finally just tells Decker, okay, well, you'll have to double as science officer, because this is after Decker has just said, with a kind of a bite of anger in his tone, he said, well, there's nobody who can fill that role with that level of familiarity. And Kirk kind of throwing back in response to the anger, he's basically kind of, this is my interpretation, is Kirk's basically saying back to Decker, okay, well, you can take it then, you smartass. And there's kind of a look on Kirk's face that's kind of like rolling eyes, except it's with his mouth. You kind of get the impression he's annoyed and really disgusted with Decker. He wishes he could just brush him off and brush him away. It's kind of like, what a crazy. Anyway, so the next scene we get is when everybody's in that emptied out rec room, or whatever room, well, they're pretty sure it's the rec room, while they watch the video of Voyager zapping the Klingons. And Kirk tells them, that's all we know about it, except that it is now 53.4 hours away from Earth. Enterprise is the only Federation starship that stands in its way, and our orders are to intercept, investigate, and take whatever action is necessary and possible. And that's when they get a live transmission from Station Epsilon 9. So they put it on the big screen so everybody can watch it all at once. If you wanted some drama, we got it. And so in this transmission, they share the scientific stuff they're noticing, but then while everybody watches, the Voyager cloud approaches and takes them out, and everybody stares, and you could hear a pin drop. And so then there's that long pregnant pause, and then finally, with nothing else to say, Kirk just says, pre-launch countdown will commence in 40 minutes, and everybody scatters off, and that's the end of the scene. So at that point, we have finally finished the arrival of Kirk section proper. Then we're moving through the arrival of crew section, which we could say already included Sonak's failed arrival. Then it's going to include Ilia and then McCoy. And after that is going to be the launch of the Enterprise, which is really the first major transition or the major climax in the story. In a sense, that's going to be the conclusion of the first sub-story within TMP, or you could think of it that way. So basically, so far what we've got, we had the musical intros against the starfield. We could say like the pre-introduction there with just the music. And then we had the two actual introductory scenes with aliens. We had the Klingon scene and the Vulcan scene. These are just introductory scenes. And then we had the 20-minute Kirk arrival and launch of Enterprise story, where Kirk arrives, tours the ship, he meets people such as Decker, he gets the rest of the crew on board, such as Ilia and McCoy. We're going to get to that in a minute. And then the ship launches. And that's all kind of one piece. So I consider that the whole thing to be the third portion of the film after the two little introductory scenes. Or you could say it's the first major portion, because these are just little intros. And then after that, what I would consider to be the fourth portion, or you could say the second major portion, is what I'm just calling the complications and character tensions. That's where they face the wormhole. There's a lot of character moments between Kirk and McCoy, between Kirk and Decker, between Decker and Ilia. And then at the end of that segment, Spock joins the crew, kind of like he's a late bloomer from the whole crew gathering part from the last major section. And then after that fourth segment, then we have the fifth segment, or you could say the third major segment. And that's what I just call Encountering Voyager, which is the whole everything where they go into the Voyager cloud, they go deeper into it. Ilia gets zapped. We end up with the Voyager probe. So all the scenes surrounding that, and then everything leading up to the very end where they find the truth about Voyager and they meet Voyager face to face. And then the story resolves with the transformation of Voyager and Decker into this trans-dimensional life form. And then you could say section 6 would be the very brief send-off moment, kind of like you had the two very brief introduction moments. Then you have at the end a very brief send-off moment as Kirk and friends on the bridge of the Enterprise give kind of their final comments in that bridge scene. Kind of like how in the episodes of the original series, there would often be a final moment on the bridge for Kirk and the gang to give kind of some final reflective thoughts. So that's my outline of the story as a whole. And so right now, where we are, we're coming near the end of what I'm considering the first major sequence after those two introductory scenes. And then what's left for the rest of this act will be for those two more crew members to arrive, and then for the Enterprise to launch, which will conclude this major portion of the story, major portion 1. Anyway, so at this point, next up is where Ilia is going to be introduced. So Uhura tells Kirk that Starfleet is sending over the navigator, and then Uhura finally uses the name Ilia, and at that moment, Decker's head turns immediately in kind of a snapping to attention sort of way. His attention has been gotten. If you think about how this ties in with the themes we've been talking about, the themes of desire and longing, in particular, that kind of nonverbal snapping to attention moment, we might imagine that back when Kirk was at Starfleet headquarters, way back prior to this story, you might imagine there were probably a lot of various contexts when Kirk was, let's say, cataloging things or giving orders to people, or maybe hanging out in the cafeteria, and then he heard in passing the magic name Enterprise. And he suddenly turns his head with wide eyes of attention, just like with Decker right here. It's kind of like this is the topic that is dormant in the back of the person's mind, dormant but very much active and keyed to high priority, as though the whole world has got an Enterprise detection filter over top of it, or an Ilia detection filter dormantly resting over top of everything else. And in Kirk's case, at this point in the story, Kirk has finally obtained the woman he sought. I mean, notice how everybody in the story is always using the pronoun she for the Enterprise. Kirk has finally got the woman he sought, and he will stop at nothing to keep her. Decker, meanwhile, while he's shifting about in life in a particularly unenviable, agitated moment in his career and in his professional relationships, Decker, meanwhile, at this point, suddenly out of nowhere, there comes a ping to his Ilia detection filter. And all those other things suddenly dampen in their significance. Because at least for a moment here at this point, he's no longer focusing all of his attention on remaining angry and rehearsing what kind of a jerk has taken control of the Enterprise, because suddenly, for one startling moment, something else has taken all of the CPU time, so to speak. It has suddenly taken all of his attention, and that is the name Ilia. Now, unfortunately for Decker, this break he gets from his anger, unfortunately, doesn't necessarily end up being that much of a positive change in the end, because the anger kind of is a pain that burns with this effort to remedy injustice. But this other thing that's triggered now is kind of a pain as well that just kind of cycles in place, cutting deeper as it goes, having momentarily offered joy and delight that it may not be able to deliver. But at least in this initial moment, when he sees Ilia, or he hears about Ilia, and then a minute later he's going to see her, in this initial moment, it feels like an extremely positive feeling, even though it's really going to be hurting and hurting and hurting and hurting in terms of what it actually is. Anyway, so meanwhile, Uhura, she's still talking. Uhura tells the captain Ilia is Deltan, which doesn't mean anything to us as first-time viewers. But we can tell by the way Uhura says it that this is extremely significant and that this is something Kirk needs to be aware of. More on that in a minute. When Ilia arrives on the bridge, everybody's head immediately turns. Chekhov gives a particularly big smile, kind of like a smile as though he knows her, and he has hugely positive feelings the moment he sees her, even though presumably this is the first time he's ever seen her, but he has this kind of giant smile. So the background, the nature of Ilia as a Deltan, that's an aspect that isn't all that clearly presented in the film. Perhaps that's because this was originally intended to be something that would be returned to, and it would be given more attention in the movies that would have followed or something like that. Or going back even further, this would have been given more attention in all the various episodes of the TV series Star Trek Phase 2 that, this was kind of developed out of. But that said, even with that lack of follow-up, we can still kind of piece together some of the key elements of Ilia's Deltan superpowers, her Deltan nature, through little tiny moments in this film, particularly if you're watching one of the editions where some of the deleted scenes have been added back in, because some of those deleted scenes are pretty essential. So first, let's piece that together. So first, there's this tiny moment that I just described where Chekhov gives this kind of instant reaction just to seeing her. And when you combine that with the deleted scene, there's a deleted scene where Sulu is trying to show her how to use her console. He's given that, that instruction, and then he's trying to do that, and he's basically falling all over himself trying to do so. So it seems that Deltans have some kind of supernatural psychic attractiveness, romantic sexual attractiveness. So I suppose you could compare it kind of to the, in the Harry Potter universe, the villa. This is kind of a fantasy reframing of the real life thing that we see when some people just seem to have, it just seems that they can make other people lose their minds seemingly by magic, and then it seems quite clear that attractiveness has something to do with it. But in this fantasy reframe, it's literally magic. It seems that Deltans like Ilia tend to have that effect on men just in general, regardless of the actual physical attractiveness and regardless of things like, for example, if they have cut off all their hair, which would most likely be why one of the first things that Ilia tells Kirk is that, quote, my vow of celibacy is on file. She is assuring Kirk that she is not going to wreak havoc on the crew by taking advantage of her supernatural attractiveness. And then that would also be why, when Sulu is making himself look silly and feeling very uncomfortable, she reminds him of that same vow of celibacy. She's assuming that that information is going to significantly help to take the edge off of the crazy-making experience that Sulu is having. I'm assuming the shaved head probably goes with the vow of celibacy and probably also has that same goal of trying to kind of take the edge off of her impact on men. Now, I think it's really unfortunate that the scene between Sulu and Ilia isn't actually included in the director's edition, the edition that's out there now. Apparently, it was only included in the 1983 special longer version. But you can find the scene pretty easily on YouTube, which is where I saw it this last time when I was a teenager. It was included in. Apparently, I must have seen the special longer version because I remember that scene. I vaguely remember the scene, but where I saw it now was on YouTube, just looking up the scene because when I Googled what are the deleted scenes, I knew that was definitely one that if you want to understand the film, you kind of want to see that. And so I think it's unfortunate that it's not in there. And it's not that it's such a particularly fun scene to watch, just that it's very enlightening for understanding the casting and context of the film. And then, so the next big exposition of the Deltan Ilia context is going to come in the scene. So this is way further along in the story. This is another scene that was deleted from the original theatrical release, but this is one that is included in the director's edition. This is the scene way further along in the film during the whole encountering the V'ger cloud portion, the scene where Chekhov's console kind of explodes on him and he gets injured. And then while the medics are arriving, Ilia comes over and she uses her supernatural empathy with a touch to take away his pain. So this reveals these two very important parts of the Deltan superpowers. They have supernatural telepathic empathy, not unlike the Betazoids, apparently. And this comes with the ability to remove pain with a focused telepathic touch. Very much like the female alien in the TOS episode, The Empath. And that was the episode where there was this female alien in this place underground, this alien who had the ability to use magical empathy to actually heal wounds. So I don't think Ilia could heal. I think she can just take away pain. But that character could actually heal wounds with a touch by means of her supernatural empathy, if I'm remembering it correctly. Now, one thing that I thought was a little uncomfortable in that scene later on where she heals or she removes Chekhov's pain, one thing that I thought was kind of uncomfortable when I watched this time around is she applies quite a bit of pressure and kind of rhythmically in kind of a way that almost made it seem a bit oddly, possibly could be interpreted in a sexual manner. Even though every other indication in terms of the symbolism, every other indication that you might get would be that the symbolic emphasis was on empathy. And I kind of thought to myself, well, it's unfortunate that they made it kind of awkward by having this girl touching this guy in this kind of rhythmic, very high pressure kind of way that kind of makes it seem like the symbolism would be more about being sexy than about having a fantasy exploration of the theme of empathy. So I just kind of like dismissed that and went on, you cast aside that kind of thing. It doesn't matter. But then actually, after doing a little bit of reading, I realized that actually could have been part of what they were actually going for. Because apparently the original idea for the Deltans was that they are a culture in which everything is related to sex. Apparently from the Star Trek II Writer's Guide, apparently it says on 114 Delta 5, almost everything in life is sex-oriented. It is simply the normal way to relate with others there. Since constant sex is not the pattern of humans and others aboard this starship, Ilia has totally repressed her emotion drive and social pattern. So it sounds like originally the idea for the Deltans is that they're kind of like the Rysians in that sense, or kind of like the Edo in TNG Season 1, in that everything's about sex. And then this would be why in that deleted scene with Sulu, after she tells Sulu, hey, just so you know, I am celibate, she also turns and says to Decker not to worry because, quote, I would never take advantage of a sexually immature species. So I suppose we could say, apparently, the people who originally conceived of the concepts here were basically taking these two elements of femininity that they, in a very kind of masculine, not very empathic, sensitive type culture, which they associated with women. This is just my guess. I'm completely reading between the lines here. These two elements being sex and natural empathy. So, in the metaphor, these two things kind of go together because, after all, through sexual union with a woman, a man may find psychic healing, the sense of being understood by a supernatural, mystical being, a woman. And all this happens synchronously with the physical sexual connection involved in an intimate relationship. Or even, I think the idea would almost certainly have also included, in the minds of the creators, would have also included things like one-off sexual encounters or short series of such encounters, which seem, in the original creators of Star Trek, seem to have been kind of the ideal, or at least an equivalent mode of sexuality from the point of view of many of the early writers of Star Trek. And this idea of pairing together sexuality with empathy, this isn't the only time that Star Trek has drawn a connection between sexuality and empathy or telepathy. The Betazoids in the Next Generation are kind of a sexualized culture, not as much as Deltans or Risians, but just like they know one another instantly by telepathy, they also attend weddings in the nude, meaning that they also have a level of sexual familiarity with one another, just the same as they have telepathic familiarity. And while we don't know a lot about Betazoid culture in general, the character of Luoxana has a very open view of sexuality, it seems. If you think, for example, about how many marriages she's had and the way she talks to people, stuff like that. I remember in DS9, she ends up marrying Odo just so that her last husband will leave her alone. So it seems that in that sense, it seems that the creative concept behind the writing of the Betazoids, probably in terms of the development, kind of came out of these earlier concepts for the Deltans. Meanwhile, back to the telepathy and sexuality aspect. In The Next Generation Season 6, the episode Aquiel, Geordi has a sexual rendezvous with an alien woman who invites him to use a special piece of technology to have ritually telepathic sex with her, implying that sex is about telepathic knowing, or at least it becomes most meaningful through telepathic knowing. And this device allows you to do that in the ultimate, therefore in a literal and supernatural kind of way. This theme is then taken further in perhaps a cringeworthy manner, some might suggest, in Star Trek Enterprise, where the Vulcan mind meld is actually recast as a metaphor for sexuality. Once again, building on this concept of reframing sexual relationship in a fantasy metaphor as being, or ideally including, some kind of intangible, kind of supernatural connection, including perhaps telepathy. And then to make another perhaps slightly cringy Enterprise reference, everybody's favorite season 1 episode, the one where Tucker becomes pregnant, that episode also takes off with a reference to a similar concept. In that, if you remember that bizarre, somewhat dreamy version of telepathic sex, where they put their hands inside the magic tub of marbles, Tucker finds he can hear her thoughts. And then several days after that magical, mystical encounter, then he finds out that he's pregnant with a growing sack of tissue growing out of his back. Now, just to state the obvious, we're not going to be helped if every time we think about mind melds or empathy or mind reading, we think about sex. Part of the reason so many people reacted so strongly against the Vulcans in Star Trek Enterprise is because, logically speaking, having that symbolic story element kind of has a retroactive effect on our understanding of the symbolism of Vulcan mind melds throughout all of earlier Star Trek, which would introduce a lot of symbolism of casual sex and even stuff like sexual assault into places in earlier Star Trek where it has nothing to do with that kind of stuff. And then similarly, while it is obvious in The Next Generation that Troy is a highly sexualized character within the cast there, and while it is also obvious that the creators have drawn a connection between ESP and the sexualized cultures of Deltans and Betazoids and others, I think just to state the obvious, the writers hopefully only intend the sexuality to be telepathic in terms of the symbolism, rather than for telepathy to be sexual in terms of the symbolism. So in other words, when Spock mind melds with the Horta, that's not sex, or at least I hope it isn't. When Counselor Troy empathically listens to Reg Barkley in her counseling office, that's not sex, obviously, either, hopefully. But on the other hand, I think when Vulcans or Betazoids do engage sexually or romantically, in sexual or romantic contexts. I think that that's where the writers do seem, or at least many of the writers of many of the Star Trek episodes, do seem to often enjoy emphasizing the interplay of telepathy with the sexual or romantic experience. So anyway, back to the film that we're actually discussing. You could say that all of that stuff about this thematic interplay between sexuality and telepathy, or this kind of overlapping of these concepts, putting them together, really began right here in this first Star Trek film, kind of indirectly, when the creators conceived of a telepathic alien with a supernatural form of empathy, and they decided that that would be synchronous with an emphasis on sexuality, probably because for them at the time, these concepts were things that maybe they saw in their personal lives almost exclusively within the context of intimate sexual relationships or casual encounters with women that started with or led to sex, perhaps. And we also see another similar strand of similar concepts in Star Trek, emphasizing the romantic rather than the physically sexual aspect of this kind of supernatural connection. So in the Next Generation Season 1, the episode Haven, this is the episode where a Betazoid young man has been promised to Troy in marriage. And he has assumed throughout his life that these telepathic visions that he's had in his dreams of this girl, he's assumed that this is the girl he's been promised to, and she's kind of reaching out with her mind. But then he finally meets Troy, and he realizes the girl in his dreams is someone else entirely. And so he's kind of startled, he's disappointed, until he finally meets that girl. And it turns out that she has actually been telepathically calling out to him to save her and her people from disaster. So in that case, it's not sex per se that is telepathic, but it's romantic attachment. It's the limerent kind of attraction that is symbolically being talked about. This concept is alluded to again in the Next Generation Season 6, the episode Second Chances, when Troy meets Riker's twin, Thomas Riker, the transporter twin. And in a quiet moment in 10 Forward, Thomas Riker opens up and tells her about the times that he would lay at night looking up at the stars, willing himself to send or maybe receive, I forget which one, but to telepathically be in connection with his distant lover. And sometimes he would think he had gotten through. And so he's sharing this with her in hopes that she could corroborate that. Which, with this kind of awkward, uneasy moment, it kind of becomes clear that she does not have any, that she can't corroborate that, and she's kind of creeped out by it. But so in this case, it's not the limerence prior to romantic attachment that results in this supernatural telepathic connection or this link, but it's actually the solidified romantic attachment itself that has this supernatural telepathic connecting power. Something similar happens in the Next Generation Season 7 in the episode Attached, in which Picard and Crusher end up telepathically linked, which is, I think, kind of the writer's playful way of bringing them together romantically, or maybe in a way it's actually more kind of implying that they already were romantically connected, but they weren't willing to admit it. In my opinion, a really terrible decision and a totally cringe development. But I know a lot of people are big fans of the Picard-Crusher relationship, so I won't go on complaining too belligerently. But anyway, going back to Troy, I think that symbolic theme was already in visible use way back in the very first episode of The Next Generation, the Farpoint episode, where our first scene where we see Riker and Troy together includes them telepathically communicating with one another in front of Picard. I think playing on this very same thematic concept right here out of the gate, this idea that as lovers who are connected mystically, they can read one another's minds. And then since this is Star Trek, the symbolic or figurative or poetic becomes literal, and it gets baked into the superpowers of the particular alien and stuff like that. All this stuff about telepathy and romance really reminds me of a comment that John and Julie Gottman made in the real world. They are one of the leading authorities in evidence-based couples counseling, a comment that they made in their booklet on listening skills for couples in couples counseling. And so they're talking about how to listen effectively to your significant other in a effective, emotionally intimate kind of conversation. And one of the comments they make in passing is, pretend you're doing a mind meld like Mr. Spock from Star Trek, which is kind of fun and kind of amusing to see a Star Trek reference inside a standard evidence-based counseling resource. But it's also interesting, especially in light of all the different symbolic themes that I've just referenced above, that it seems to me that Star Trek has drawn that connection between telepathy and romantic or sexual connection. Now, the particular Gottman exercise that I'm talking about is one that's designed to improve the relationship by empowering couples to experience emotional intimacy through a particular kind of discussion. This includes learning how to listen without arguing, and especially how to use stuff like reflections. A reflection is when you say back what you're hearing, you're reflecting it back. to the other person, and as well as other techniques to help the speaker feel understood and also to actually understand them. And all this within the context of where you're taking turns. One person's the speaker, the other one's the listener. And then at some point you end up switching roles, so that the point is that the listener is just listening and affirming and reflecting back what they're hearing and asking any appropriate questions. They are focused entirely on understanding as fully and deeply as possible and not giving their own perspective or their own world. So they are taking the role like a Vulcan, probing deeper and deeper into the other person's mind. And in the same resource, the Gottmans also specify under the category of advanced listening skills, they also specify the benefits of what they call reading between the lines, or essentially mind reading. This is when you say what you think the other person is actually thinking or meaning or feeling. You read between the lines. And then afterwards, the important part is that you listen to the person's response in terms of whether you got it right or not. So something like, you're not a big fan of Bob, are you? That kind of thing. Now, the problem that can come with mind reading in relationships, because when you hear the term mind reading in a counseling or a psychological type context, a lot of the time mind reading is a bad thing. In this context, it's not. So the problem with mind reading in relationships comes when one person secretly reads the other person's mind and then goes on believing that they know what the other person's thinking or feeling, and they don't verify or share that insight they gained. That's the one problem. The other problem that can come with mind reading is when somebody dogmatically declares what they know the other person is thinking or feeling, and they're not interested in finding out if they're wrong or even finding out if they're a little bit off. Those two problems often come together, because what happens a lot of the time is in a relationship, for example, is that one person or both of them is that you may be secretly reading the other person's mind and you keep it to yourself clandestinely under your, you put it under and keep it, until something makes you upset. And then you angrily pronounce all of your secret knowledge that you were hiding. But when you do it like that, you have no willingness, no interest in discovering where you haven't been quite as accurate of a mind reader as you thought you were. Anyway, so that's when mind reading goes badly. The healthy kind of mind reading is when you read the other person's mind and you share it immediately. And if you're right, you're really not a big fan of Bob, are you? No, I am not. If you're right, then suddenly you both feel closer. You're kind of struggling right now, aren't you? Yes, how did you know? Suddenly you both feel closer. On the other hand, if you're wrong, then more information is shared. And once again, suddenly you both feel closer and you are closer. You're not a big fan of Bob, are you? Well, it's not Bob, it's just the whole situation. And then suddenly, once again, you were wrong, but now you both feel closer and you both are closer. And as for that magical, intangible, mystical, telepathic link that people have in a romantic relationship, well, suddenly it's just a little bit sharper, a little bit richer. You're thinking about that one work situation, aren't you? No, actually, I'm thinking about our daughter. Suddenly they're closer, etc. So in real life, if a relationship is built on just that magical, that mystical sense of connection that magically appears all on its own when people are falling in love, and if it's expected, if they are expecting that magic is going to maintain their connection all by itself, then probably the relationship is eventually going to be deteriorating, because a sense of magical connection without any kind of healthy fuel to keep it going and keep it being rich and real, that's only going to last so long without any proper fuel to support it. And even though factors like limerence at the beginning of the relationship, and then the various kinds of physical and emotional attachment that go on as the relationship continues, even though all that stuff really does definitely establish and strengthen a real kind of intangible bond and a connection that for a lot of people does feel like magic. And it really can psychologically, can have an absolutely remarkable psychological power. But at the same time, for the relationship as a whole to be sustainable, that magical stuff is also going to have some kind of consistent and persistent connection over actual content. In other words, communication. It's got to have actual ideas, beliefs, experiences that are being shared through verbal, with words, communication, not just this intangible, mystical oneness that you feel as a result of sex, or as a result of touch, or as a result of feeling like you're in love, or as the result of going through difficult times together. And then one excellent way to maintain and deepen the oneness of your minds in that communication kind of way is through open, emotionally intimate discussion of the kind that's described in the Gottman material, in which the priority is listening. And so in the Gottman model, this involves taking turns. And the reason for that is because it helps. Taking turns, it helps because if you know that it's your turn to listen, then you also know better than to muddy up the waters by offering your own opinion or giving a rebuttal or trying to fix a problem or something. You know better because you know that's not part of the listener role. You know that your task instead, as an emotionally intimate listener, is actually to understand, to probe deeper in that mind meld kind of way. Your goal is to help your partner feel better known and better understood, and actually to deeper understand and know more transcendentally, more intimately, to understand what it's like to be your partner. So, going back to telepathy in Star Trek, it turns out that there's a lot to the concept of romantic attachment overlapping with a sense of magical connection and actual connection. When people feel in love, they sometimes feel that there is this intangible bond or this connection on some mysterious plane of existence. Not everybody, but a lot of people. And as a result of that, they're intensely interested in knowing one another better, which is why a lot of people do these kinds of things naturally. But the fact that you feel the urge to do that and you feel this felt need to do that doesn't mean that you're going to automatically be good at it, especially if prior to this, your communication habits developed throughout your life end up getting in the way of that. And then, especially, this isn't a guarantee, this isn't automatic, especially when you take into account the fact that these feelings of being in love that might push you this way, those feelings start to fade at some point. So good, quote unquote, telepathy isn't just the result of romantic connection. It's actually a necessity that must be cultivated carefully in order to maintain, in order to get and keep that healthy romance. And since we as humans don't have supernatural powers like Vulcans and Betazoids, and since the look that you see on your partner's face can only say so much, even if they are really expressive and you are really good at reading people, can still only say so much, which is why for relational health, couples really need to know how to do a demythologized mind meld, i.e., to use our words to cultivate a full-orbed telepathic flow. And also, not only to be able to do that in its moments, but also to make it a habit to reality test, whether in that moment or in the other parts of life, make it a habit to reality test telepathic intuitions by saying stuff like, that really wore you out, didn't it? Or, I can really tell you're kind of down today, aren't you? Just like if you remember the TNG season 4 episode, The Drumhead, where they had that court case and there was a Betazoid that the Admiral brought in. Just like with that Betazoid in that episode, who Picard knew better than to rely on overmuch. Picard knew better than to rely on him. In the same way, even our most profound, quote unquote, telepathic intuitions, in the end, are only intuitions. Remember how Picard told Admiral Sati in that episode, he insisted we can't allow a Betazoid's intuition to become decisive in this court decision because it's just intuition. Well, in the same way, I would say far more so for us as humans, we can never allow untested telepathic, quote unquote, intuitions of our own to be allowed to become decisive in how we behave in our relationships, how we think about each other, how we interpret people's actions when it counts. Not even, maybe even we could say, especially not in the closest and most intimate of relationships, allowing those untested intuitions to make decisive decisions or declare truth for us. Instead, we need to carefully adjust our fingers for that mind meld and probe deeper and deeper and deeper until souls touch, and make that a habit. And that is the beauty of a truly loving, respectful, intelligent, mutually telepathic, we'll say, romance, which, when done well, can last on and on and on, while other couples are breaking apart with disillusionment and anger. Now, of course, as well, to complete the picture, I think it's very important to point out as well that mind reading, as described above, can be done with or without the unique intimacy of a sexual relationship. So, like I said above about sexuality in Star Trek and telepathy, like I said above, we definitely want to keep in mind the fact that the sci-fi symbolism would point maybe to sexuality being telepathic in the symbolism, not to telepathy being sexual in the symbolism. So mind melds, for example, are to be shared with anyone and everyone, both in Star Trek and in real life. Sexual intercourse, to state the obvious, is not. Anyway, so back to the motion picture. So Ilia's character seems to include supernatural attractiveness, like the villa in Harry Potter. It also includes this background element of this highly sexualized culture, kind of like the Edo, kind of like the Rysians, which in this particular case, the Star Trek writers have paired with the ESP and telepathy themes, kind of put them together. But now moving our discussion to something that's slightly related, but I want to talk about it in a completely unrelated way. Let's see if we can pull apart and look at the part of the empathy discussion that's completely unrelated from any kind of sexuality type aspect. Since, like I said, the symbolism makes sense in the one direction, but not in the other. Sexuality in its idealized form being empathic or telepathic or supernatural is quite different from empathy in its ideal form being ideally sexual. I think the former is something that's in view. The latter is not. And so that's why we can pull some of these themes apart, and we definitely should pull them apart. So part of what that means is that even though the Star Trek writers were, I think, trying to sexualize Ilia and her alien race, that doesn't mean that they weren't also separately intending Ilia, kind of like Counselor Troy later on, intending Ilia as well to be a separate exploration of the concept of natural empathy, just as part of the human condition, as one of the humanist virtues that make the world a better place within a film like the motion picture, within a world like most of the Star Treks. Part of the reason I feel so confident that this is something they're doing separately as well is because this is kind of a continuation of a theme that's been present in Star Trek already up to this point. The themes of natural empathy and compassion, they're related, but not quite the same. I'm kind of putting them together a little bit. But in TOS, the themes of natural empathy and compassion as a superpower or as something that redeems that which could be very destructive in society or humanity. Particularly, I noticed this theme in a lot of the opening episodes of TOS, which I just made a bunch of videos on, so that's why it's kind of fresh and I noticed it. But for example, in Where No Man Has Gone Before, the difference between goodness and evil, when you have Gary Mitchell and the whole evil God kind of thing, it seems like the episode makes a point that a big part of the difference between goodness and evil seems to kind of boil down to compassion. Gary Mitchell has no compassion for those who are weaker than him, which is identified as part of what makes him evil. And then specifically, feminine empathy is drawn out in stylized form in the TOS Season 3 episode, The Empath, which I mentioned a little bit ago, in which Kirk and friends are trapped in this large, dark, underground alien prison where they meet a fellow prisoner who is a telepathic alien with supernatural empathic powers that include the ability to heal with a touch. So symbolically, that episode seems to me to be fantasizing about empathy as something magical and mysterious, mysteriously supernatural and life-giving. And it's doing, the episode is doing that particularly through feminine empathy, partly, I think, probably because feminine empathy is the version of empathy that's most likely to emerge by itself if no one's trying to be intentional about it. So in a story context like Star Trek, where we're kind of mythologizing or doing a fantasy reframe of things, the feminine form of empathy would be natural to be chosen for this magical supernatural form, partly because that's the form that is more likely to emerge naturally within a culture that doesn't value empathy. And looking at it poetically, you could say it may seem to emerge as though by magic. And maybe the person that you would see showing that empathy might be your sexual partner. And then it makes perfect sense for you to, in your story, in your poetry, to put them together. That a woman in a sexual context has the magical power of empathic healing. Anyway, so that episode, The Empath, it's been a while since I saw that episode, but when I did see it, this was several years back, but I remember thinking that I thought the concepts were really fun. I wasn't sure if the presentation worked as well, particularly because of how they portrayed the alien by means of a mime, and they didn't particularly focus or do a particularly interesting job portraying actual empathy, for example, on her face. But from the writing and the concept point of view, I think that was the beginning of this theme of supernatural empathy in Star Trek, if we distinguish that from the different compassion references that I talked about in the early episodes. And it seems that some of the most interesting parts of the concept behind Ilia's character as well were kind of lifted straight out of that story, minus all the sexual stuff, which I think suggests that some of the creators who put that in there, they saw empathy, they saw these empathy themes that were in this story as being not just important enough and big enough and beautiful enough for a one-off episode mid the original Star Trek, but they saw it as being a good enough and a big enough and a beautiful enough topic to become central to this new series they were developing, it would seem. And I think really, for me at least, the most fascinating and compelling aspect of the Ilia character, if it had been continued into further films, it really would have been this aspect, this expansion of empathy into supernatural empathy, including the power to heal, or at least in this case, to remove pain, as they show it in this film. And doing that and then taking it away from what they did in TOS, putting it with a mime that doesn't do actual emoting on her face, doesn't actually give you the feeling that actual empathy is going on. Taking it from there and putting it instead on a beautiful and highly emotive and authentic actress's face. I think really, even though they shaved Ilia's head, I think her highly expressive face is one of the high points and most visually beautiful parts of this entire film. I think the actress does such a really compelling job maintaining her role as a highly emotionally attuned alien throughout this film. And I think this is especially, it becomes important where in the later parts of the film, they replace her with the robotic Voyager probe, in which all of these qualities are eliminated. And we as viewers are supposed to be struck by the tragic contrast. And then it's suggested in dialogue that these humanistic qualities may periodically seep through in unexpected ways, even in the robotic Voyager probe. And then when it does that, it's going to be made all the more visible to us because we no longer assume them. They're no longer expected. So thinking about these themes of empathy going on toward the next generation, this concept of supernatural empathy then, of course, continues with Counselor Troi, who is a professional counselor because that's kind of a natural fit with her superpower. In that sense, Troi is sort of a mix between Ilia here, mixed with Lieutenant Commander Denner from the alt pilot episode Where No Man Has Gone Before. Because Denner, if you remember, had psychic powers that caused her to be inclined toward becoming a psychiatrist. And presumably that's the context for Troi's vocational decision as well. Her psychic powers kind of made that a natural fit. So if you mix the concept of Denner with the concept of Ilia, what you end up with is Troi. Unfortunately, in the early seasons of TNG, either the acting or the directing or both for Troi didn't come out in a way that ended up portraying, as I remember watching it last time I watched it, didn't end up really portraying actual empathy or emotional attunement, anything nearly as authentically or convincingly as what is presented in the Ilia character in this film. Though definitely Troi's portrayals get much better later on, especially from what I remember when she shows up in Voyager and the cameos there and in Star Trek Picard, where they become much more authentic and fun to watch. Now, meanwhile, empathy doesn't disappear, but continues to be a theme in Star Trek, and especially to be exemplified by key characters. So in The Next Generation, Guinan is a bit of a stone face and doesn't have any telepathic powers as far as we know, but she has an uncanny ability to read people. And you could suggest she's the true empathic counselor of the Enterprise. Going on to DS9, Bashir develops a really tangible and absolutely compelling natural empathy and warmth in the latter half of the series. And you especially see this in episodes like The Quickening and episodes like Hard Time, the season 4 episode in which O'Brien tries to kill himself. And then Bashir finds him and really tenderly, passionately intervenes. In Voyager, Kes is a consistent and exquisite portrayal of natural empathy, and in many scenes, she seems to be kind of the counselor of Voyager in the same way that Guinan was in TNG. Though in universe, this is kind of unfortunately a bit at odds with the fact that she's actually supposed to have only been alive for 2 years. Whereas when you hear her discussing things with the Doctor, it's almost like the framing almost feels like she's this ancient being, kind of like Guinan. But we just kind of have to overlook that fact to enjoy the Kes character. Incidentally, as a naturally empathic character, Kes also later on turns out to have psychic powers as well. Probably an unintentional thing the creators did. They seem to have, without knowing it, followed this Star Trek trend that associates empathy together with ESP as going together. Moving on to Enterprise, Captain Archer is a leader who I think really prioritizes emotional intelligence. And I think his empathic sensitivity is really seen, especially in the early seasons, in an episode like, for example, Fight or Flight, with his interactions with Hoshi there. Janeway and Cisco also have some really good father moments or mother moments that have a similar tone, but Archer's presentation stands out because it's built into his leadership style. It shows up in the kinds of moments where you might expect other captains to adopt more of the strong leader type of persona. But for Archer, it seems like it's not just in his father moments, quote unquote, or Janeway's mother moments, but for Archer, it's actually kind of baked into the core of his leadership style in the place of the more heavy or strong leadership style. Or at least that's the case until season 3, where he kind of goes all Captain Ahab, but that's another story. Anyway, so then if we had, Guinan for TNG, we had Bashir, and then we have Cass in Voyager, Archer in Enterprise. And then once you get to Star Trek Picard, the elderly Picard is just dripping with warmth and empathy, kind of like Archer on steroids. And I think that's really a reflection of how American values have kind of changed between the beginning of Star Trek in the late 60s and now, when Picard came out, or Picard came out several years back, but you know what I'm saying. In early Star Trek, the TOS type era, compassion and empathy were things that were talked about in kind of a hypothetical, distant kind of way, as some kind of mystical ideal that no one really understood. And that's why, I suppose, they had a whole episode about empathy in TOS, the empath, but the portrayal, to be honest, was kind of cringe, because this was something that they knew was a thing called empathy, and they knew this is something that may solve a lot of bad things in the world. This is something that we value, we want more of in the world, we want to idealize metaphorically in our story, but it wasn't popular or well understood enough in the world at the time for the team working on the show to actually have the experience to know how to actually get it portrayed on screen effectively. So it's kind of like it was, or at least this is my guess. Like I wasn't alive in the late 60s or the 70s, but it seems to me that it was kind of like, at least for the Star Trek people, this was kind of a newly emerging ideal that was valued, but most people didn't necessarily have a lot of knowledge or experience with. But by contrast, when you get to Picard, this is just part of our culture. Our culture is very focused on emotional intelligence and sensitivity and things like that. It's assumed, and for a hero to be really likable and to really be admired by a broad audience, he's going to have empathy and emotional intelligence in spades, like Picard in season 1 of Picard. And then if you want to add Discovery, if you want to include Discovery into it, for Discovery, it would be Admiral Cornwell. Burnham is clearly supposed to be portraying an empathic character in terms of the way the story is set up and the way but in my opinion, that aspect of her character fails in terms of the portrayal. It kind of comes across as really pretentious. But Admiral Cornwell, on the other hand, for me at least, now it's been a long time since I've seen Discovery. I actually haven't finished Discovery because I'm not a huge Discovery fan. But what I remember of Admiral Cornwell is I remember seeing her and thinking that she was really just a really exquisite and fun to watch portrayal of a really emotionally intelligent, empathic character. Though that being said, it's been a while since I've seen any Discovery, and I haven't finished it. All right, so that was my detour on empathy. I do think the topic of empathy in Star Trek is a fascinating and really fun topic to explore, so it's hard for me to resist going down that rabbit hole. Let's get back to Star Trek: The Motion Picture. Let's get back to 1979. So Ilia appears in the turbo lift. Everybody's head turns. Decker immediately greets her, and then she lights up the moment she sees him. She lights up with this broad, joyful smile. And Decker, he explains to Kirk, I was stationed on the lieutenant's home planet some years ago. And that's also the first time we as the viewers find that out. So Ilia takes her station. Uhura tells the captain about it. There's another arrival, another crew member who is refusing to step into the transporter. So Kirk heads down to the transporter room, and they finally beam over McCoy, last of all after everybody else, because he apparently insisted that the rest of his group beam over first so we can see how it scrambles your molecules. So he beams on, and then Kirk smiles, and he starts off, well, for someone who swore he'd never return to Starfleet. But then McCoy interrupts him to explain Starfleet made him come. A moment later, Kirk implies that he was behind that, and McCoy is all the more angry when he finds that out. But finally, Kirk just shoots back, I need you, badly. And he extends his hand for a handshake, and it takes McCoy quite a long time to decide that he is willing to shake that hand. So then finally, after the shaking the hands, they both smile at each other, which may remind us that Despite the current anger that's in the picture here, these two people have a history of friendship and loyalty that weighs more than the current complaints. McCoy is willing to overlook the things that are making him angry, to overlook those in light of the bigger picture and his history with Kirk. And that psychological process that I just described, it kind of goes throughout the film, kind of as a theme under the surface. You could say it kind of gets more noticeable as time goes on. It's this thing that personal history, or some call it the emotional bank account, basically this record of all the positive experiences, the trust, the positive regard for the other person. That kind of stuff can enable a relationship to withstand stress. And sometimes an item of conflict can go unresolved while the relationship is considered repaired through something as simple as a handshake in this case. Something that means the implied willingness to overlook the offense or the disagreement or whatever it is. So Bones and Kirk have a really good emotional bank account, so to speak. Kirk and Decker, meanwhile, do not have that kind of a context from which to approach their conflict. The emotional bank account in that case is kind of at zero on both sides, or maybe a better way to put it is that they're both starting out significantly in the red. Anyway, so with that Bones scene having been the final part of the let's get the crew on board part, now the film just kind of invites us to take our time observing as the Enterprise gets ready to launch. Meanwhile, you also get to watch Kirk's emotional excitement building as he prepares to give that final order to take us out. And the music does that for us too. In a sense, it's kind of like this first story, the launch of the Enterprise, is getting ready to finish. As the Enterprise slowly starts to move, we get the second time we have this loud bursting forth of the TNG theme, or the TMP theme, the kind of fanfare type exciting music, not including the one that showed up in the opening credits. That would make this the third one. So what I'm considering, the first one was the one after the slow build-up while Kirk is getting his ride with Scotty, observing the Enterprise, and then it bursts out once it comes to the particular point. And so we could say these two instances of the loud TNG theme song fanfare, it's kind of like those two loud musical instances kind of serve as bookends to this story about Kirk getting the Enterprise back, getting his old life back to the form similar to where he lost it. In that sense, perhaps we could say the kind of bombastic theme music in this context kind of represents the climax of the excitement of fulfilled joy, fulfilled desire, something lost and then regained. And the joy is so rich and so thrilling that nothing can stand in its way, neither a petty, annoying obstacle like Decker's feelings, nor a puzzle piece that holds more attention and respect, such as McCoy's anger and disgruntlement at Kirk for getting him conscripted. Neither one nor anything else can stand in the way of this rich, powerful, all-consuming joy. And off we fly into the sunset with excitement and thrill. In Kirk's internal world, the regaining of this sense of belonging and freedom is bigger and more thrilling and more of a felt need than anything else. It might remind you of that discussion between Pike and his doctor near the beginning of The Cage, when Pike's doctor told him emphatically that there is no other life for you because it's in your blood. So basically, Pike needs to be the captain of the Enterprise in order to be alive. So it seems like Kirk is experiencing something kind of similar as he demonstrates that he'll go to any and all lengths to get back the thing that he feels that he has lost and without which he feels like he'll never be the same again. Now, it does sort of feel like the end of an episode here, kind of like this is the time for the Enterprise to fly off into the sunset and then the credits can roll and we're done. We're at roughly 38 minutes into the film. So if this was a TV episode, and if let's say we add some more conflict resolution scenes into the interim there, then that would make this roughly the length of a single episode. In a way, perhaps that would have provided a more subjectively satisfying product for some viewers, considering that this first 38 minutes is basically a separate story, and it has such an emphatic and final concluding sequence right here as the Enterprise slowly gets ready to launch. And perhaps that ends up limiting our ability to feel a sense of progression for the full conclusion of the film. And perhaps for some, that might lead to the film as a whole feeling kind of tiring or anticlimactic or something like that once you get, even just once you get into the whole exploring the V'ger cloud part of the story. Anyway, so the Enterprise flies on, and as they fly by some pleasant sights, Ilia and Decker kind of smile pleasantly at each other. Nice little moment, continuing to hint that they have this special connection. Let me get the first captain's log. Captain's log, stardate 7412.6. 1.8 hours from launch. In order to intercept the intruder at the earliest possible time, we must now risk engaging the warp drive while still within the solar system. McCoy comes to the bridge, all shaved and wearing his new TMP uniform. And it seems that even in just these couple of minutes after joining the team, McCoy can already tell, because he knows Kirk so well, he can already tell how Kirk is really dismissively and forcefully interacting with people. And he says from behind Kirk's chair, he says, "Jim, you're pushing." And Kirk swivels his chair to look at his friend, whom he trusts, with a look on his face that seems to say, "You just said what?" And McCoy explains, he says, "Your people know their jobs." Anyway, so Kirk hears back from Scotty, and then Kirk goes on with his plan that he's been pushing to engage warp drive against Scotty's recommendation. So while he emotionally acknowledged what McCoy said, it clearly got through. He clearly heard it, but Kirk is not at this point doing anything different. But what he is he's now internally open on a new level. So that engagement, or his openness and engaging with this recognition of what McCoy is trying to help him to realize, that's going to be able to continue, even though on the surface you might say Kirk's just doing the same things. Anyway, so they're going to warp, and then suddenly and quite dramatically, they find themselves in this dangerous, turbulent wormhole. And by wormhole, apparently they mean not the same kind of phenomenon that later Star Trek refers to as a wormhole, which is kind of like a shortcut through space, where you come in here and you come out over there. Seems like here, instead, what they mean by wormhole is kind of a more mundane phenomenon that results from certain factors coming together within the context of a starship warping. So, and now at this point, it's not clear whether this was the result of Kirk's haste or more of a random accident that just happened to happen. But later on, Scotty's going to clarify that this wormhole resulted from engine imbalance, which resulted from Kirk's order to launch before they were ready. Anyway, there comes to be an object in front of them in the wormhole that has been pulled in. Kirk says to stand by on phasers so they can blast it before they collide. And Decker shouts in a very important moment. Decker shouts, "No!" And of course, everything's all time slowed down because of the wormhole effect. So they film it like it's all time distorted and stuff. So Decker shouts, "No! Belay that phaser order," as he gets out of his chair to go across the whole bridge with great difficulty to where he can come next to Chekhov and work with Chekhov to arm the photon torpedoes. So it takes a really long time for this extended bit here to finish with the wormhole and the time distortion and everything. But then once that object is destroyed, which was an asteroid, the object is destroyed, and then suddenly the wormhole disappears and everything stops. But that moment when Decker shouted, "Belay that order," that was a hugely significant moment, because up to that point, every time Kirk and Decker had interacted, Decker was clearly chafing at his commander. His commander had been consistently dismissive and belittling and overbearing toward Decker. In other words, they've been doing the professionalistic version of the petty, bitter squabble, but keeping it under the cover of the professional kind of limitations, but clearly underneath simmering in this mutual resentment toward one another. And it's coming across. They're locking horns. And then now in this over-the-top urgent emergency moment, now suddenly Decker openly countermands Kirk's orders and takes over control, basically. He's superseding his superior over a negligible judgment call in terms of priority, or so it would seem. So, and then Kirk's response is, well, first off, he's just startled. So he just kind of freezes. He pauses, probably pausing. Maybe it's a freeze like, I don't know what to do, but probably pausing because he's realizing that to make a fight out of it was going to get everybody killed. So he doesn't want to do that. Or maybe he's pausing partly because he's startled and he's not sure actually what he's experiencing, like what's going on. So he's just like, I don't know what's going on. And he pauses. Whatever the case, as a good leader, he pauses to observe, it seems. And he does so kind of trying to get his psychological bearing, maybe you could say. But as he's getting his bearings, pausing, he slowly begins to realize, it seems to me, he slowly starts to realize that his first officer actually is just being a prick, taking advantage of the moment to take over the bridge and make himself look good, play captain rather than actually follow his actual commanding officer. So up to this point, Kirk had been consistently annoyed by this first officer, but now suddenly Decker's crossed the line. And Kirk is going to be absolutely sick of this belligerent excuse for an officer. So while everyone else is smiling and giving sighs of relief, and Kirk is just kind of sitting there motionless in his chair with a stony look on his face. He's playing it cool, but you can tell he's completely not impressed. Meanwhile, Decker asks for reports from the various team members, continuing to give Kirk the impression that this guy thinks he's in charge. Not that the first officer can't ask for reports, obviously, but in the larger context of everything, and then especially because Kirk is now kind of being disengaged, playing it cool. So now it's kind of like Kirk is basically letting Decker go on and play captain the way Decker presumably wants to. Kirk's letting everything play out while he just kind of simmers and watches. Meanwhile, McCoy is watching Kirk. Anyway, so Chekhov, he gives his report and he addresses it to Kirk. He says, "Negative damage reported, Captain." I'm going to get a close-up of Kirk's now angry, resentful look on his face. And then finally, Scotty's voice comes through the intercom to give his report. And the moment he hears his voice, Kirk immediately relaxes for a moment when he hears Scotty's familiar voice. And then he says in a quieter voice, "We need warp drive as soon as possible." And that's kind of a cool moment when Kirk hears Scotty's voice, and it's kind of like he feels like he's among enemies here on the bridge. Everything is bad. And then he hears his friend, and he kind of relaxes for a minute. And then it's kind of like with a little smile, if I remember right, where he says in that quiet voice, "Scotty, we need warp drive as soon as possible." But anyway, so then that's when Scotty explains, "It was the engine imbalance that created the wormhole in the first place. It'll happen again if we don't correct it," end quote. And the moment Decker hears that, you see Decker going like, "Oh, brother," But anyway, Kirk insists, we need to get going as soon as possible because that thing out there is getting closer to Earth. So Kirk is on his, he doesn't change his story there. Anyway, so now this is basically the end of the scene here. Kirk is getting ready to leave the bridge, and on his way out, he tells Decker he'd like to see him in his quarters. And then McCoy says, "Mind if I tag along, Captain?" So apparently, in light of all his observations, McCoy is like, I want to be in on this one. And maybe he's thinking more, I kind of need to be in on this one because he recognizes things are going on with Kirk. And Kirk kind of needs someone like McCoy. He's so big. Who can talk to him? Anyway, so they head out. The three of them head out. As they leave, we are shown Ilia looking after them, looking at them as they head off, looking after them with a concerned look on her face. Maybe kind of a mix of concern and desire because she's worried for Decker, and she's got a pretty good idea what kind of discussion is probably going to be happening because she did, after all, one of the first things she heard when she came onto the bridge was Decker angrily saying, "The captain has the utmost confidence in me." He was saying that to her in front of Kirk, basically as soon as she came into the room. And then just a minute ago, everybody was there to notice how Decker kind of took over the bridge during a crisis, which, who knows what's going on there. And she also knows Decker, so she's able to read everything that she sees. So even though she's a newbie in our story, that one look basically tells us all that she's been noticing everything, kind of like McCoy has been kind of noticing. Well, you say she's been noticing Decker, McCoy's been noticing Kirk, but both of them have been noticing something just happened, even though we may not know the particulars of what exactly it was. Anyway, so they arrive in Kirk's quarters. Very nice set, by the way. I think it's such a shame that these environments never get reused. But anyway, so they arrive in there, and then we get the fireworks. All the questions that Kirk was holding back as he sat in his captain's chair with his stone face back on the bridge, all those questions he was holding back then, out they come now. I mean, it's still quite restrained behind the professionalism, especially since McCoy is there watching. But restrained, but they're now given some expression, not without self-control. He's like, "All right, explanation. Why was my phaser order countermanded?" And then without a pause, Decker answers in a tone of voice that suggests he's trying really hard to be careful and to be unoffensive. Says, "Sir, the Enterprise redesign increases phaser power by channeling it through the main engines." And Kirk's anger kind of slides off into this deflated look. And Decker goes on, he says, "When they went into antimatter imbalance, the phasers were automatically cut off." And so Kirk is kind of starting to pace, and he gives this kind of abrupt, "You acted properly." He says, "Thank you, sir." And he pauses and says, "I'm sorry if I embarrassed you." And Kirk says, "You saved the ship." He's getting all passionate like. And Decker says, "I'm aware of that, sir." And that, which is kind of like him pushing back, on Kirk, that's when Kirk angrily turns and steps closer to Decker, and he says, "Stop competing with me, Decker." And they show us McCoy with a look on his face like he's just kind of analyzing and understanding what he's seeing. And this is when Decker says, "Permission to speak freely, sir?" And at this point, the emotional roles have really reversed, because in the earlier scenes, Decker was the one who was angry, and Kirk was the one who was being dismissive of those emotions and treating them like all this crazy, that kind of thing. But now it's flipped. Now Kirk is the one who's crazy, quote unquote, and Decker is the one who's in the playing it cool kind of mode, speaking in a pleasant tone to somebody who's losing it. Well, Kirk grants permission to speak freely, and then he says, "Sir, you haven't logged a single star hour in 2.5 years. That, plus your unfamiliarity with the ship's redesign, in my opinion, sir, seriously jeopardizes this mission." And Kirk's eyes flame as he tries to kind of tuck it in. And then he kind of looks down at the floor and he pauses. He kind of regains his composure. You can tell something's going on inside him. He regains his composure. And then finally, he just kind of relaxes into this charming smile. And he says, "I trust you will nursemaid me through these difficulties, mister?" And it was a genuine smile, like he meant it. He seemed to be meaning it. And then so the Decker smiles back and says, "Yes, sir, I'll do that." "Then I won't keep you from your duties any longer, Commander." "Yes, Doctor," implying basically, okay, that's it. You can go next in line, that kind of thing. Now, there is a lot in this interaction. That's why I belabored it and I copied out the whole dialogue there. This is perhaps one of the key memorable conversations in the film, probably one of the 3 or 4 most significant, dense conversations. A couple of things stand out to me. Here are 4 particular elements or aspects that stand out to me throughout the conversation. First off, seeing through your own anger to try to remain objective and not follow the cognitive distortions that anger brings, because anger is going to distort your perception. It's going to distort what you think is true. Kirk, it seems, as a trained and practiced leader, is able to some extent to remain skeptical enough of his anger to accept a change of information when it comes from someone he's furious with, to be able to accept that new information without arguing back just by default, without letting the anger trump the new information and just keep fighting him. It seems that Kirk is able to listen even when he's in a moment of anger and has been having a lot of angry thoughts specifically about the person who's going to give him this information. And that is such an important skill. And it's one of those skills that can only be cultivated through experience and effort repeated over and over and over again over the long haul of somebody's life. And presumably when he was younger, I'm sure Kirk wasn't always able to do this. I'm sure this is a learned skill. When this scene comes to the end, Kirk is clearly still feeling a lot of anger on the inside, but as the conversation finishes, he has managed to end the conversation in a professional, appropriate way, and with that friendly smile, actually communicating a lot. So he ends the conversation without burning bridges or entrenching his first officer against him as an enemy, which would have been pretty easy to do with the amount of anger he was feeling, thinking that this guy's basically against him and trying to take over not trying to take over the ship, but just kind of trying to undercut Kirk, I think, is the way it would have looked. Now, there's still more to come. Bones still has much to correct and point out because Kirk's self-understanding has a long way to go. But Kirk's practiced leadership skills have already, at this point, these habits that were cultivated long ago on better days, these have already at this point saved Kirk from some of the worst pitfalls of the stereotypical angry, poor listening leader who's in, like Kirk, this shocking deficit of healthy perspective when he's, kind of losing it. So that was the first thing, being able to see through enough of your anger to listen even though you've got the anger. The second thing that stands out to me, the social role of a simple exchange of nonverbal smiles. Because near the end there, Kirk signifies his end of hostility, his invitation to friendship. He signifies with the simple nonverbal of the relaxed smile. Because faces communicate more than words a lot of the time. And when Decker returns the smile, that means a lot more than if, let's say, one or the other or both of them were to be like verbally say, "Okay, so we're good now. Let's not fight anymore." Kind of like you might picture some 7-year-olds saying to each other on the playground, after they've been tussling or whatever. And it's not just the smile and that it's a genuine smile. That would communicate positive regard. That would communicate the absence of malintent. But it's more than that. It's actually also a relaxed smile, which suggests also, okay, my guard is down now. I'm not looking to trap you or trying to stop you from trapping me. I've dropped the fight. Let's be at ease together and put any tension into fighting the actual enemies. All right, so that was item 2. Item 3 that stood out to me, the ability to practice humility. because the whole interaction here includes a massive, massive power dynamic exchange kind of component. Kirk is the big dog who was made to look small back on the bridge. That's where most of his anger is coming from, particularly because it seems to have been done on purpose. It seems to have been Decker being unwilling to be the small dog and then going and trying to trounce the big dog. But then once they're in Kirk's quarters and once the intentions were cleared up by this direct confrontation in this scene, at that point, Kirk's basis for anger begins to fade. But the rest of the interaction then ends up being Kirk being willing to admit weakness, which is not something that you naturally feel like doing when you're angry and when you feel like somebody's trying to trounce you, or you have felt that way. So this is Kirk being willing to accept correction and maintain face while admitting that weakness. You know, that thing where he requests Decker to nursemaid him. It seems like he's practicing humility while staying in control, because he's the person who's able to make that request, so that, you know, he's still maintaining his role as a leader. But he's practicing humility by saying, can you nursemaid me through this process? Now, on further thought, as I was writing this, I added on second thought, I suppose it's hard to tell if that nursemaid comment could actually be an attempt to use sarcasm to maintain dominance and belittle the intensity of the weakness. Okay, you got to nursemaid me, you know, that kind of thing. That wasn't his tone, but you could suggest there was that sarcasm under the choice of words there. Or the alternative would be, as in my initial interpretation, that it's actually an attempt to be self-effacing, to basically self-describe yourself as someone who does need juvenile care. You're exaggerating it, kind of hyperbole, and thereby giving recognition that Decker has been the better man, and you need to be treated like a juvenile. So I tend to see it as the latter. But whatever the case, Kirk definitely has a tumult of conflicting impulses within him. You could say it's kind of like the anger and the leadership impulse to practice humility when you realize that's the right thing to do. But he's definitely, at least in general, trying to practice humility once he realizes he hasn't been entirely correct about everything. And that's back to his ability to recognize his anger and keep on maintaining listening, try to remain objective, even though his instinct is to shut down anything that Decker says. So while it's hard to parse the fine line aspect between sarcasm, habit, and an actual humility, what really stands out is the intentionality of Kirk's posture in terms of what he didn't do, what we would expect from a less mature leader, or especially from a toxic leader. And then what we end up seeing is Kirk practicing humility, at least outwardly, even if we wondered maybe what's going on inside his head while he did that. He definitely still needs to hear from Bones in the conversation that's going to follow. But at this point already, as a flawed but not completely flawed leader, he's shown he's able to be consumed with resentment and anger and greed, and yet still practice restraint and humility and professionalism and basic listening skills, and take this absolutely poisonous relationship dynamic, take that one step closer toward a professional, amicable relationship dynamic. All right. And then the next other thing that stands out to me, just this whole thing about having someone else in the room, you know, because McCoy made it a point to say, I would like to come along. I think having McCoy in the room, of course, McCoy's going to talk to Kirk after, so McCoy was gathering information, but the other factor is this conversation happened with a third party in the room. I think having McCoy in the room, somebody who's not part of all the background conflict, I think that probably helped to motivate Kirk to keep his anger in check and not get sloppy with his listening skills, like we just talked about. I think this helped add motivation for that, because Kirk would lose face even more if he loses it in front of somebody else who's not part of the conflict, somebody who's not, quote unquote, on his side in the sense of believing the cognitive distortions that anger is saying, because anger is making you believe all these things about what's happening and what the other person is really meaning to do and all this stuff. So Kirk would lose face even more if he loses it in front of somebody who's not buying all that, because they haven't, been through it, feeling the same stuff, etc. Having a third party in the room when difficult conversations are had can be a good thing or a bad thing. If Kirk was an actual toxic leader, then having someone else in the room would give him opportunity to try to manipulate and deceive to make Decker look bad deceptively through intentional trickery. However, since Kirk is not a toxic fellow, he's not trying to use this to actively twist things. Kirk isn't toxic in that way. But instead, what happens is having a third party in the room actually helps to curb the likelihood of Kirk losing control, because he doesn't want to lose face in front of this person. He doesn't want shame to play out in that way. So it curbs the likelihood of Kirk portraying himself in a manner that doesn't align with Kirk's values that he lives his life by, his identity. So there are definitely pros and cons to whether you choose to have a sensitive conversation like this completely alone or with one or two trusted other parties in the room to help kind of keep things balanced and appropriate. Another variable would be the role of sensitive or confidential personal information. That would also definitely influence whether or not it's appropriate to have a third party in the room as opposed to having a true, actual one-on-one. Anyway, so Decker heads off because he was basically dismissed. And then McCoy just kind of keeps looking at Kirk, keeps watching Kirk. And then finally he says, "You may be right, Jim." And Kirk just turns and looks at him with that same startled but trusting look, that same look on his face that he used on the bridge when McCoy corrected him back on the bridge in a similar way. You know, I think in a context like this, it becomes pretty clear and pretty significant to realize it's not nearly as important to have someone who will tell you the truth as it is to have someone who you trust, who can tell you something and whom you will feel inclined to believe. Angry confrontational truth tellers are not necessarily worth a whole lot, but a sensitive soul like Bones, on the other hand, who chooses his truth-telling carefully and cautiously and sparingly, and who has been with Kirk through thick and thin, now that is a completely different category. And that's something you can't put any price on. All right, so Decker has gone out. Kirk and Bones are talking. And then Decker bumps into Ilia on his way coming out from the conversation in Kirk's quarters. Now, I kind of wonder if for Decker, there's kind of an increase in emotional vulnerability for him at this moment because he's coming out of a crisis that kind of floods you with adrenaline. He had a confrontational run-in with his very angry boss, and he ended up telling his boss stuff that needed to be told, you know. So there's a lot of adrenaline there. And then right as the adrenaline is beginning to taper off because he's walking down the hall coming from there, and then right at that moment, you bump into somebody who conjures up so many intense feelings for you. So probably, but regardless, there would definitely be some kind of very particular psychological state because of the nature of these things being back to back, unless there's you know, like some kind of long pause, unportrayed on screen pause in between these scenes. And I guess since TV shows and movies are a very condensed narrative form, I suppose we could realistically suggest there could be an unexpressed interim in between there, since after all, things aren't always supposed to happen quite as back to back as they're portrayed on screen. Like when you watch a show where they show you this 24-hour period with everything happening back to back to back to back, and then all that finishes within the space of a 90-minute film or a 45-minute TV episode. You know, you see what I'm getting at. But anyway, tangent there. So as this little bit here begins, they bump into each other. The music does a really nice job of portraying the sudden tenderness of the moment. If I remember right, it's a solo woodwind of some kind against some really unnoticeable background chords. So it's kind of this lonely solo instrument playing beautifully against some really kind of background chords that you don't even realize are there. So it ends up sounding kind of lonely and tender and painfully magical. She says, "Was it difficult?" And notice that he's not surprised that she knows where he's been. And also, she seems to assume that he knows that she knows. So they just kind of have a mutual understanding about all that, kind of like telepathy. He answers, "No more than I expected. About as difficult as seeing you again. I'm sorry." And she says, "That you left Delta 4? Or that you didn't even say goodbye?" And he says in response, "If I had seen you again, would you have been able to say it?" And she says, "No." And then she ends the conversation by removing his hand from her shoulder and then walking off down the hall. And he stares after her until she's gone. The door opens and she goes through it. And then he turns and he steps into the turbo lift where she had come out from. So really, really passionate scene there. A lot of story being implied without actually being given in terms of details. And definitely we could say that that implied story element from the background is definitely one of the big sources of inner conflict and core drives slash desires slash felt needs for the Decker character throughout this film. He not only regrets losing her from his life, but they both feel very strong ambivalence meaning mixed feelings that are kind of opposite to each other, clashing. They both feel ambivalence about how that separation occurred. And now, after all that long time apart, in which these desires and regrets were percolating, now these two find themselves near each other again. And as tends to happen with even mild forms of limerence, the perceived obstacles to their togetherness, combined with the ambiguity about whether those obstacles can be overcome, has served to strengthen and empower and enrich the depth and tightness of the hold of the limerent feeling. So now it's raging inside both of them. And it's raging with the sense that they need each other and nobody else, nothing else. So regardless of what it was that pulled them apart, now their feelings are surging deeper and deeper, rapidly approaching that point when those feelings may seem to consume everything they are and may end up seeming to warrant radical reorganizations of their whole lives in the name of love, in the name of passionate necessity. Anyway, next scene, we're back to McCoy and Kirk in Kirk's quarters there, who have presumably been talking with each other ever since we left them. And Kirk is saying, "Make your point, Doctor." And Bones says, "The point is that it's you who's competing. You rammed getting this command down Starfleet's throat. You've used this emergency to get the Enterprise back." "And I intend to keep her. Is that what you're saying?" "Yes, it's an obsession. An obsession that can blind you to far more immediate and critical responsibilities. Your reaction to Decker is an example, Jim." And then the intercom interrupts, and Uhura tells us there's this shuttle that has come, and it's going to turn out to be Spock. But at this point, they don't know. They think it's something not really important. So Kirk just has Chekhov take care of it. But anyway, after they turn off the view screen there, then Kirk kind of lets the moment breathe a little bit, and he says, "Your opinion has been noted. Anything further?" And Bones, after a pause, he says, "That depends on you." And then there's another pause while they're just kind of looking at each other. And then McCoy heads off. And the camera stays watching. We kind of stay there watching Kirk as he stands there motionless while the doors close. I think the slowness and the openness of Kirk's mental posture during this last little bit here is really important because it's in contrast to the hasty brushing off kind of busy mode that Kirk has used whenever Decker's around. Because of the animosity, Kirk wanted every interaction with Decker to end as quickly as possible. However, when he's interacting with his old friend whom he trusts, McCoy, Kirk turns off that view screen, and instead of making haste to get on to the next thing, he lets that moment breathe while he looks at McCoy for a minute and then asks him if there's anything else. And then similarly, after Bones has left the room, Kirk shows us that he's open on the inside because he's still standing there thinking, pondering what Bones said, rather than practicing mental avoidance and trying to get rid of it and get it out of his head. And this is all because of that emotional bank account. This is all because of the significance of their past friendship and also their mutual respect and all of Kirk's respect for Bones. So as he's standing there, Kirk is choosing to turn toward everything that he's thinking and feeling and receiving from everything Bones said, rather than on the inside turning away in avoidance from that which he wants to wish out of existence. So in this case, outer avoidance versus outer facing is lining up with inner avoidance or inner facing. Kirk avoids Decker in the external world. And he also avoids facing any ideas or concepts associated with Decker in his inner world. And then as a result, he's kind of remaining on edge and tense all the time. And he's very quick to enter into fight mode if necessary, kind of like on the bridge. Inside his mind, he went into fight mode. This guy is trying to undermine me. But regardless of that, just kind of on edge and tense. And then also, as Bones pointed out, this also makes him blind to certain things that he prefers not to face. Meanwhile, Kirk is he's face to face with Bones in the external world, and he's also facing or face to face with any and all of the ideas and concepts that he has received from Bones in terms of his inner world, the things that he's received from this person with whom he's willing to be open and vulnerable. So he's physically relaxed around Bones, even when they're in conflict. And as a result, he's mentally relaxed enough to let the ideas into his mind. And then as a result, even after Bones has left the room, Kirk is still pondering, reflecting, trying to process all this information, even though he does wish that it wasn't there to be considered, even though he still feels a lot of anger churning around inside of him about all of this stuff. So that's the difference between avoidance, being face to face with, which could be inner on the inside with your thoughts and feelings and emotions, could also be outward, relational with people. All right, now back to this concept of obsession. So Bones, a minute ago, suggested that Kirk's obsession with the Enterprise has created some real problems in his ability to live life effectively as a part of the world around him. But we recognize that in the build-up portion of the film leading up to the launch of the Enterprise, Kirk's excitement and longing for his return to the Enterprise mirrors that of the viewer. Kirk sees the Enterprise with new and jubilant eyes, just like the viewers do. Kirk has been wanting this for so long and finally has it, just like the viewer. So when Bones makes an observation about the fact that Kirk's satisfied longing is a manifestation of a long-term obsession, it's not much of a stretch to suggest that Kirk's obsession kind of mirrors the obsession of Star Trek fandom, or of fandom just in general as a concept. So here's an interesting question. Does your obsession or your fandom make you a better person or a worse person? Does your fandom or your obsession with the Enterprise and its perfect crew, let's say, does that make you better for the world around you or worse for the world around you? In the 2008 film Fanboys, the filmmakers present a number of Star Wars and Star Trek fans for whom their obsession has turned them into haters. Their fandom turned them into haters who wanted to attack others, either attack the people as people or attack the concepts, or perhaps attack both at once because they're kind of the same thing to them. And it also, the obsession also turned them into directionally challenged, relatively unproductive members of society in terms of stuff like career ambition, life goals, sense of direction, life purpose, that kind of thing. For those particular fans, their fandom made them into haters and flounderers, and in a sense, kind of left them with nothing or very close to nothing. Their obsession, to use McCoy's language, left them blind and kind of groping around, blind and lost. Meanwhile, at the end of that film, Fanboys, there was one character who had terminal cancer, and then they all went on this pilgrimage to go try to see Star Wars Episode 1 before it launches. And at the end, this one with terminal cancer, he actually was allowed by George Lucas to watch that film, and no one else was. He was allowed to watch it at the end of their cross-country pilgrimage. So he had basically attained the holy grail of his fandom, and he watched through this unreleased film. But he wasn't allowed to tell his friends any of the details about it. And then as he was walking out and they asked him what he thought about it, he just kind of gave vague answers and looked a little dysphoric. He looked a little deflated, kind of like his inner sense of reality was kind of in flux. But anyway, so near the end of the film, that character, as he's sitting kind of alone in this woodsy area, I think they were out camping, if I remember right, and he's kind of sitting there reflecting and thinking with kind of a distant look on his face. And what he says to his friend, he makes the observation that perhaps the fandom actually wasn't about the films all along after all. Maybe it was actually about things that were bigger than the films, things that were independent from mere screen time. Maybe we could suggest for fans like those ones in that film, maybe, though they wouldn't have put it like this probably, maybe they didn't, I'm sure they didn't realize it, but maybe we could say that some of that stuff, what it was really about, stuff like the community, the energy, the imagination, the sense of togetherness that arose for them around the Star Wars trilogy. And that meager number of hours of runtime, like what do you get, like 6 hours total, So all that and that community, that imagination, that togetherness, that would continue to exist even if, let's say some aliens came and stole all footage of all Star Wars films forever at that point, and let's say no one on Earth was ever going to see an authentic Star Wars opening crawl ever again. But even if that were to happen, the fandom, as people enjoying fantasy and imagination together, it would still remain, because it's not actually about this mere smattering of hours of runtime on a film reel. So I guess I'm kind of suggesting it seems like when that particular superfan was reflecting on his end-of-life pilgrimage and his long-awaited exposure to the holy grail of the unreleased Phantom Menace film, and as he thought about his life and how much time he had left to live, it seems that this was part of what he ended up realizing as he found himself asking, is that it? Darth Maul and a pod race? Is that all I have to live for? Similarly, to give one more fandom reference, the 1997 documentary Trekkies, which perhaps single-handedly sealed the doom of the social acceptability of Star Trek fandom for the next 10 plus years. But much like the film Fanboys, the documentary kind of gives us a picture of a kind of fandom in which fandom may constitute more or less your entire life. And unfortunately, one of the criticisms of the film is that it kind of ended up prioritizing, probably accidentally ended up prioritizing, shall we say, not normal fans, almost kind of seeming to suggest that in order to be a hardcore true Trekkie, you've got to be kind of frighteningly socially awkward in a culturally disruptive manner. But even when people are engaging in alarmingly socially awkward behavior that gets miscategorized as quote unquote fandom, as though the more of a Star Trek fan you become, the more you are going to be engaging in culturally inappropriate behaviors. But at the same time, the documentary made the emphasis that even the very weirdest of these superfans may be the kind of citizen that makes our country, makes the world a better place. Because generally speaking, those kind of people are probably going to believe in the moral message of Star Trek, and they want to do what's right. They want to do what a true Starfleet officer would do. And they may just make the world around them a little bit of a better place to be than it would be without them. Remember the Star Trek fans in the 1999 film Galaxy Quest? All the really nerdy ones with matching hairdos that went around like lemmings pursuing Pseudo Shatner at the Pseudo Trek convention. Pseudo Shatner was so annoyed with them because, just like some of the people in the Trekkies documentary, all these look-alike superfans seemed to be maladaptively stuck in play acting mode. Kind of like people who've been playing just way too much Dungeons and Dragons, and now you just can't get them to snap out of it. Their fandom, their obsession, as far as Pseudo Shatner was concerned, their fandom was making the world a very annoying place to be in and was making them annoying to him. But of course, they weren't actually fans. They were aliens from another planet. And fans can sometimes seem like aliens from another planet, now can't they? Particularly if they also happen to be neurodivergent at the same time. Kind of like the implication of that one Star Trek Enterprise episode, Carbon Creek, in which the Vulcans were walking around on Earth as humans on the autism spectrum. In the same way, sometimes fans, especially if they are neurodivergent, fans can look a little bit like aliens walking around on Earth. But here's the question. Does their fandom make them better or worse? Contrary to what the Trekkies documentary might accidentally have come across as implying, contrary to that, their fandom didn't make them neurodivergent. If it wasn't this obsession, it would be some other obsession. One of the things that I hope I can do in a small way through my channel here is to help all of us with our various fandoms, whether Star Trek, Star Wars, Harry Potter, or whatever it is, help all of us enjoy our fandom while using it to bring out the best in us, to become better people, more educated, more informed, more wise, more able to live life skillfully, to be able to do and be all of that while having a healthy obsession that makes us better rather than making us, let's say, haters or people with empty, lonely lives. Fans that make the world a better place whose fandom makes them better people who make the world a better place, rather than, as painted so tragically in the film Fanboys, rather than being people who just become haters, who have so little to show for all the passion that they have bled out passionately throughout their lives. So, anyway, in this film, the motion picture, Kirk wants to save the Federation from Voyager, and his obsession with the Enterprise can play a role in that journey. But Bones rightfully warns Kirk that if the obsession is actually running the whole show, it's going to leave you with blind spots. And if your desire for the Enterprise ranks higher than your passion for living out Federation values, such as the dignity of humanity and the importance of respecting and valuing the people around you, these people around you matter so much more than your obsession. Because those kinds of values that drive Starfleet and the Federation are so much more important than getting back the Enterprise or keeping the Enterprise. Let's be those kinds of fans. The kinds of fans who value people and respect for others over everything else. Anyway, next scene, we go on to very slowly watch this shuttle coming up and docking with the Enterprise. Nice, beautiful little outer space sequence, kind of as a respite from the emotional tension of the multiple character scenes that we've been getting back to back. To our surprise, Spock is the one who steps through the door there, and before long, he's stepping onto the bridge. Uhura gasps, and Sulu says, "Why, it's Mr." And then Kirk finishes with wide eyes of surprise. Spock! Spock! And everybody's startled by this unannounced arrival, even Ilia and Decker, who don't even know him. Spock is taking what you could consider a presumption, but because of who he is, both in the social sense as someone who knows these people and also in the power sense as someone with a special role in Starfleet, he can take that presumption. He's kind of like a retiree who shows up and steps over all the police lines and no one stops him. So when he tells Decker, "If I may," and Decker looks at him with a blank look of confusion and then suddenly says, "Oh," and he gets out of his chair to let Spock into the science station. Decker was confused and felt awkward because Spock is practicing a presumption. He's pushing past social norms, kind of like someone kind of indifferently pushing his way past the yellow tape while everybody gapes at his stature and fame. As he accesses the panel, he finally begins to explain, as though spoken to somebody he barely knows. He says to Kirk, "I've been monitoring your communications with Starfleet Command, Captain. I'm aware of your engine design difficulties." And then as he finally looks at Kirk, he says, "I offer my services as science officer." And then he turns to Decker and says, "With all due respect, Commander." And notice how Spock, though supposedly emotionless, kind of did a much better job socially than Kirk did in a similar social context, what Kirk did toward Decker back in the engineering scene. We could say, to incorporate part of Bones' interpretation, Kirk's obsession caused him to step over and step on Decker in an inexcusable manner. Spock, even though he supposedly has no emotions, managed to communicate a similar message in terms of, the plot shift, like I'm coming on board kind of thing. Spock communicated a similar message, but in a way that offended nobody and emotionally hurt no one and demonstrated respect. And I guess this is because Spock knows how to be polite. He knows how to communicate with humans, even though he does so in his uniquely silent, sagely Zen master kind of way. But, he uses very few words, but the words he uses include respect, appropriateness, and social consideration of the power dynamics around him, even with the very few words that he uses. Anyway, so Kirk answers, if our exec has no objections, talking about Decker, and Decker with this slightly suppressed big smile. It's almost like he's suppressing a great big hearty laugh, and he kind of just smirks and he says, "Of course not. I'm well aware of Mr. Spock's qualifications." And I'm sure he's excited because before he was having to take multiple roles, more than is appropriate for, how much a single person can carry. So he's glad to let Spock have it. And then Kirk has Spock reinstated as Starfleet Commissioned Science Officer. Guess it helps to be an admiral sometimes. And then Chapel and McCoy rush onto the bridge to see Spock. And McCoy says with a big smile, he's like, "Well, so help me, I'm actually pleased to see you." And then there's a pause as he and Spock look at each other. And Spock gives no response, just kind of looking back in an indifferent kind of way, as though he's turned to glance at some kind of insect on the wall. And then while looking, he just kind of starts to daydream. And so McCoy's smile kind of fades, and Spock just goes back to his equipment. And then as he's walking, and he walks past Uhura, she's like, "It's how we all feel, Mr. Spock." But without even a pause there, without even seeming to hear her or even pausing, Spock just says to the captain, because he's about to go into a turbo lift, "With your permission, I'll now discuss those fuel equations with the engineer." And he's gone. And then Kirk calls out, "Mr. Spock." And Spock turns. "Welcome aboard." Kind of like, "Mr. Spock, please show something." And Spock, he pauses enough, like he turns his face and he pauses to listen. But then after that, he walks away without even acknowledging. Once again, it's kind of like he heard it, but he didn't hear it. So even though Spock knows strategically, he knows how to keep people from getting angry, for example, he knows how to be diplomatic, but he also, in this case, he refuses to respond or to even acknowledge their expressions of positive regard for his arrival. Now, the first time I watched this back when I was a teenager, I thought this was just the writers and the director's way of telling any non-Trekkies in the audience what kind of a being Spock was. In which case, it doesn't work very well. It comes off kind of corny if that's what it's there for, because they should know this. If that were the case, then we would think the crew would be a bit thick to be so surprised if this was normal Spock behavior. But the fact of the matter is, if you're familiar with TOS, then you know that Spock may express annoyance with people, but he's very much able to acknowledge things that people express. He could have said, for example, that it is agreeable to be among people he respects. Or he could have said, "Your human penchant for conflating professional relationships with emotional ones is so disturbing. It's quite disturbing, you know." But instead, he said nothing. He pretended not to hear, amounting to a cold and violent jab. And as Spock just demonstrated by how he introduced himself, Spock does know how to handle people with care. But when his old friends express excitement to see him and express positive regard for him and for his presence here, he doesn't respond in his normal Vulcan diplomat manner. Instead, he zones out and ignores the words, refusing to acknowledge that they were even spoken. So I think we could interpret this in 2 or 3 different ways. Like I said in my comments earlier on in the video when I was talking about the Kolinahr scene, when I kind of fast forwarded and I talked a little bit about this scene. So like I said there, I think we could interpret this scene in a couple of ways. So the one way would be he has become more apathetic through Kolinahr. Kolinahr has kind of made him like this. Number 2, he's just so on mission. He's so focused that all of this distracting emotion talk is like buzzing in his ears. And so he's just trying to get on. I don't think that's it, but that'd be another option. Number 3, he is bitterly furious and resentful toward humanity, toward the humanity within him, and therefore toward everything that the Enterprise crew and his past as a former member of that crew represents. This reminds me of the Gottman concept. I made reference a little bit earlier to the Gottman method of couples counseling that John and Julie Gottman put together. They have a concept called turning toward. That's a part of relationship health, and it applies to romantic relationships, but it's also, like most of the principles for the health of the relationship, it also applies to friendships and anything else where 2 people are engaging with one another in some way. The Gottmans suggest that one can respond to a quote-unquote bid for connection in only 3 possible ways. And a bid for connection is just something that you say to either get attention or to try to connect with somebody, to try to communicate in some way. So if a couple is sitting in an apartment together and one of them says, "Hey, look at that funny car," that's a bid for connection. You're wanting some kind of attention or some kind of response. And so the Gottman suggests that you can only respond to a bid for connection in 3 possible ways. One would be responding to the bid positively, which could be something as small as a nod or a grunt, or it could be a whole conversation. Or you could respond to the bid negatively. "Be quiet. Leave me alone." Or you could ignore the bid, resulting in the sense of being unseen and unheard, and basically resulting in the sense of not existing, and the relationship doesn't exist. So Spock has done the third one. Spock responds in the most dismissive way that he could. He doesn't challenge their assertion that he and they have this meaningful relationship. He doesn't be like, "Oh, you think we have a relationship?" And then there's this banter. He doesn't do that, because to do so would give it the dignity of a response and give them the satisfaction of hearing his voice. Because McCoy always chuckles, whatever Spock says. Instead, he ignores it entirely, thus non-verbally insisting emphatically that he does not know them, they do not know him, the relationship does not exist, and it never did, and their words don't warrant even the merest acknowledgement. They just don't exist. They are unseen, unheard, and if they want to protect their own dignity, they better leave them alone and keep their idiotic babble to themselves. That's all my interpretation. So after he's gone, Kirk and Bones just kind of stand there reflecting, and they blink and they look at one another, exchanging a glance of concern at each other. Because this isn't the way they expected the Spock they knew to respond. They are well aware that this wasn't an emotionless response. This wasn't just a Vulcan way of interacting. This was a violent jab of disinterest and disassociation. But of course, they have to keep thinking about it because with Spock, you just never know what something means, especially if you haven't seen him for so long. All right, well, here's our next captain's log. Captain's log, stardate 7413.4. Thanks to Mr. Spock's timely arrival and assistance, we have the engines rebalanced into full warp capacity. Repair time less than 3 hours, which means we will now be able to intercept intruder while still more than a day from Earth. And then there's a relaxed, extended sequence as the ship prepares to warp, and then finally launches into warp, and then slowly moves upward until it reaches warp 7, and then everybody's excited, and it's all working, and it's all good. And then we get another significant interpersonal scene, perhaps the second most significant one, if we count the two-part discussion back in Kirk's quarters, we count that as being the most significant one. This is the one that takes place, I think it's the staff lounge or the conference room or whatever the room is, and this starts something around the 53-minute mark of the film, as Kirk and Bones they're waiting around, and then finally Spock shows up. And then significantly, this is going to be the conclusion of the middle section of the film, focusing on character conflict, of those three sections I told you I'm kind of dividing up the film into. So the film started with those two short introductory bits, and then the third bit being the first major sequence, including Kirk meeting everybody, losing some crew members, bringing other crew members aboard, and finally launching the Enterprise. And then the fourth sequence, or the second major sequence, is what I call character tension and complications, because now that the Enterprise has launched, all the complications start to emerge, including a lot of character tension and important dialogue scenes. So this fourth sequence includes the wormhole scene, the Kirk and Decker confrontation in Kirk's quarters, everything connected to Spock's arrival, Decker bumping into Ilia, and then finally this last sequence, Kirk and Spock and McCoy in the lounge scene. And then after this, we're going to get what I consider to be the fifth sequence, or the third major sequence, which will be all the stuff connected with entering the Voyager cloud, everything with the Ilia Voyager probe, etc., coming all the way to the end of the film where you get the resolution. And then that short little concluding scene on the bridge, just like you had the short little introduction scenes with the Klingons and planet Vulcan, you also have the little tiny little ending scene on the bridge. Anyway, so that places this lounge scene here as the concluding part of the middle act between, if you consider there to be 3 acts. And this act 2, this middle part here, was the part where all the confrontations happen and where we resolve or explore some of the character tensions so that our character conflict stories have been more or less dealt with in certain ways before the Voyager element of the story, the Voyager cloud part starts, or at least for some of them, either resolved or kind of sufficiently introduced. And by the way, it's interesting to note each of those 3 major sequences, the Kirk and launch of the Enterprise, the character tension and complications, and the Voyager cloud and Ilia probe and all that. Each of these 3 is kind of a separate story with its own flow and emphases and elements such as build up and release, most notably the emphatic climax that I talked about where the Enterprise launches. But it's kind of almost like there are 3 different episodes here, or maybe you could say 2 episodes with the middle one being kind of a compilation of bits that would have been inserted into the other 2. I kind of wonder if that's part of why so many people think that much of the film has nothing happening in it, because since there are 3 stories with 3 separate emphases, if you think that one of those 3 is supposed to be the story, then the other 2 will seem like nothing's happening. It's going to feel like wasted time that doesn't relate to the important part, or it doesn't relate to the thread that you're trying to pay attention to. And that could possibly make the film seem either boring or tiring or both. On the other hand, if you recognize that this film is not following the traditional storytelling rule of having one central thread, but instead it kind of has been split into 3 different bits, I wonder if that can help a lot of us enjoy the film a little more. Anyway, so let's get into the scene here. So Kirk and Bones are waiting around, and then Spock finally shows up. He says, "Science Officer Spock, reporting as ordered, Captain." So he was ordered to come here. He's not coming as a friend. Kirk says, "Please sit," which Spock completely ignores. McCoy says, "Spock, you haven't changed a bit. You're just as warm and sociable as ever." And then Spock, with a raised eyebrow, he says, "Nor have you, Doctor, as your continued predilection for irrelevancy demonstrates." And even though that's kind of a jab, in a way, we can kind of breathe a sigh of relief because at least they are interacting. And it's kind of like we're suddenly back to the good natured ribbing that you might remember from TOS. Well, Kirk says, "Gentlemen," and he gestures toward the couches, and McCoy walks over to sit down. Kirk says, "At last report, you were on Vulcan, apparently to stay." And McCoy says from his seat, he's like, "Yeah, you were undergoing the Culinary discipline." And then Kirk gestures more emphatically and says, "Sit down." Now, notice that Spock, despite his understanding of politeness and the social norms on the Enterprise, it's kind of like Spock is making it a point to remain in the safe, formal posture of standing. Just like he refused to acknowledge any of the expressions of friendship extended to him back on the bridge, in the same way, right here, he refuses to acknowledge the request to enter into the more personal, relaxed kind of interaction that occurs when seated. It's not that Spock doesn't know how to sit or that he isn't comfortable sitting like 7 of 9 on Voyager. After all, I remember just a minute ago on the bridge, he very readily knew how to sit down in the chair at the science station. But instead, I think it's that sitting down would be to drop his defensive barriers of distance and formality and engage in a relaxed and extended discussion. So when Kirk says again and again to please sit down, Spock doesn't chafe against this and argue against it, but he just persistently ignores it because it disgusts him that he has to be here again. And inside, he's chafing violently against the idea of mingling with and being more deeply infected with this place that has already corrupted him so much. Well, the conversation goes on as Spock provides a minimal explanation. I think probably annoyed, not only annoyed at how much McCoy knows about him, but also about how little. He says, "If you're referring to the Culinar, Doctor, you are correct." And McCoy says, "Well, however it's pronounced, Mr. Spock, it's the Vulcan ritual that's supposed to purge all remaining emotion." Kirk says, "The Culinar is also a discipline that you broke to join us." And he gives an even bigger gesture and says, "Will you please sit down?" And Spock finally slowly steps over to the chair and stiffly, formally seats himself down. Now, notice that this thing that Kirk just said, this is what's been perplexing. This is what has been so perplexing for the characters. And Kirk just put words to it. He says, "The Culinar is also a discipline that you broke to join us." So this is what has been perplexing them all. Not only was Spock being cold to them on the bridge, but it would seem that the reason he's here in the first place was because he sought them out and he sacrificed important things in order to do so. And then after that, he treats them coldly when he arrives. So finally, at this moment, Kirk finally has put words to that. And as often happens in life, when you put words to your thoughts and what you are kind of reading the mind of somebody else, when you put words to it, then that provides an immediate opportunity for increased understanding. And Spock explains. He gives the real, what's really going on. And he says, "On Vulcan, I began sensing a consciousness from a source more powerful than I have ever encountered. Thought patterns of exactingly perfect order. I believe they emanate from the intruder. I believe it may hold our answers." And then McCoy says with a smile, "Well, isn't it lucky for you that we just happen to be heading your way?" And Kirk says reprimandingly, he's like, "Bones." And then he turns back to Spock. And then kind of as a distraction, he says to McCoy, "We need him." And then he goes on. But in that little comment, we see the process of development, of understanding going through Kirk's head. His bafflement has now been answered. Once he reflected back to Spock what he was perceiving in terms of Spock's motivations, then he actually increased understanding by actually seeing what is going on in Spock's head. So now his bafflement has now been answered. Spock may have sacrificed Kolinar, but it wasn't a sacrifice he did to get to be with them. In fact, Spock may not even want to be here in the slightest, Kirk realizes. But regardless of how any of us feel about each other, as Kirk says to Bones, we need him. And then Kirk faces Spock and he leans in and he continues, "I need him." And Spock, raising his eyebrows casually, he says, "Then my presence is to our mutual advantage." And Kirk just kind of searches Spock's face, and then a slight frown kind of emerges, maybe disappointment on Kirk's face. And then you kind of see a letdown on Kirk's face, kind of a noticeable drop in energy. And Kirk just says, "Well, any thought patterns you might sense, whether they appear to affect you personally or not, I expect to be immediately reported." So in other words, it's like Kirk is realizing, okay, so we're not friends. All right, well, as an officer, you'd better report to me anything you hear. And Spock, while Kirk is sighing, Spock says, "Of course, Captain." Spock says, "Is there anything else?" And then Kirk, he's frowning and he's got kind of a tad bit of anger, it looks like, on his face. And he says, "No." And then Spock gets up and leaves. Now, once they've all stood up, Spock has left the room and they're all standing up because they're getting ready to head out. And McCoy says, Jim, if this super intelligence is as important to him as he says it is, how do we know, Kirk says, that he wouldn't put his own interests ahead of the ship? And he kind of thinks and he sighs and he says, I could never believe that. And McCoy says, how do we know that about any of us? So I think probably kind of a reference back to their earlier conversation in terms of how do I know about you, Kirk, Kirk's obsession. Kirk couldn't imagine Spock doing anything reckless or inappropriate. But from McCoy's point of view, Kirk has already been doing that. The less you know someone and the less you know about somebody's current experiences, the less wise it may be to bank everything on what you think that person's going to do, how well you think you know what they could or would do. If you don't have understanding of a person, then you don't have understanding of the person. Anyway, right at that point, Uhura interrupts over the comm to tell Kirk that they're getting closer to the cloud, so Kirk heads off to the bridge. So if we missed the fact that there are themes being discussed here, McCoy's line has definitely reminded us, drawn a nice little parallel for us when he says, how do we know that about any of us? People are pulled and drawn by different kinds of things, such as desires, fascinations, felt needs. And just like Kirk, people often will do anything for that desire, those goals, those felt needs. And McCoy is observing that Spock seems to be following a similar kind of impulse, and McCoy is alarmed and uneasy about the unpredictableness of both of those. Both Kirk and Spock are trying to fill a void, and they feel they have to get the thing that they seek, because without it, they can never be satisfied, never be at peace again. And when someone like McCoy finds himself watching and looking and seeing the patterns of behavior that result from those kinds of things, he finds himself taking a step back uneasily, taking a step back with uneasiness at how out of character some of those behaviors end up looking. These behaviors which emerge when someone has a desire or an obsession that has gotten so big and so all-consuming that every other consideration pales in comparison. All right, so next scene here, they approach the cloud. They try to communicate with it, but it doesn't seem to hear them. It doesn't respond, at least. They detect that it is scanning them. They notice that the scan is originating from an object at the center of the cloud. During this part, there's one moment when Kirk and Decker have been disagreeing about the course of action to take. And when Kirk is about to kind of get after Decker for it, and then Decker just kind of interrupts and says with intensity, Captain, as your executive officer, it is my duty to point out alternatives. And then Kirk pauses, he kind of gets a hold of himself, and he smiles and says, yes, it is. Not in that tone. He says, he's affirming. He says, yes, it is. He's like, yeah, thank you. He doesn't say thank you, but he's implying a thank you. So once again, kind of like in the earlier scene, Kirk has my massive blind spots resulting from his tension with Decker. But when his misbehavior is pointed out, he's able to pause, let go of the anger or the urgency or the rush that he's been hanging on to, and accept the possibility of being wrong. So instead of choosing to continue locking horns with Decker, instead, he practices humility by, in this case, accepting the input. In this case, that starts with accepting meta input, because that's what Decker is providing. In other words, he accepts Decker's insistence that Decker should be allowed to provide input. So instead of trying to continue fighting, instead he smiles winsomely and basically says, I stand corrected. And once again, just like in the scene in the quarters, it's not just the words, but it's also the nonverbals that signal in the most fundamental way that sort of, I don't want to fight anymore. Can we be friends? It's kind of what his smile is saying, kind of like the little kids would say on the playground. I don't want to fight anymore. Can we be friends? The kids would say that without the subtlety and indirectness that adults end up with. Now, since this is right after the transition to the next major portion of the film, the discussion is about entering the V'ger cloud. So this is the very beginning of the extended V'ger cloud exploration sequence, the third of the three major portions of the film. Perhaps we could say that the relationship tension between Kirk and Decker is getting ready to level off, starting roughly right about this point. Perhaps we could say this quick moment here is when the seed form of the conflict resolution has landed. In other words, they still feel the tension, but the grounds for their friendship status has been set into place. For Decker, at this point now, he has had positive interactions with Kirk, suggesting that he won't be mistreated, that he now has grounds to think that Kirk may well listen to him and respect this first officer here, Decker. For Kirk, he has received important feedback from Bones, and he has also opened up himself to the kind of self-understanding to recognize some of his imperfections and the fact that Decker isn't a threat to him unless Kirk turns him into a threat. Kirk and Decker have both practiced the initial steps of making peace, and they both have seen evidence that each other may continue to warrant trust and good feelings if they follow out their half of it. If each one follows out their half of it, then the good stuff may continue going. So now, over the next part of the film, while plot development and other concerns take over the focus of the film, so we're not watching Kirk and Decker as much. I mean, I'm going to be drawing attention to that, but when first time I watched it, or when I watched it as a teenager, you're not watching them, you're paying attention to all the other stuff. So while all of that is taking our attention, these good feelings and potential for friendship can continue to grow its roots deeper in the background, while everything else is taking the actual focus. The good feelings can grow while Kirk and Decker have ordinary interactions that aren't focused on consciously on the relationship itself, but instead serve to strengthen the relationship simply because they're having interactions while not interpreting those interactions against a grid of anger and distrust, but instead they're having interactions that they aren't thinking about a whole lot, and that's against the humanizing grid of cooperation, cooperative success, working together on something that is separate from their own thing, you know. All right, so now that we're in this third major section of the film, the emphasis is going to shift from being a story about Kirk and Decker and the various other relationships to being a story primarily about V'ger and how the Enterprise and its crew are encountering and interacting with and trying to get to better understand V'ger. And one big part of that is going to be, we're going to have a number of important Spock moments talking about V'ger on the bridge. And the first of those happens around this point when Spock gives one of his first telepathic reports regarding his telepathic stuff coming from V'ger. And Spock says, "I sense puzzlement. We have been contacted. Why have we not replied?" Kirk says, "Contacted? How?" And then they're interrupted by the red alert siren as the V'ger zapper projectile launches toward the Enterprise. And it hits the Enterprise, and it does all kinds of damage. And among other things, Chekhov's console goes crazy, and he gets burned. Chapel arrives, but before she can treat him, Ilia says, "I can stop his pain." And then she goes into a focus state while putting rhythmic pressure on Chekhov's shoulder. Now, actually, last time I watched this, I assumed there was some kind of healing going on here. And maybe I was getting that partly from the TOS episode, The Empath, because it has so much parallels. But on more careful observation, it seems to be more specifically just literally what she says, just the pain aspect that she's taking care of, at least from what they say on screen. So she places both hands on his shoulder over what may be a nerve area. The injury is on his hand/wrist. Perhaps the place where she puts her hands, maybe that's the Delton equivalent of how the Vulcans have particular places on your face to put the, particular points where you're supposed to put your fingers. And then considering that Chapel continues to spray Chekhov's wrist/hand afterwards, maybe a dermal regenerator from the TOS era, I don't know. Definitely looks different from a dermal regenerator, but then a lot of things were different back in this era. But anyway, it seems like the physical healing still needed to happen, otherwise she wouldn't have been doing that. So it seems that Ilia, instead, it would seem she was doing literally what she said, stop the pain, which I think was probably a process that she had already kind of started or was getting ready to start when Chapel arrived, because her hands were already in that position. I think the reason she said it, the reason she spoke, was that so that she could actually finish what she was doing without being interrupted. And the reason she had this over-the-top look on her face of overwhelmed pain was either because the telepathic transfer had already begun, or maybe kind of like this was the accidental overflow. And then when she does it, that's when it, so in the beginning, she can feel the pain just kind of by default, because that's just the way she is. And then as such, she really wants to get in there and actually remove the pain and lift it by opening the floodgates and actually engaging the process intentionally. Anyway, so next thing that happens here, Spock detects in the science station, he detects a high frequency transmission. He tries to respond based on his knowledge of V'ger. He tries to figure out a way to make a response. And he does manage to do so just in time. It's kind of a action scene moment because the zapper blaster is coming and Kirk is like, "You're going to do the thing, Spock?" And then he does it and then it disappears just like that. And then Kirk says, "It would seem that our friendship messages have been received and understood, Mr. Spock." And Spock says, "I would say that was a logical assumption, Captain." And then interestingly, around the same time in the film, friendship messages between Kirk and Decker have also been received and understood. And there are plenty of nonverbal friendship messages also between Kirk and McCoy, and even between Spock and Kirk, in the sense that Spock and Kirk, they have these radically different goals or needs, but they have allied themselves because they recognize their needs overlap. And so both Kirk and Spock express their satisfaction with the alliance, in contrast to McCoy, who's just making sarcastic jabs about Spock's motivations. Right before Kirk corrects him, he's like, "Bones, we need him." But anyway, so in that sense, even Kirk and Spock have been sending friendship messages, quote unquote, just like Voyager and the Enterprise sent friendship messages, just like Kirk and Decker have sent friendship messages. Kirk and Bones have been sending friendship messages because just like that high frequency alien transmission code, we as humans transmit things like smiles, or like Spock finally actually sitting down after Kirk kept asking him to, even though inside himself, that was the last thing he wanted to do. These little things that we do to communicate friendship, to communicate the absence of hostility. Anyway, the next thing we get is this other important bit of Spock, Kirk, Decker dialogue over by the science station, when Spock says, "Captain, we are obviously confronted by a highly advanced mentality, yet they cannot understand who we are or what we want." Kirk says, "And yet it would seem that they understood our message. They broke off the attack." Decker says, "They may have attacked only as a warning to us, Captain, to keep away." And Spock says, "That would presuppose a feeling, Commander, compassion." And he shakes his head for emphasis and he says, "I sense no emotion, only pure logic." So there's a reference to compassion, and compassion is a very important part of the Star Trek discussion overall. So that's important to notice there. Another interesting thing to discuss is how a telepath like Spock senses, quote, "no emotion, but only pure logic." This particular line makes me scratch my head and ask myself, what does pure logic feel like? Has any one of us ever, quote unquote, sensed pure logic? This line of dialogue really stood out to me when I watched it, made me scratch my head. My thought is that this reflects part of the 60s and 70s mentality prior to some of the research that's been done more recently that has made it clear that we can't not have emotions. So I guess this line is kind of a callback to a time in our intellectual culture when there was the idea that there could be such a thing as thought without emotion. But even in that context, I still find it kind of hard to conceptualize what he's talking about, that he's sensing logic. Because as far as I see things, like what is logic? As I understand it, logic is a kind of thought, a way of correlating information or making sense out of data points. So Spock is sensing logic. Would that mean he's hearing a series of thoughts? Because Spock certainly doesn't tell us any specific thoughts or sequences of thoughts he's hearing. So what confuses me is that it seems to me that if there are no specific thoughts, but only what he's sensing, and a sense is a feeling, well, then it seems to me there's nothing to sense. If logic or reason is the connection of mental concepts, orderly thoughts, well, it seems to me that when you say that you sense something, that means you have a feeling. Sense as a noun is a synonym for feeling as a noun. Sense as a verb is a synonym for feel as a verb. So perhaps what Spock is describing here is actually nonsensical. I also think it ends up being contradicted by what Spock says later about the various feelings and longings that are coursing through Voyager. Also, Spock earlier indicated that Voyager was confused. Confusion is not, quote, pure logic. It's a feeling. Confusion is not a data point or a subcategory of logic. It's a form of discomfort resulting from the inability to make order, to make sense out of the data load. And usually it includes the desire to find that order, to form those correlations successfully. But anyway, I just can't imagine there being such a thing as just kind of floating psychic, pure logic, just kind of floating out there as a feeling of some kind, any more than somebody could say that he is sensing pure math, just kind of floating out there, emanating from somebody. I think it would make a little more sense. It might be better simply to say that he doesn't sense, let's say, compassion or social awareness coming from Voyager, and then kind of leave it at that. The way it occurs to me, V'ger is searching, V'ger is curious, V'ger is desiring, V'ger is frustrated and confused and reaching out and groping about in desperation and wide-eyed wonder and childlike frustrated dissatisfaction. But if the only things emanating telepathically from V'ger were linear correlations of thoughts, i.e. logic, and that was all there was to sense, well, then Spock would sense nothing at all, unless he was sensing the actual thoughts or ideas or the correlations of thoughts and ideas, or let's say a feeling of, let's say, orderliness or peace or dissatisfaction or curiosity. But he didn't say he sensed orderliness or stability or dissatisfaction or curiosity. He said he sensed logic, as though logic is some kind of ethereal thing that can be sensed. As I see it, logic could refer to a quality that applies to certain kinds of thoughts, or it could apply to the correlative thoughts themselves. But in either case, without actual content, you've got no logic. Anyway, let me just get off my soapbox and get on with the good stuff. So Kirk asks Spock and Decker for opinions on what course of action to take. Decker disagrees with Kirk and Spock, and he sees proceeding into the cloud as an unreasonable risk. And when Kirk continues to argue back with escalating intensity, how do you define unwarranted? And Decker finally says, "You asked my opinion, Captain." So kind of similar to his earlier observation when he said, "As your exec, it's my duty to point out alternatives." So he's clarifying he's not interested in fighting. He's interested in collaboratively sharing his perspective as required by his job description. Well, Kirk, by his silent pause, seems to acknowledge and affirm this, and Decker's anger seems to lift a little bit. So in other words, Kirk's silent pause kind of seems to alleviate the tension. You could say that at this moment, they have once again chosen not to fight, but instead to try to value one another. After all, two people don't need to agree to be on good terms. But one way to express combativeness is to insist on forcing the other person to agree with you. Arguing without interest in learning is a form of invalidation. By saying, "You asked my opinion," Decker was saying, "I'm not challenging you. I'm not trying to force your action. I'm providing my perspective as requested." In normal situations, a leader like Kirk would be comfortable receiving an alternate opinion. But because of the background of tension and resentment between him and Decker, he instead interpreted Decker's opinion, I think it seems, he interpreted it as an attack and a challenge to authority. And so he had to get over top of him and win. And so Decker alleviated the tension by helping the captain see through that blind spot. Decker, just like last time, he made a meta comment about the nature of the interaction itself rather than continuing to argue the point or argue about the subject matter. As a result, the captain was able to see himself and the interaction better, partly because of his ability to pause and consider what he's hearing rather than just continue and get carried away and try to fight based on what his anger is telling him, the cognitive distortions that anger is making him think. Now, I think it probably would have been better if Kirk would have actually added something such as perhaps thanking Decker for his opinion or at least acknowledging what happened before moving on. I mean, that would matter a lot less if they were on good terms. But because they're not, Decker may well have finished that interaction feeling like he just barely survived, just barely escaped getting a tongue lashing that my boss was about to give me, because in the absence of clear communication, in the absence of putting words to things, we all tend to fill in the blanks based on whatever our experience or our emotions are putting in those blanks. So the worse the extended context of the way your relationship with a person has been going, the more important it's going to be to get rid of that ambiguity, replace the ambiguous silences with actual words, replace the ambiguous silences with clear and positive, explicit verbal communication. In the case of Kirk's failure to communicate clearly his respect for Decker's opinion, some of Decker's resentment may actually be kind of kept in reserve, and then later on, it's going to be intensified after this particular decision the captain's about to make is actually going to be a decision that results in Ilia's death. And while you could attribute Kirk's absence of acknowledgement as being connected with Kirk's stronger leadership style, he's not just going to be thanking people all the time. But I tend to think if Bones or Spock had been the one who gave a similar objection, and then Kirk overreacted, and then Bones or Spock says, "You did ask my opinion," I tend to think that in that context, Kirk would have, at a very minimum, he would have acknowledged with a yes or objection noted. More likely, he would have included thank you. Thank you for your input, Dr. McCoy. Thank you for your input, Mr. Spock. That kind of thing. Though on the positive side, to look at the good side of what Kirk is doing, Kirk's slowness and thoughtfulness after Decker gave his line, that does give kind of some implicit respect because it implies that he is considering the two opinions provided from Spock and Decker. However, like I said, when words aren't used during relationally tense experiences, when you've got past resentment simmering in the air, that silence kind of leaves it to the hearer of the silence to interpret the silence. So if Decker was on great terms with Kirk, then the silence would be absolutely irrelevant. But since they are on very shaky ground relationally, I think we could probably be warranted to advise Kirk to eliminate the silence and replace it with words. Yes, of course. Thank you, Mr. Decker. And then he can take his ponderous 2 seconds to pause before he, flies out with his little kid grin, flies his ship madly into the jaws of the beast, which is basically what he does. So the Enterprise flies on into the cloud, into the beast. And that's when we get the part of the movie that's kind of like an extended visual kaleidoscope. It's much better in the remastered version. Seems like, from what I remember when I was a kid, seems like the old version literally did look like a kaleidoscope a lot of the time. This one actually looks like they're actually entering and exploring something bizarre and something that makes a certain amount of sense, and it feels like it's so big and it's alive and it's complicated, and you're going into it. It really feels like you're going into the beast, where I don't think I would have got that feeling from the visual kaleidoscope, from the older version. Anyway, so particularly once they go through the star-shaped thing, at that point it feels like they've entered something that is going to be kind of hard to get out of, or like they've entered an organism of some kind. And actually, if you think about it, it really does affect your interpretation of the final scene, when they're going to find the V'ger brain, with the space probe and everything. It really does affect your interpretation of that final scene, that at this point you can see everything here looks like some great complicated life form rather than just a bunch of colored lights, with Voyager 6 space probe in the middle of it. Anyway, after more than 10 minutes of visuals while the Enterprise goes on traveling deeper and deeper into the beast, then another zapper blaster hits the Enterprise, but this time, this vertical zapper beam shows up on the bridge as though it's here to visit, and it's going to slowly travel around until it's going to eventually take Ilia. If you remember, this is the scene where Chekhov says, "Mr. Spock, can that be a member of their crew?" And then Spock, with his tricorder, he's like, "A probe from their vessel, Captain. Plasma energy combination." And Decker says, "Don't interfere with it." And Chekhov's like, "Absolutely, I will not interfere." And then Kirk says, "No one interfere. It doesn't seem to be interested in us, only the ship." Now, notice how Kirk just repeated Decker's suggestion with more authority as the captain. So rather than being in opposition to his first officer, he's acting in alliance, cooperatively rather than competitively. They're standing together in their role. Of course, this isn't what anyone's focusing on, because they're all focusing, Kirk is focusing on the crisis situation. But since the seeds of cooperation have been planted, now when no one's watching, when no one even knows they're doing it, the seeds continue to bear fruit while other things are being taken care of. Anyway, so the zapper thing reads the computer and it's taken more and more info. And then finally Spock goes over and he smashes the panel, and then it zaps Spock down onto the ground. And then that was when it very slowly moved over to take Ilia. And then suddenly she's gone, and it's gone, and everything is suddenly just back and done. You just hear the tricorder clittering down, And then Decker says to Kirk, "This is how I define unwarranted." Meanwhile, Kirk is just reeling from the shock. He offers no resistance or anger toward Decker. And he just sits down. He has to sit down. He's just reeling with feeling. Yeah, so anyway, so that's about when the ship is seized by a tractor beam, as Spock explains it to them. And it starts getting pulled deeper in. And they once again pass through something similar to a star shape that makes it feel like you're actually going into one more layer of some kind of organism you can't just get back out of. The green flaps pull back, very much keeping this into the beast, into the sea monster kind of feeling here. Now, when Decker suggests a way to try to attack the beast, hey, could we do this and that and try to attack it? And Spock disagrees with that. And then Decker asks why he's opposed to trying. And then Kirk kind of looks over at Spock with an alarmed look on his face. Like, Decker's like, why are you opposed to trying? And Kirk's kind of like, oh, you know. Rather than being instantly ready to disagree with anything Decker says, like before, now, for the first time, he's listening to Decker with that same relaxed, open disposition like when he listens to Bones. Even though they don't end up taking Decker's advice and doing a phaser blast the way Decker suggested. But more importantly, he seems to now have an attitude of trust for Decker that is equally or comparable to his attitude towards Spock. Because notice how he responds to Decker in questioning Spock's motives. Of course, another factor for that is that he's already talked with McCoy about there perhaps being a good reason to make sure we kind of keep an eye on Spock's motivations. But things are much better with Kirk and Decker. A little bit later, Decker wonders out loud why the alien would bring us inside, whereas they could have destroyed us instead. And then Kirk's like, well, they still can destroy us. And then Spock answers with authority and drama. He says, curiosity, Mr. Decker, insatiable curiosity. Which is a much better answer as far as I'm concerned than saying, I am sensing emanations of pure logic, just pure logic. Oh, I love this. So Uhura says the aperture is closing behind them. They won't be able to get back out. And then the filmmakers show us this rear view with dramatic music as this star shape closes slowly and we are in the beast. Ah! And that's when they get the intruder alert signal from the ship sensors for someone or something on deck 5. They go to investigate and, oh, look at that. It's Ilia. At least it looks like Ilia, but she's got this little red light coming out of her throat. Then when it speaks, we realize it's not Ilia at all, because it says, I have been programmed by Voyager to observe and record normal functions of the carbon units infesting USS Enterprise. And Kirk asks, who is Voyager? She says, Voyager is that which programmed me. Is Voyager the name of the captain of the alien vessel? And then McCoy's using his tricorder. He's like, Jim, this is a mechanism. Spock says, a probe, Captain. Kirk asks, where is Lieutenant Ilia? She says, that unit no longer functions. I have been given its form to more easily communicate with the carbon-based units infesting Enterprise. Kirk says, why does Voyager travel to the third planet in the solar system directly at Earth, is what he's saying. And Ilia says, to find the creator. What does Voyager want with the creator? To join him. And as the discussion goes on, Spock is going to end up asking who the creator is, and she's going to say, the creator is that which created Voyager, to which Kirk will ask, who's Voyager? And she's going to say, Voyager is that which seeks the creator. And Kirk gives this bemused look like, oh, really? Is that where we are? This infinite circle? And that's when they decide to take her to the examination room to get a better look at her. But now I thought it was interesting as I was reflecting on that intriguingly phrased line, Voyager is that which seeks the creator. And I realized kind of in an amusing moment, just for fun here, I realized that awkward phrasing, that which, and if you pull that out of context, it almost makes you wonder if the writers were sneakily providing you a little bit of symbolic definition. I mean, probably they weren't, but it's kind of fun to think about if they were, as if the writers were sneakily telling us the literary symbolic meaning of Voyager. Voyager is, what does Voyager represent, or what is the Voyager concept fundamentally about? And it's like this sentence here is, Voyager equals that which seeks the creator, which analogically would be humanity, or specifically the religious and spiritual strain within humanity. Or at least that's one way to interpret it. But it's such a fitting way there that I can't help hanging on to it and playing around with it. And then you can take it to another level and things get even more interesting. Because if you remember, the whole story is about these themes of desires and felt needs and the human condition. For Kirk, his desires became an obsession. We have some concern that the same could be happening for Spock with his obsession about the call to him from space coming from Voyager. So naturally, we could suggest Voyager as well has a frighteningly intense interest in its search. And a lot of people are getting hurt because of that, or to be more precise, getting killed along the way. So perhaps you could say symbolically, it's not too much of a stretch to suggest that perhaps Voyager equals the religious extremist. Voyager is that which seeks the creator. And even though that's normal and that's human, it's also harmful and dangerous. Keep in mind that even though the particular anti-religious trend started by people like Richard Dawkins, even though that had very much not begun way back here, but back in the day, Roddenberry and others like him definitely had a perspective on religion that was pretty close to that, almost like it was Dawkins light, like it was the precursor. Almost like early Star Trek represents a mini New Atheism 40 years before New Atheism was going to emerge in the mid 2000s. So anyway, I guess we could say V'ger represents that which seeks the creator, even though probably the writers didn't mean us to take that line quite literally like that. But anyway, I think that's kind of what V'ger is, and V'ger will stop at nothing to find what it seeks or to find spiritual fulfillment. Just like Kirk would step on anyone and anything to get his deepest desires fulfilled, just like they were concerned Spock might step over appropriate boundaries and do frightening things to fulfill his deepest desires and follow that call from space. In the same way, I think V'ger has been stepping on others and causing unthinkable harm in order to fulfill V'ger's deepest desire and longing, which is to find and know God. So V'ger's quest can be thought of as the religious/spiritual obsession to parallel Kirk's personal obsession, and also to parallel Spock's fixation on the spiritual summons that has been calling to him from space. The film seems to be not just about desire, but specifically obsessive desire or obsession. And with its central coming into focus sub-theme that's going to come up pretty quickly here is going to be religious desire or religious interest or obsession, which the film doesn't portray as being entirely or exclusively harmful. In the end, despite being, I think they're portraying it as being incorrect and based on faulty information. But most importantly, I think this religious impulse, just like with Kirk's obsessive interest in the Enterprise, I think this is portrayed as something that can have a very toxic and blinding and destructive or harmful aspect to it. Now, on this topic, I can't help but point out some Star Trek parallels before moving on. You could say that just like Spock followed a call into space, so did Odo in his search for the Founders. And eventually he found consummation and unity with that target through the female shapeshifter. As a result, in the euphoria that followed, he completely lost sight of everything he had valued before, as though he was on some kind of crazy drug trip. This was season 6 or 7, I think, when the station was taken over by the Dominion. And it seemed to Kira like she had completely lost him and like he didn't care about anyone or anything else than that which had been calling to him and now finally was consummated. Now, in the end, Kira ended up turning out to be the one in the end who could bring him back, which makes sense because romantic relationships are often one of the few things that can break through obsession, and especially one of the most likely things to break through someone's dedication to religious or spiritual commitments. Meanwhile, for another example, Sisko also had a sense of calling from space. Sisko's sense of calling and obsessive devotion to the prophets ended up saving the Federation in the end, but not before his obsession took an unhealthy turn in the episode Rapture, in which he was so wrapped up in the overwhelming spiritual experiences that he'd been having that he isn't able to tell the difference between what he knows and what he thinks he knows. And he misinterprets his spiritual experiences, thinking that their very existence, the fact that they are occurring, means that it would be blasphemous to stop them for medical reasons. And so he refuses to have a life-saving surgery because that doesn't perfectly match his interpretation of his spiritual experience. So even for Sisko, whose sense of calling and sense of connection with a greater power was not only fundamentally true and healthy and transformative, but ended up being salvific for Bajor and the Federation and even the whole quadrant. But even for Sisko, his obsession had the capacity to leave him blinded by his own misunderstandings and his inability to step back and make careful choices wisely in light of reason and caution and the appropriate respect for the social influence of those people around him. So in Odo's case, spiritual obsession tranquilized him. In Sisko's case, spiritual obsession saved the galaxy, but in those instances where he failed to identify his own overinterpretation and his own impulsive dogmatism, it resulted in potential for serious harm. And then in Star Trek Enterprise Season 3, as well as in the DS9 episode Covenant, we get a fascinating set of counterexamples that help us contemplate instances in which it may be extremely consequential what you are actually believing and or what you are actually believing in contrast to Worf's sentiment he expressed to Odo, I think it was, when he said, what's important is simply that you believe. Worf says, faith is the victory. It's not important whether you've chosen the Bajoran temple or this or that. It's faith itself that makes the difference. Faith is the victory, says Worf. This is highly similar to what Kira's friend says to her, who belongs to the Pa-Wraith cult near the beginning of the episode Covenant. But because of the nature of the Pa-Wraiths, Kira isn't able to agree. If I remember right, she basically says, I can respect you as a friend, but I can't pretend that it doesn't matter whether, like you say, it doesn't matter whether you worship the Pa-Wraiths or you worship the prophets. You can't pretend that doesn't matter. And I can respect you as a friend, but I can't just agree with that. And then as the episode progresses, it serves to play out that theme and to explore that concept. And in the end, in fact, it does matter. It matters so much that the group following that goes down tragic disappointment after tragic disappointment until Kira barely escapes Empok Nor with her life. Because in some cases, it doesn't just matter that you believe, it also matters what you believe. And if your beliefs include, let's say, for example, complete trust in the goodness of Gul Dukat, as in that case, well, then it's actually not good at all, even though it may provide you some good feelings and some other psychological benefits along the way. Now, it's not entirely clear in the case of the Empok Nor cult. It's not entirely clear to what extent Gul Dukat was actually being supernaturally guided by the Pa-Wraiths as actual living entities rather than as mere ideas. It's not entirely clear at this point, though it is clear that the Pa-Wraiths do exist and that later on Gul Dukat definitely ended up being in contact with them. But at this point, the writers leave it ambiguous to what extent he's being guided directly by the Pa-Wraiths as opposed to more indirectly through the system they created, combined with Dukat's own corrupt inner desires for power and control. Now, when we get to Enterprise Season 3, these aliens you meet early on, who look a little bit like Bajorans, these aliens you meet early on who are part of the cult, are not, it seems, in contact with the allegedly divine sphere builders. I'm talking about the episode Chosen Realm. It doesn't seem like they are in contact with the sphere builders, but their cult is so toxic that you can imagine the malevolent sphere builders probably would have been very pleased to know that the cult existed and was doing what it was doing. And given the opportunity, the sphere builders almost certainly would have done anything along the way, big or little, to just kind of encourage it, push it along a little bit. But meanwhile, the larger governments that we find out about near the end of the season, they actually are being guided by and shaped by the sphere builders, even though the civilizations as a whole don't even believe those entities exist. And even though even some of the people being influenced by the sphere builders don't believe that may actually be who they are. They're not sure if they're telling the truth, if they actually are who they say they are. Anyway, at the end of the day, it becomes clear that it matters very much what entities one may be following, rather than just merely whether someone believes, like Worf says, faith is the victory. And kind of like that conversation between Kira and that Vedic with whom she disagreed. And then even if there are no entities or the entities aren't doing a whole lot, then I think it still matters very much what the religion or spirituality produces on a more practical level. Do your beliefs encourage indifferent drug-like tranquility, a la Odo? Do they encourage oppression and violence, like the cult of the sphere builders, who actually weren't receiving actual supernatural insight, but there was a lot of toxicity built into it? Or perhaps peace and hope, like the prophets of Bajor? And then if you're going to choose your beliefs and align your values around those beliefs rather than the other way around, then you're also going to want to be thinking beforehand about what kind of basis somebody could have to choose one faith over another one. Not because if you're careful about that and you really think about basis and stuff, not because doing that is going to guarantee something, but instead it's just because when something's that important, we can't just say it doesn't matter. Because in my opinion, it's not true, like Worf said, that faith is the victory and it doesn't matter what you believe. All right, on to the next scene here, which is the examination room scene. As they examine Ilia, Decker arrives and he is in awe to see Ilia lying there. She matches his gaze and she says his name, Decker. And Spock says, fascinating, not Decker unit. And then they all step outside. The Ilia probe stares after them, or it stares after Decker. And Spock says, so I copied out this little set of dialogue here. It's not super long, but Spock says, Captain, this probe may be our key to the aliens. And Decker's like, probe? Ilia? And Spock says, exactly. It is a programmed mechanism, Commander. Its body duplicates our navigator in precise detail. He turns to Kirk and says, suppose that beneath its programming, the real Ilia's memory patterns are duplicated with equal precision. Kirk says, they had a pattern to follow. Spock says, indeed, they may have followed it too precisely. Kirk says, Ilia's memory, her feelings of loyalty, obedience, friendship, might all be there. And Spock says to Decker, you did have a relationship with Lieutenant Ilia, Commander? And Decker says, kind of angrily, that probe in another form is what killed Ilia. And then Kirk, he kind of starts shouting a little bit. He says, Commander. And then he changes his mode and he softens. And then he gently but urgently reaches out to grab Decker's arm. And he says, Will, we're locked in an alien vessel 6 hours from Earth orbit. Our only contact with our captor is that probe. If we can control it, persuade it, use it. And then at that moment, the Ilia probe breaks through the wall and announces that she's finished and she's ready to continue with her mission. But as far as the Kirk-Decker thread of our story, we could say we are well into the next phase. The tension and hostility chapter was last chapter, and now we are on to the chapter where they grow in their relationship with the need to be aware of their dynamic with each other, with that being past. And now they're no longer thinking about it, but instead the seeds for good feelings and effective communication have long been planted. Now, while other things take the focus and they focus on other things, it meanwhile is growing in the background without anybody being aware of it. One important aspect of how this begins to grow is Kirk's reaction to observing Decker, which we just saw a minute ago. Decker isn't thinking about Kirk, but Kirk can't help but notice Decker and Ilia's reaction to each other. And Kirk's demeanor suggests he's saying something he understands. He expresses consideration, empathy, sensitivity in his tone of voice and the way he's relating to Decker. The opposite of how he treated Decker when he first came on board and when he treated Decker as an object, a thing, a mere obstacle in the way of his goals. Now he seems to be treating Decker a little more like a human he can relate to, partly because the tragic bite of the current situation is kind of obvious. And it's also the kind of thing I think that Kirk can relate to. And Kirk practices self-awareness, and he catches himself when he begins without thinking. He begins to kind of demand Decker do what he wants. You know, this when he shouts, Commander. He's about to demand Decker cooperate and do his duty. But instead, he catches himself. He softens his tone, and he says, will. So he's basically changing his MO from forcing his will. He's changing it from that to beseeching. He changes it the moment he remembers that Decker, as a human being, is a person with feelings. So he appeals to him instead of commanding him, and Decker receives it as such. So now, in a sense, they are colleagues. Now, Kirk and Decker are a little more like Bones and Kirk, two people who care about each other and speak to one another out of consideration, understanding, goodwill. Competition and browbeating have gone and have been replaced by something else, and all while completely out of sight, while we're focusing on the other issues that have emerged to take our focus. And we aren't paying attention to the Kirk and Decker dynamic anymore, and neither are they. So now for Kirk, instead of toxic obsession, instead we see compassion. Vice has given way to virtue. Resentment has given way to understanding. Combativeness has given way to consideration. And the result is that Decker is willing to cooperate as well, without resentment on his part, fulfilling his role willingly rather than with resistance. When Kirk tells Decker in the conclusion of the scene, when the Ilia probe is standing there, and he says, carry on with your assignment, Mr. Decker, Decker's face shows that the last thing he's thinking about is anger about what Kirk's doing. Instead, he's thinking about his assignment. And I guess this is a significant lesson really about leadership. Because if Decker walking away with the Ilia probe, if Decker was spending 50 or 60% of his mental resources trying to process the injustice and hate-worthiness of Kirk's demands, well, then he'd be left with only 40 to 50% of his mental resources left to be examining his task and trying to do it as well as possible. Instead of that, Decker feels understood, and he buys into the mission himself. And now he can spend 100% of his resources to thinking about the task at hand and how to go about it the best he can, how to understand it and everything connected to it, such as understanding the Ilia probe, as well as possible. And that's, I think, what he's thinking about when he says, aye, sir, and walks out of the room with Ilia. Anger, resistance, getting back at Kirk, making Kirk understand. making Kirk regret it. Those kinds of things don't have any pull on his resources, which is extremely important because he's got more than enough on his mind thinking about without that, which is partly why Spock says, as soon as the door closes, Spock says, I am concerned with that being our only source of information, Captain. and it's hard to tell if he's talking about Decker or if he's talking about the Ilia probe when he says that. Or maybe I suppose you could say he's probably kind of more generally referring to the whole odd Decker-Ilia combination that Kirk just brought together there. And then as well, going back to the three-way dialogue part, it's worth taking a minute to pause and notice how that dialogue continues to draw forward and expand upon the core thematic elements of the film from a bit of a different angle, the other side of the themes of the film. So the human qualities that Ilia just lost when she became a robotic probe, broadly speaking, are part of the broad category of what was failing to function properly within Kirk, and now has become more developed or less handicapped now that Kirk is checking himself. Broadly speaking, this is similar to what Spock and Voyager are wrestling with. And broadly speaking, these are the kinds of things that Ilia no longer has, but has echoes of, which Spock and Kirk are hoping that they'll see emerge in kind of accidental forms, kind of seeping through, kind of like after images from a dream coming through in the robot version of Ilia. And then the qualities that Kirk listed, he listed specifically memory, loyalty, obedience, and friendship. And I think he's listing them kind of with the idea these are the examples off the top of his head, but he's speaking of a larger category, the humanistic virtues. I think we could say, broadly speaking, he's referring to the kinds of things that Star Trek writers often subsume under the term humanity or what it means to be human or something like that. Now that Ilia, or the entity that the actress for Ilia is portraying, now that Ilia is no longer human, we have an opportunity to observe humanity and see it brought into relief by antithesis, by how noticeable and shockingly horrible it is to see the hole that's left when it's gone. And then also by how beautiful even the tiniest glimmer might look when we see it coming through in the sea of the desert. And I think this is really kind of the theme that the whole film is kind of talking about. It's about understanding the beauties of the human experience by noticing those against the base relief of the barren desert, of the loneliness and suppression of those key parts of humanity. And in the end, appreciating and embracing as essential all the various connected parts of the human experience, embracing them as good and beautiful and to be prized. And I think we are to watch the film and come away being just so grateful that we are not Ilia probes or Kolinar participants or lonely Voyager clouds floating through space, groping about for a God that doesn't exist. We are to instead look at ourselves, look at our minds, look at our significant other if we have one, look at our friends and family and community, and say, thank God for humanity. Even if I don't believe in God, thank God for humanity, for the beauty of real humanity all around me, which is so easy to forget, so easy to under-prioritize, undervalue, underappreciate. Well, next scene, after a brief captain's log, we come to Kirk and Bones watching Decker and Ilia through security cameras, while Decker is showing Ilia around the rec room. And now, fun fact here, it's so quick you can miss it, but Decker shows her all the photos on the wall, and he says, all these ships were called Enterprise. And the image is kind of fuzzy, so it's kind of hard to see what's in between the Enterprise space shuttle and the TOS Enterprise, but it's definitely not Archer's Enterprise stuck in the middle there. But there's still kind of a novelty aspect of collecting enterprises, which I think clearly was the same novelty that ends up playing out in Star Trek Enterprise when they launched Star Trek Enterprise, and they have all, like in the intermission sequence there, they're definitely playing on the same thing. So it's kind of fun there. Anyway, so over time, as Decker converses with the Ilia probe, over time it becomes clear that Voyager intends to reduce the carbon units on the Enterprise to data patterns once it better understands them. We could say this is a reflection of the frightening side of transhumanism, the concept of merging humanity with technology in a careless manner that we all intuitively know is going to actually be, in the end, nothing more and nothing less than annihilating the human. And I think this is important because the merging of humanity with technology ends up actually being the happy ending of the film. But at this point in the film, it's portrayed more as a horror concept. Because we all know that if a giant computer were to walk up to us and tell us that he's going to improve us by changing what we are, we all know that's a really bad idea because he doesn't know what he's doing. Improving something you don't understand is the quickest path to destroying that thing. So V'ger sees the carbon units as being merely the traits that V'ger can identify by its particular metrics of its various scanners. So V'ger concludes that most of what he is seeing is just filler. So let's just remove all the filler and we'll keep the important part. Problem is, V'ger doesn't actually sufficiently understand what he's looking at. In a way, it's kind of like V'ger has committed the fallacy of reductionism, reducing something down to component parts and then assuming that the whole is simply the result of the various parts that you can see and the interaction of those parts with one another based on the laws that you're aware of. Problem is, V'ger doesn't accurately understand the parts or how they interact, let alone understand the whole or even acknowledge the existence of the entity of the human. So if he tries to use his minimalistic black and white understanding in order to preserve the essential elements and discard the rest, well, he's going to destroy the actual entity because he doesn't actually understand what it is on a fundamental level. So we could say V'ger's arrogance and sense of mastery ends up being destructive, just like Kirk's arrogance and sense of mastery was destructive relationally as a leader earlier on, in thinking that he understood the dynamics of the people under his command, such as Decker. Then the next scene is when Spock sneaks into the room with the environmental suits. He does his Vulcan nerve pinch on the guy there. And then we scene shift over to Decker and Ilia as Nurse Chapel gives gives the probe one of Ilia's headbands to try to trigger some memories. Then we come back to Spock as he's flying away from the Enterprise in a red thruster suit. Over on the bridge, Chekhov notifies Kirk that the suit is missing and something's going on. And Kirk initially says, "Get him back here, get Spock back." But then he changes his mind and he says, instead, get a fix on his position. It seems that Kirk's initial impulse was kind of his captain default to get the crew member back, get stuff back into control as fast as possible. That's his default when somebody breaks protocol and something's out of control. But then after his initial default, then his trust and respect for Spock kind of kick in, and that results in his change of mind. Even though Kirk has doubted in the past, very recently, he has doubted whether Spock will be reliable and trustworthy when Spock's obsessive interests are in view, going back to that Bones discussion. But here, in this scene here, when push comes to shove, Kirk has so much trust and respect that he would rather let Spock's plan, whatever it is, run to completion rather than go and interrupt it and try to wrestle with his friend over this unfulfilled plan. And you could say that some of those humanistic qualities, loyalty, friendship, trust, brotherly love, etc., that these things have right now overruled Kirk's ordinary kind of dogmatistic leadership tendencies. Rather than fight for the command structure and fight for proper procedure, instead Kirk allows a deviation to carry through because he isn't willing to bend the arm of a friend who may know things that he doesn't. This is the opposite to the kind of arrogance that caused him to belittle Decker earlier. And this is similar to the trust that caused him to listen to Bones, even though he thought that he had all the answers already. This is also the opposite to the kind of arrogance that causes V'ger to destroy spaceships and people, and which causes V'ger to plan to reduce all the carbon units on the Enterprise into data patterns for his collection. Anyway, so Spock launches himself through that opening, and it shuts behind him. And then Spock proceeds through one thing after another in all these 3D representations of the different things that V'ger has kind of absorbed or assimilated or whatever you want to call it. And he goes on until he comes to a 3D representation of Ilia. And he observes that the flashing sensor seems to be significant, so he tries to mind meld with it. And the next thing we know, he's floating through space back to the Enterprise. And Kirk, he's out there and he grabs him, takes him back to the Enterprise. And the next thing we know, he's lying in sickbay. And then we get that sickbay scene here at roughly the hour and a half mark here in the film. So that's when we get Perhaps one of the most important Spock scenes in the film, perhaps also one of the most important thematic exposition scenes just in general. Very important scene here. Spock's lying there. Spock says, Jim, I should have known. Kirk says, were you right about V'ger? Spock nods. A life form of its own, conscious, living entity. Chapel's like, a living machine? And Jim says, she considers the Enterprise a living machine. That's why the probe refers to the ship as an entity. Spock says, I saw V'ger's planet, a planet populated by living machines, unbelievable technology. V'ger has knowledge that spans this universe. Yet, with all of its pure logic, V'ger is barren, cold, no history, no beauty. I should have known. Jim says, known? Known what? Spock, what should you have known? And Spock says, Jim, this, and he grabs Jim's hand. This simple feeling is beyond V'ger's comprehension. No meaning, no hope, Jim, no answers. It's asking questions. Is this all I am? Is there nothing more? And then they're interrupted by the intercom, and the V'ger cloud is getting closer to the Earth. So you've got a lot of themes here, all wrapped up together in this little scene here. This is a big scene, because the human qualities which are missing from V'ger, and it leaves V'ger barren and cold, as Spock puts it. This despite the fact that V'ger is superhuman in terms of its power and its pure logic, as Spock puts it. So V'ger is kind of like the Vulcan ideal on steroids. And Spock, in his shock, is realizing how barren and cold that is. Meanwhile, this overlaps with V'ger's spiritual longing and sense of being unanchored existentially and having a need for purpose and meaning and spiritual fulfillment. You know, Spock gave up his highest ideal, Vulcan self-actualization, Kulinar, in order to come onto this journey here. And now that he's traveled down this journey, down this road a little ways, and he's seen new things, now he's realizing that that very goal that he had sought is actually horrible and empty. And that very thing is what leaves Super V'ger with less rather than with more. And that's why he's saying, I should have known. I should have known. Spock had spent his whole life craving to actualize as a Vulcan, and V'ger has been craving to get rid of that very exact same thing, to escape the very same desert that Spock's been striving to get into. And as Spock reels through space after that mind meld, both figuratively and literally, reeling through space after the mind meld, as he is reeling from the shock of his discovery, he is saying to himself in bewilderment, I should have known. I should have known. Because what you think you're longing for, what you think is your need, is not always exactly the same as what you're actually longing for, what you actually have that deep, aching, fundamental need for. Anyway, so once they get back to the bridge, they find that V'ger has been transmitting a signal, a binary radio signal, and the Ilia probe tells them V'ger's trying to contact the creator. After receiving no responses, V'ger then proceeds to send out these satellites, which the V'ger to Earth, which the V'ger probe says they are preparing to remove the infestation of carbon units on the planet, because V'ger presumes the carbon units have been preventing the creator from responding. So it seems that V'ger believes that the creator is a machine, i.e. a true life form, and the carbon units on the planet are not life forms, but are interfering with the creator in the same way that the carbon units on the Enterprise, infesting the Enterprise, have been interfering with the Enterprise. Yeah. Okay, now a minute later, we get some advice from Spock. Spock says to the captain, because this is a deadly situation, what are we going to do? V'ger's going to destroy Earth. And Spock gives this bit of wisdom. He says, Captain, V'ger is a child. I suggest you treat it as such. Kirk says, a child? Spock says, yes, Captain, a child. Evolving, learning, searching, instinctively needing. Decker says, needing what? McCoy says, Spock, this child is about to wipe out every living thing on Earth. Now, what do you suggest we do? Spank it? And Spock says, "It knows only that it needs, Commander. But like so many of us, it does not know what." I love that line. I love it for how well it takes the themes of the film and kind of makes them just a little bit clearer. I think this line here is one more way to express the unifying theme of the film. The unifying theme, I think, is the topic of felt needs that we know we have, but we don't actually know what they are, or we don't necessarily know accurately what they are. It's the topic of how we sometimes don't know how to handle our needs because we don't know fundamentally, because we do know fundamentally that we hunger and thirst inside, but and we know that we'll do anything, anything for that which we believe will satisfy the longings or the lack or the deep fundamental need. In V'ger's case, the God that he thinks he seeks doesn't exist and never did. And the true God for V'ger is one that V'ger is not going to be willing or ready to accept. It's one that V'ger is going to adamantly refuse to believe in once he's told the truth. Of course, I'm getting ahead of myself. That's coming up. Because at this point, no one knows the truth about who V'ger's creator actually is. So what happens next is that Kirk, in typical TOS style, Kirk hatches a plan to outsmart the superbot, to outsmart the smartbot. In keeping with Spock's suggestion of treating V'ger like a hungry child, in keeping with that bit of wisdom there, Kirk declares to the Ilia probe, he tells her that he knows why the creator hasn't responded. Of course, he doesn't at this point. But he tells her that he knows, but he refuses to share this information until those Destructo satellites have been removed. So what he's doing is he's appealing to V'ger's felt need. It's kind of like he's offering candy to a child. He's saying, this is what you want. Hey, I have it for you. You have to do what I want first, or else I'll throw it away. And then predictably, V'ger starts throwing a tantrum, as McCoy puts it, when Kirk refuses to cooperate. But finally, I mean, after Kirk sticks to his guns and he shows that he's not going to bend, then finally V'ger does stop the tantrum and decide to cooperate. She says, if the carbon units will disclose the information. So, having successfully tricked the superbot into not killing all the humans, Kirk moves his plan to stage 2, which is tricking the superbot into showing Kirk his robot brain. So Kirk tells the Ilia probe the information cannot be disclosed to V'ger's probe, but only to V'ger directly. And then in response to this, that star-shaped entrance, the one that Spock passed through when he was out on his spacewalk, it starts to open up again, and this invisible tractor beam starts pulling the Enterprise into it. And then in between moments here, there's this quick little casual interaction between Kirk and Decker, which happens so quickly and seems so insignificant that you're almost guaranteed to miss it. But the significance gets a lot bigger when you tie it in with the earlier portions of the film and everything. And also when you notice the sheer relative mundaneness of the positive feelings that it includes between Kirk and Decker. Kirk says, well, Mr. Decker, it seems my bluff has been called. Decker says, I'm afraid our hand is pretty weak, Captain. And they exchange really big smiles at each other. And notice that uncontemplated we that Decker uses. I'm afraid our hand is pretty weak. Kirk said, my bluff has been called. And Decker said, our hand is weak. And then the moment prior to these lines, what I didn't tell you was just a minute ago, Kirk had just said to the room for everybody, he says, attend to your stations. And then Decker, he puts his wrist communicator up to his face and he repeats that command to the whole ship. So once again, there's that cooperative motion. And in that bit there, it's kind of implying the we by action. As captain and first officer, they function together. They are a team, a seamless, well-oiled machine at the top of the command structure there on the Enterprise, not in competition, but in the most mundane and efficient cooperation. And this is not supposed to be noticeable, but instead to be just a new normal that exists in the background, thriving out of sight, growing so smoothly that we completely miss it. Anyway, the captain contacts engineering. He orders Scotty to be ready to self-destruct if necessary. You know it's Star Trek if they're getting ready to blow up the ship. And then we get most important Spock scene number 2. which is just absolutely priceless and definitely the second most important scene in this whole V'ger-focused part of the film. Second most important next to the one where he's laying in sickbay that I just talked about. But ironically, this one was actually one of the ones that was a deleted scene originally in the first theatrical release of the film. It wasn't included. They cut it out. Why they cut it out, I have no clue. But for me, this is one of the most vital and compelling moments in the film. So the way this scene goes, after a long pause, Kirk, he tries to get Spock's attention, but Spock kind of isn't responsive. He just seems to be zoned out facing his terminal. And then Spock finally spins his chair around, and Kirk and Bones are startled to see a tear running down from Spock's left eye. And Kirk, he kind of reflects and he says, "Not for us." And Spock says, "No, Captain, not for us. For V'ger. I weep for V'ger as I wept for a brother. As I was when I came aboard, so is V'ger now, empty, incomplete, searching. Logic and knowledge are not enough." McCoy says, "Spock, are you saying you found what you needed, but V'ger hasn't?" Decker says, "What would V'ger need to fulfill itself?" Spock says, "Each of us, at some time in our lives, turns to someone, a father, a brother, a god, and asks, 'Why am I here? What was I meant to be?' V'ger hopes to touch its creator, to find its answers." Kirk says, "Is this all that I am? Is there nothing more?" All right, well, they're interrupted when the navigation officer draws their attention to the screen because the Enterprise is approaching that central place where the source of the radio signal had been coming from, i.e., kind of like it's the V'ger brain. But such a vital deleted scene. I can't imagine the thought of removing that scene, like it was in the original theatrical release and they removed it. Because this is when Spock's journey hits its zenith. Because you could say it's kind of like the seeds were planted when he did the spacewalk and he touched V'ger with the mind meld. So we saw his initial bewilderment when he's laying in sickbay saying, "I should have known, I should have known." It was kind of like that's when the seeds were planted. So the grounds for his change of plans about Kolinahr, the grounds were laid for that. But this scene here is basically when the seeds have sprouted and his intellectual journey has basically come to a cognitive and emotional conclusion. This is when he's come to the point, he has made the correlations and the logical process to realize the thing that basically is why he's going to end up not doing Kolinahr. So at this point, in a sense, Spock's cognitive journey is done. He hasn't yet told us and necessarily even decided that he's not going to finish Kolinahr, but the key ingredients for that have been solidified and taken root to the point that the basic conclusion has landed for him at this point. And that's the tear. His initial statement back in sickbay was, "I should have known," and then basically, V'ger is empty. Now, those ideas have germinated, and so he says, to the shock of everyone on the bridge, "Logic and knowledge are not enough." Huh. And Spock has had his needs met, it would seem, presumably by opening up to the touch of his own human side and to the companionship and friendship of the humans around him. The film started with Spock being infected because this call from space has touched his human side, and that's made him incapable of finishing the Vulcan actualization process. The touch of the human side was poisonous to him. Now it seems he has met his needs by opening up to the touch of his own human side on the inside and to the companionship and friendship of the humans all around him. Whereas V'ger still has a felt need, a deep, aching felt need for purpose, meaning, connection, which he wants to find through touching his god. Spock has met his need for purpose and meaning and connection through touching his humanity and finding community and sense of belonging with his friends on the Enterprise. And Spock relates with V'ger because both of them know what it feels like to stand in the barren cold of an incomplete, truncated, lonely humanity, surrounded by logic and knowledge and existential emptiness, with none of the core human heartbeat that distinguishes real Ilia from probe Ilia, none of the core human heartbeat that distinguishes Spock and Kirk clasped hand in hand from a floating asteroid going on cold and dead from nowhere to nowhere. And so Spock weeps for Voyager because the cold is a horrible place to go on existing. We can't go on living in the cold as though that's the only place we can be. Anyway, so finally it's time to go visit Voyager in person. So Kirk calls for Spock and Bones to come with him, and he tells Decker, I'll contact you every 5 minutes. But then Decker, with wide eyes, he says to the captain, he's like, Captain, I'd like to go along. And Kirk stares with this perplexed look on his face. And then, without any transitional indication of any kind, he just simply says, Mr. Sulu, you have the con. I think this last significant bumping up between Kirk and Decker before this final away mission, and we're never going to see Decker again after a little bit here, so it's kind of the end of that story. But this final last significant bumping up between them before this final away mission, I think this is an extremely significant character moment that can be thought of as the culmination or the conclusion of the whole Kirk and Decker conflict and tension and resolution that's been going on throughout the film ever since they had that ugly conversation in engineering where it started. This is the arc. It starts with them bumping into each other in engineering. I'm taking over the ship, and it ends right here. Mr. Sulu, you have the con. And the reason for that is this is the moment when we get to see just how far their dynamic has come from that earlier hostility. Kirk's leader instinct in urgent moments like this one, fast pace, we're heading over to the Voyager brain, this is the quick moment. Kirk's leader instinct in urgent moments is to prevent unpredictable elements by demanding answers from unpredictable officers. But the Kirk-Decker relationship has developed to such a point that Kirk understands and empathizes with Decker's motivations. He has no interest in exposing them in front of everyone else, and he has no interest in resisting his friend. Sort of like the moment when he let Spock continue his breach of protocol spacewalk. Kind of like that, Kirk sets aside his own control and power and instead prioritizes friendship, empathy, understanding, and the interests of those around him. And he allows his friend, Decker, to make a personal request under the guise of a professional request. And he allows him to experience no embarrassment or exposure for doing so, to receive the no questions asked affirmative. The kind that only a good friend like Spock would get, or McCoy would get. We could expect to get from this power figure of Captain Kirk. What's more, Decker took the risk of asking in the first place, and he asked it as a request, not as some kind of demand or a threat or a strategically placed argument. Like, Captain, here's why you need me. You better bring me or you'll regret it. Nothing like that. So I really do think that this moment here, as the last major interaction between these two characters, forms the culmination of the Kirk-Decker progression. And in a way, this makes it so that Decker's conflict with Kirk is the precursor to Decker's absolute culmination as a character. I.e., because of his friendship with Kirk and where it went, and also because of Kirk's use of the humanistic qualities such as friendship, loyalty, empathy, compassion, gracious acquiescence, because of Kirk's expression of his human qualities here, that's why Decker ended up in the following scene to find the fulfillment of the greatest need he never knew he had, which is spiritual transformation and the quest for the transcendent. Because just like Voyager doesn't know what he really needs or what the thing that would really satisfy his longing, I think in the same way, Decker, like so many of us, and here I'm interpreting a little bit, but I think in the same way, Decker, like so many of us, goes through life with a sense of emptiness and a sense that something's missing, and fulfillment and meaning are never quite within reach. And so in quest to meet that vacuum of meaning, Decker may pursue casual sexual relationships. Decker may pursue more serious romantic connections with people like Ilia. Decker may pursue career advancement, such as his role on the Enterprise. Decker may pursue social and relational peace by trying to learn to get along better with people like Kirk, etc. But Decker's greatest need was only satisfied at the end of the day. It was truly, deeply, fully satisfied on this day, at the culmination of his human story. And really as a result of Kirk's quick decision, which led to Decker finding the answers to the questions and the desires and the great human need that he didn't realize had been calling to him quietly for his entire life. Or at least that's my interpretation. I realize I'm kind of I'm substantially expanding the concept here. taking it beyond what the film necessarily makes explicit, I'm kind of drawing together the theme of spiritual longing that Spock is talking about and connecting that with the fact that not just V'ger, but also Decker end up finding something that looks like a sense of spiritual fulfillment in the concluding portion of the film, once we get there. Anyway, so they all go out there wearing their nice looking Starfleet jackets, and V'ger creates a bridge for them, which they walk across along with the Ilia probe coming along with them as they go off in their effort to find their way to the V'ger brain. And then we come to this little area here, and then Ilia points to the satellite dish in the center of the structure and says, V'ger. Now, in terms of the architecture and the style of filming, you can't help but get a sense of awe. I think it's almost like it's supposed to have a temple or shrine quality about it, the way the floors kind of slope upward with that sacred object in the center. And of course, throughout this sequence, the static electric lightning overhead also gives it kind of a religious/spiritual thematic gravity to it. A sense of majesty and mystery is kind of filling the area with the different atmospheric kinds of things they put in here. And then just as an incidental, I also think it's kind of cool how they're wearing these nice little Starfleet jackets, kind of off topic here, but the Starfleet jacket uniform is this odd thing that's always kind of coming and going in Star Trek. Because in the cage, they had those nice fuzzy looking gray sweaters, but then they disappeared when the actual TOS series began. And then in this film, they made a completely new wardrobe of uniforms, entirely new, lots of different variations. But then it included these sweater jackets for away missions. And then they did another new wardrobe for the Wrath of Khan films, and those also included a sweater jacket. But then in TNG, suddenly no more away mission sweaters, unless you include that one jacket that Picard wore once or twice. So then for the TNG era, the Starfleet jackets are almost entirely gone until we get to the TOS restart eras. And then there's a jacket used in Star Trek Beyond, and then in Strange New Worlds. So anyway, so the use of the Starfleet away mission jacket is just this kind of quirky, fun, on again, off again kind of thing throughout the Star Trek saga. But anyway, so in this case, the use of the jackets kind of gives a sense that they really are going into an outdoorsy, expansive, kind of chilly place. And you can kind of feel the cold a little bit, partly because you see them wearing the jackets. I think it adds to the sense of grandeur and majesty. And then also notice how in various lines of dialogue throughout the film, the term cold is used for metaphorical purposes. Well, in that final scene, it's kind of chilly in the temple surrounding the V'ger brain, which kind of seems a little bit fitting. Anyway, so Kirk clears the dust and grime from the nameplate and finds that it would read Voyager, except for those middle letters, Oya, O-Y-A, that have mostly worn away. So they realize this is the Voyager VI space probe from NASA. Now, apparently in real life, there was no Voyager VI. There was only a Voyager 1 and 2, which were both launched in 1977. According to Memory Alpha, the fictional Voyager 6 probe around which V'ger, or the model for V'ger, was built, was actually a full-scale mock-up of the real-world Voyager 1 and 2 probes of NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratories, JPL. All right, now here's the explanatory dialogue as our characters talk with one another. So a while into this scene, Decker explains to the captain, he says, Voyager 6 disappeared into what they used to call a black hole. And Kirk says, it must have emerged on the far side of the galaxy and fell into the machine planet's gravitational field. And Spock, as he nods, he's kind of reflecting or speculating. He says, the machine inhabitants found it to be one of their own kind, primitive yet kindred. They discovered its simple 20th century programming, collect all data possible. Decker adds, learn all that is learnable, return that information to its creator. Spock says, precisely, Mr. Decker. The machines interpreted it literally. They built this entire vessel so that Voyager could fulfill its programming. And Kirk adds, and on its journey back, it amassed so much knowledge, it achieved consciousness itself. It became a living thing. Now, at this point, notice that there are essentially three different creators involved in this story, because humanity, humans created the one part, the actual Voyager 6 space probe, and then the people on the machine planet created the other part. Kind of like in mythology, how you could have like a creator god and then a demiurge or something like that. So we had these two, and it kind of seems to me like the part that the machine planet created is probably a little more of a living thing than what the humans created. But anyway, so we had the two, and then apparently from what Kirk just said, it sounds like number three would be evolution created the actual consciousness over time. So we could say the most important, the most human part of the creation process for V'ger was actually the uncreated part. But in terms of its humanity or its selfhood, V'ger kind of created itself. It kind of grew into existence more or less spontaneously. But in the end, it's still going to need one last thing. It's going to need a transplant from a human in order to complete that process of evolution, and that's what's going to happen next. But anyway, so at this point, as they're having their little discussion, then this is when the Ilia probe announces it is time to give V'ger the information, like you said you would. So Kirk, he gets out his communicator. He doesn't flip it out. This is a wrist one. Anyway, so he calls up to the Enterprise, and he requests that they ASAP look up Voyager 6 and find the code that we could transmit that would instruct Voyager 6 to upload its data. And Decker says, that's what it's been signaling, its readiness to transmit its information. And Kirk says, and there's no one on Earth who can recognize the old signal and send a response. McCoy says, the Creator does not answer. So Kirk announces to V'ger, to the Ilia probe, that we are the Creator. And he says he can prove it. So anyway, finally, they get that info back from the Enterprise, and they are finally able to transmit the sequence to Voyager 6. And then Voyager 6 begins to transmit the response that it's supposed to give, and then suddenly it stops. And the Ilia probe says, the Creator must join with V'ger. And then Spock, as he's looking at the space probe, he discovers that Voyager 6 shorted itself out to prevent finishing its directive. And so they all realize this was on purpose because, as one of them puts it, I think it's McCoy who says, V'ger wants to touch its creator, or touch the creator. I forget how it's said, but and Spock pulls everyone aside, and there's this little bit of dialogue here. Captain, V'ger must evolve. Its knowledge has reached the limits of this universe, and it must evolve. What it requires of its God, Doctor, is the answer to its questions. Is there nothing more? McCoy says, what more is there than the universe, Spock? And Decker says, kind of giving a guess, he's like, other dimensions, higher levels of being? Spock says, the existence of which cannot be proven logically. Therefore, V'ger is incapable of believing in them. Kirk says, what V'ger needs in order to evolve is the human quality, our capacity to leap beyond logic. Decker says, and joining with its creator might accomplish that. McCoy says, you mean this machine wants to physically join with the human? Is that possible? Decker says, let's find out. And then, in spite of objections from Kirk and Bones, Decker goes up and he joins those wires that were shorted out with the understanding that this is probably going to result in V'ger using him for that joining. Bones is like, you don't know what that'll do to you. And Decker says, yes, I do. So this is Decker's leap of faith, quote unquote. This is Decker acting on intuition, guided by perhaps the spirit of evolution, or to give it a more cynical description, perhaps he was blinded by confusing the difference between his warm feelings for Ilia's face and his sense of this calling from the spirit of evolution. But whatever the case, I think probably part of what makes a lot of people feel so let down by this film after watching it could be partly because so much comes into focus in this culminative scene right here. And yet what actually ends up happening does kind of significantly stretch plausibility for a lot of us. And the funny thing is, if you interpret it symbolically, the way it would look on paper in a rough draft type summary, well, then in that case, this scene fits in perfectly within the meta-narrative of Star Trek and other science fiction of the time. But once it plays out on screen within the extended context of all the setup that they provided, playing out on screen the way it plays out, that transfiguration moment with Decker, it kind of plays out in a way that feels just really out of the blue, kind of bizarre within its context. And some of us have had the thought that all these elements, especially the way Decker's just kind of throwing caution to the wind, a lot of these elements would belong more appropriately, intellectually, more appropriately with a much more horrifying ending. Not that we would want to see that, but it would belong more appropriately with an ending like The Birth of the Borg or something like that. But anyway, regardless of that, despite that, in this whole sequence here and all the moments leading up to it, this whole part here as they go up to this temple-like area, I do think there are a lot of really memorable, beautiful aspects of this sequence as a whole. Like I said earlier, there's really a sense of mystery and gravity as they approach this area wearing their little Starfleet sweaters, and as all the electric lightning is zapping and zapping up above, and there's this sense of scope all around. I think there's also something really beautiful about the particular facial expressions that the actress for Ilia provides as V'ger is beginning to realize that it's getting closer and closer to touching its maker. And so the actress provides this look of longing mixed with a kind of pleasant pain, intended, I think, to express the human longing and yearning for its creator, or for the great source of meaning and purpose, or for the transcendent other, or for the great power that no man can ever seem to quite touch, even when he does, or however you want to interpret it. But anyway, and then also, here's another thing going on here. This kind of spiritual laid over top of the romantic, this kind of parallel of the spiritual and the romantic, which is caused by the Ilia probe having the face of Ilia. I think that's also interesting because now if you think of it as a solid, purely romantic overtone, in that case, it kind of provides kind of a cringeworthy awkwardness, which is maybe the part that some may see and then just dislike the film as a whole. But anyway, in that sense, it does kind of make it a little bit like, yeah, that's kind of weird. It kind of produces a kind of absurdity when you, especially if you apply a more straightforward psychological interpretation, which would mean specifically Decker is confusing his feelings for V'ger for his feelings for Ilia, which means that he's confusing two completely opposite personalities. V'ger and Ilia are nothing alike. But that said, if you set that aside and instead interpret the significance more spiritually and symbolically, it actually makes a lot of sense. Within Christianity, and probably within many other religious traditions as well, the human intimate relationship, the human sexual and romantic relationship, is often seen as a symbolic analog to the divine human relationship. It's kind of like, this would be a Christian point of view, it's kind of like the romantic and sexual bond between a man and a woman is something that was designed as a physical and mechanized reimagining of the kind of love that emanates from God naturally. And the Bible has a number of places where it draws some kind of comparison between marriage love and the divine human love. And Christian tradition then goes on to multiply countless and countless more of those references. So in the end, to use a woman's face to depict the spiritual longing of humanity for God, I think actually makes a lot of sense within at least certain symbolic religious or spiritual frameworks. And then another thing, within human experience, psychologically, during the initial obsessive phase of the falling in love experience, quote unquote, limerence, it is a common thing within poetic and artistic expressions. It's common for the feelings of the man that he thinks of his significant other, if you put poetic words to it, he thinks of her as a shining goddess. And that's just a normal part of the limerence experience that many people, not everybody, but many people experience. So he sees her as a goddess, more glorious than anything human, anything merely human. And then it's also normal, the parallel to that would be the woman likewise thinking of the man in a similar manner. And I think this is because both in religious tradition and in the literary world, i.e. poetry, songs, things like that, and then as well in the ancient recesses of human instinct and intuition coming from who knows where, the thing is you can't ever completely separate the category and concept of human love from the category of religion. The two domains cling to one another tenaciously, and then when separated, they just tend to find their way back together again. Now, in the case of Decker and V'ger, much like the passionate symbolism inherent in the human experience of limerence, in this particular case, each of the two is a god to the other one, even though neither one is a god in and of himself, himself, herself, apart from the other. Each one apart from the other, rather than being a solitary deity, instead alone is shockingly inert, incomplete, grasping about with loneliness in its solitary nature without the other. Anyway, so in this particular case, V'ger is able to meet not a human lover, but an encounter with that which transcends ordinary experience and ultimately ends up being actually exactly what V'ger was longing for, even though V'ger didn't actually accurately understand what it was specifically, that longing was specifically pointing to. While Decker, meanwhile, he finds deification in a transfiguration moment, not that unlike the picture you might have of the transfiguration of Jesus. Now, the difference, of course, is that Jesus didn't become God, as described in first century records or as described in later Christian tradition. So in that sense, this is a purely superficial visual parallel. But anyway, so whereas Ilia finds her religious salvation, we could say, or her theosis, to use a term from early Eastern Christianity, a term for becoming united with God, whereas Ilia finds her religious salvation or her theosis Decker comes into contact with spiritual fulfillment through psychic evolution, not unlike the kind of ideas alluded to near the end of the Space Odyssey film. But even though Decker is clearly becoming divine, I think, it seems that he's also coming into contact with that which is greater than himself, which I think is core to spirituality. Because after he and Ilia merge, he presumably disappears into one of the dimensions, quote unquote, that our characters mention. They're saying, well, what else would there be? Other dimensions, planes of existence. So presumably he goes there, presumably to a realm and a kind of existence in which he's not supreme, because after all, how could he be? He's a newborn at that point. But a place where he is a part of something greater and more mysterious and powerful and fundamental than we could imagine, presumably. So in that sense, even though Decker becomes God, in another sense, Decker and Ilia both end up being transported into the realm of the gods, the realm in which even their upgraded selves are relatively small, and presumably they will arrive there filled with wonder and awe at the splendor of what they see, and perhaps feel both insignificant and significant at the exact same time, precisely because of how small they are in the face of whatever grand mysteries they find there. Now, of course, this is just me shamelessly reading between the lines and speculating a bit egregiously, and I recognize that. Sometimes it's just fun to speculate, fill in the extra bits that aren't filled in. But anyway, so as soon as that's all done, and that transfiguration, we have Decker just kind of magically going up, and then the Ilia probe goes up, and there's this sense that Voyager and Decker and Ilia, in a sense, or the echoes of Ilia, have all gone up together into this new entity. And then as soon as that's all done, moments later, this whole place is going up in these majestic fireworks. So the gang just rushes out of there as fast as they can, they get back to the Enterprise as fast as possible. And then before you know it, the once dangerous Voyager cloud is just gone. And the Enterprise is remaining, left there to just travel on its way safely and peacefully into space. And then, as in traditional TOS fashion, we get one final little epilogue scene on the bridge where Kirk and friends can give us some final thoughts for us to be reflecting on as we walk away from the TV screen, or in the case of this film here, as we walk out of the movie theater. So Kirk muses to Spock on the bridge. He says, "Spock, did we just see the beginning of a new life form?" And Spock says, "Yes, Captain, we witnessed a birth, possibly the next step in our evolution." Kirk says, "I wonder." And McCoy says, "Well, it's been a long time since I delivered a baby. I hope we got this one off to a good start." Kirk says, "I hope so too. I think we gave it the ability to create its own sense of purpose out of our own human weaknesses and the drive that compels us to overcome them." McCoy says, "And a whole lot of foolish human emotions, right, Mr. Spock?" Spock says, "Quite true, Doctor. Unfortunately, it will have to deal with them as well." Then Uhura mentions that Starfleet is requesting some updates. Kirk says, "Report 2 casualties, Lieutenant Ilia, Captain Decker." And he's correction, they're not casualties. They are, list them as missing. Vessel status fully operational. And then there's one more thing for us, last thing for us to wrap up in our story. As they're getting ready to leave, Scotty says they can have Spock back on Vulcan in 4 days. But Spock says, "Unnecessary, Mr. Scott. My task on Vulcan is completed." So Kirk says, "Mr. Sulu, ahead, warp 1. Sulu says, "Warp 1, navigation officer heading, sir." And Kirk says, "Out there, that away." And then we get, the last words we get are the text that comes across the screen. It says, "The human adventure is just beginning." And then we get the majestic film score as the credits roll, which, as it starts out, it's the TNG score. So it almost makes me feel like I'm watching an episode of late 80s Star Trek until the music transitions to the gentler, more emotional segments. But anyway, that's it. Spock is done with Kolinar. And in fact, he's not going to go back there and become a fully actualized Vulcan after all. He has chosen instead to continue to be a person who touches his humanity in the same way that Voyager touched its God, or touched humanity, and was transfigured in glory. Because the writers have brought Spock, and brought many of the viewers perhaps, to slowly come to this realization of this key teaching from humanistic philosophy, which is that the human qualities, or the humanistic virtues, or the uniquely human spirit is the answer to everything. And Spock, by virtue of his double identity, he's not a less full person as a result of that, but more. And more, that's what we're here for in the Star Trek universe. That's why we go into the cold, lifeless, barren expanse of space, because out there, where everything is cold and barren, out there, we hope to find the more. That which drives thrill into our hearts and makes our spirits soar with wonder. That's why Starfleet ships always go on and on, as Kirk says, out there, that away. And they will never stop exploring. It's because in Star Trek, everybody is Voyager. Everybody is Decker, seeking to touch the spark of the mysteries that are so wondrous that it makes all the time we spent in the barren desert or in the cold, lifeless stretch of empty space to be worth it. That is what I think the creators wanted us to be thinking or thinking about as we walked out of that theater in 1979. To be thinking with Spock, I'm not going back to Vulcan. I want to be forever right in the center of warmth and belonging and everything good and whole and human. And I want to live upward as a true human. For the good, I want to be a true human so that one day humanity will shine like Decker. And who knows what's waiting for us next in the human adventure, because that's the closing line of text, which says the human adventure is just beginning. So that's it. I think that is what they wanted us to be thinking and thinking about while we slowly and ponderously go on walking out of that theater, lost in thought. And that's the end of my analysis. It's been so much fun getting to go through and think slowly and thoroughly about all the so much depth and layering that's going on throughout this fascinating first ever Star Trek film. But I kind of feel like the discussion can't really be finished until we go through a real quick survey of some of the other TMPs that could have been. And then after that, take a quick minute to survey some of the ways that other Star Trek mirrors this story, both prior to this film and after this film. So let's get into all that real quick here. And most of my info for the stuff on the TMPs that could have been is going to come from Memory Alpha. So the 4 TMP stories that could have been, if you want to put it that way, include The God Thing, a story written by Roddenberry, and then 2 different versions of a Planet of the Titans story, and then the TV pilot episode, In Thy Image. So the first version of the film that could have been was going to be called The God Thing. And this was a script that Roddenberry wrote back in 1975 when they were originally talking about making a film for the Star Trek franchise, back before anybody was having thoughts about Star Trek Phase 2 or anything like that. So according to the Starlog magazine, as cited on Memory Alpha, Gene said that the main thrust of the story deals with the meaning of God and whether or not God is much more and further beyond merely some entity that visited the Garden of Eden, end quote. Now, we get some more hints about what the story might have included because apparently when Shatner successfully provided the concept and script for Star Trek V, apparently Roddenberry was quite angry. He saw this as borderline plagiarism because many of the key story elements he felt were ripped from his story, The God Thing, which he had shared with Shatner. And apparently he was also upset by how much he disliked other certain story elements in Shatner's script that didn't come from his. So apparently Star Trek V, which bears striking resemblance to the TOS episode The Way to Eden, apparently it also bears striking resemblance to The God Thing. Who knows, maybe both Shatner and Roddenberry were separately, independently riffing off of The Way to Eden without realizing it. And that's where this commonality came from. Or perhaps Shatner did, in fact, hand in a slice of badly mutated Roddenberry work under his own name. Who knows? For myself, I've never been much of a hater of Star Trek V, so I just find the whole mysterious, convoluted mess here to be just absolutely fascinating and a little bit humorous. And it does definitely leave me curious how Roddenberry's original story would have gone, since you can't find a whole copy of it anywhere online. Back in 1977, apparently there was talk that Roddenberry's script was going to be made into a novel and published, but apparently that never came to pass. But presumably, I suppose, it must have been a story about religious devotees going on a pilgrimage to find God, and instead coming across a pretentious alien with a booming voice and malicious plans to strand them and then go off and find some other victims to bother. Presumably, it must have sounded something like that if it had that much in common with Star Trek V. But regardless, it seems at least that it would have been a very religiously focused story, kind of like TMP, except perhaps a little more negative against religion, whereas TMP seems to be treating the religious impulse as a more or less okay thing that's a normal part of the human condition, even though it does cause trouble along the way. Well, anyway, that story was rejected. And then the next TMP that could have been was a story called Planet of the Titans, written by Chris Bryant and Alan Scott, which was finished in outline form in 1976 and was accepted by Paramount. Now, if you go over to Memory Alpha, you'll find two significantly different revisions that you can read about. So the first one is that first one there, and the second one being the one that was being revised, and it was actually still being worked on when the project was aborted, and Star Trek Phase 2 was begun instead. They switched it from let's scrap that, let's start this TV series. So apparently the original story of Planet of the Titans was, here's a quote, "It was a curious tale with overtly von Daniken, Chariot of the Gods, ideas that man's early evolution had been influenced by ancient astronauts. The ancient astronauts being the crew of the Enterprise who have plunged through a black hole and arrived at Earth in the time of Cro-Magnon Man." End quote. That's a quote from the TV Zone magazine cited on Memory Alpha. And then the rewrite by Philip Kaufman has a much longer treatment on Memory Alpha, which you can read through, complete with a whole load of different plot twists. And that one ends up sounding like a very different story than the original concept. So really, these are, I think, two separate concepts. And that's why I list Planet of the Titans as two versions of the TMP that could have been rather than just one. And then the fourth TMP we could have gotten, or the third one, depending how you list these, was the planned pilot episode for the TV series Star Trek Phase 2. And that episode was going to be called In Thy Image. You can find a detailed synopsis of that on Memory Alpha. Really interesting to read. And I think it's really fascinating to compare that to what we ended up getting in TMP. Now, I only read through that one time as I was preparing for this video, but what I remember is that the core story elements are the same. A lot's just been kind of carried over, but some key parts of the organization and the setup and the consequences involved with these plot elements does end up being very different, resulting in, for one thing, it felt to me like it would have been a much more pleasant story that doesn't have the same kind of frightfully cold and painful elements that I associate with TMP. For example, one piece that contributed to that is Ilia doesn't die, for example. And there's just overall that feeling of all the characters being kind of out in the cold, suffering during the whole film. On my first read through of In Thy Image, I got the feeling that that feeling wouldn't have been there in Thy Image, but it would have felt much more like the pleasant, safe feeling that we might associate with, for example, a typical episode of TOS. Anyway, so those were the four different alt versions of the TMP that could have been. And then we had the actual TMP film that we just spent a number of hours talking about, which does, I have to admit, it does feel a bit unfocused in terms of having, like I said, it's got these 2 or 3 distinct stories within it that causes the climaxes and resolutions to feel a little bit like misfires, which I suppose is probably one of the reasons that it's been regarded as a flop by many fans. In addition to things like the really excessive time it spends sightseeing inside the Voyager cloud. But I think those odd structural aspects of the film probably have a lot to do with its bumpy creative process in terms of the fact that it was a reworked TV script that was originally supposed to be a completely different product entirely. Anyway, the resultant film of Star Trek the Motion Picture is still, in my opinion, a fascinating and fun to watch work of art, especially in the current director's edition, the currently available version. And but it's still a fascinating, fun to watch work of art, as I hope I've demonstrated in my analysis section of this video here. And I have to say that just on the purely aesthetic level, I've always loved the interior of the Enterprise in this film. That's one of my favorites of all the different film Enterprises, much better than the ones you get in the rest of the TOS films. And for that reason alone, it's a blast to watch this film. And then the other thing for me is that the more I see the more modern, overly frenetic excesses of modern content, I more and more come back and appreciate a slow, reflective, relaxed tour ride like the opening half hour of Star Trek TMP. And not to mention all the fascinating and effective dialogue and the character conflict portions of the film, like I discussed. Now, like I said, the story of TMP is one that is really fun to lay out in parallel with other Star Trek prior to and after it. The most notable parallels that come to my mind are the TOS episodes Where No Man Has Gone Before, which was the alt pilot episode, and The Changeling. And then the films, Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home, and Star Trek V, The Final Frontier. And then the various TNG threads that introduce and develop the Borg. And then in Voyager, the episodes Warhead, Dreadnought, and One Small Step. So let's talk about those. Now, what makes it really intriguing to compare TMP to the alt pilot of TOS, Where No Man Has Gone Before, what makes that so intriguing is because it's kind of like a thematic flip side. Whereas in Where No Man Has Gone Before, Mitchell gained God powers, and those powers had a corrupting impact, much like what happened to Charlie X, if you remember the Charlie X episode. So the main message of that story is that human frailties, the dark and corrupting things inside us, those end up having more space to express themselves and even possibly to grow in frightening ways the more power the person has. So Kirk suggests power needs to be increased in proportion with the person's ability to increase in wisdom. You've got to have the wisdom to handle the power and the ability to keep your frailties and corruption in check. And then, as the Lord Acton quote, which Kirk quotes in the episode, absolute power corrupts absolutely, which is why it's such a problem for someone like Mitchell or Charlie to end up being more powerful than anybody else on the Enterprise, because that ends up being a form of absolute power, which is going to corrupt absolutely. So that was the starter for TOS, and this is the starter for the TOS films, providing a flip side of the same discussion. In this story, Decker becoming a god is not a bad thing that we're afraid about, but it's actually something positive, and partly because of the nature of how the transition takes place. Whereas Mitchell is described and thought of as being a man who has inside him the universal human moral frailty contained within him, but with those inner corruptions kept in check. But then when he receives power that he doesn't know how to control, then that changes. Meanwhile, for Decker, he's described as being an incomplete human being who needs to be completed. And once he experiences that final moment, then finally both he and V'ger are completed with each other. And there's a sense in which that completion is kind of like power fusing with virtue or something sort of like that. The cold, godlike power of V'ger combined with the warm human qualities inside Decker. And presumably, specifically, the positive human qualities are what sealed the deal, because throughout the film, all of the positive qualities tend to be lined up as kind of going together. So human creativity, the ability to think outside the box or take a leap of faith, that's what they specifically identified through dialogue in that final scene as being what's going to enable this leap into the higher level to take place. But presumably, we would assume that would go along with all the other things: friendship, warmth, compassion, loyalty, because they're really just talking about the human condition in a positive sense, the human virtue, the humanistic virtues, you could say. So in Where No Man Has Gone Before, that term human frailties was a very important term that Kirk used to refer to the dark things inside Mitchell that ended up taking him over when he had too much power. Meanwhile, in the closing scene of TMP on the bridge there, the term human weaknesses, or I forget if it's frailties or weaknesses, but it's almost exactly the same term. But Kirk uses that to refer to the dignified uniqueness of humanity that distinguishes humanity from the seemingly perfection of these powerful computers or the cold, robotic, godlike V'ger cloud. So in the end there, Kirk basically says this new being was born, we gave it this power to make meaning, and it came out of human weakness. So almost the same term, but he's using it in opposite ways. So in that sense, these could seem almost like two opposite stories in terms of their message. But I don't think that this reflects that anybody is changing their opinions as they're making these stories. I think rather the people behind Star Trek would probably understand both of these messages to be important and true. And these two stories end up being kind of like two sides of a coin regarding human nature and what ramifications there might be from human nature in terms of what that means for us as humans trying to live wisely and carefully in the world around us. All right, so that was Where No Man Has Gone Before and how it ties in with TMP. Now, the episode The Changeling is almost definitely the most referenced, most obvious parallel to the TMP story. And that's the TOS episode about the space probe Nomad. Now, I haven't seen the episode in quite a while. Last time I watched it, it wasn't one that particularly captured my imagination. So because of that, I don't have a super clear memory of it. But here's the summary according to Memory Alpha. The Enterprise finds an ancient interstellar probe from Earth, which has been missing for 265 years, which has somehow mutated now into a powerful, intelligent machine that is sterilizing entire populations that don't meet its standards of perfection. As I look through the Wikipedia summary, it seems that for Nomad, as opposed to V'ger, for Nomad, it wasn't a machine planet that he bumped into that resulted in him getting upgraded, but rather it was another probe. It was an alien probe that Nomad partially merged with, which is where Nomad got this idea of needing to sterilize all the imperfections around it. So in the Nomad story, Kirk manages to outsmart the robot by convincing itself that it also is imperfect and therefore would need to be destroyed along with all the other imperfect things that it's been trying to destroy. So then while Nomad is kind of overloading, trying to analyze Kirk's logic and figure out what to do, while that's happening, they manage to get it into the transporter room and beam it into space. And then after that, it blows up. So in the episode The Changeling, Kirk really did his normal TOS thing of trying to outsmart the smart bot. Meanwhile, in the motion picture, Kirk does a similar thing. Well, he starts doing a similar thing. Remember when Spock says, Voyager is a child, you need to think of it like a child. And then Kirk takes that advice, and that's when he tries to appeal to Voyager's felt need. And he says, hey, I know about the creator. I can, whatever. But then as it goes forward, they actually do find truth that they can share. And so in the end, in TMP, the game of wits that Kirk plays doesn't end up being the final solution. It's just something that you just kind of put in there because that's what Kirk always does. It's got to be in there somewhere, but then they find more stuff, and the resolution doesn't end up being that cookie cutter TOS thing. Anyway, so like I said, I haven't seen The Changeling in quite a while, but I remember that when you watch it, it's quite obvious. You watch it and you're like, what? I think I'm watching Star Trek: The Motion Picture, and you see the same thing. As I was preparing for this and I was looking through the Wikipedia article, you see the same thing. You see these parallels everywhere in the verbiage that shows up in the article that they took from the episode. All right, so those were the two TOS episodes, and then I mentioned that I see some pretty strong parallels with the films Star Trek 4 and 5. So for Star Trek 4, I see a noticeable parallel in Star Trek 4: The Voyage Home, in that the story in Star Trek 4, and if you don't remember, this is the whales film. This is the time travel where they go back to Earth in the past. But the parallel I see is that in Star Trek 4, the story begins with almost exactly the same setup of there's this great big mysterious thing traveling through space, wreaking havoc in its wake, moving toward Earth. And we can't communicate with it, but it's trying to send some kind of signal that we can't understand. Of course, in TMP, in the motion picture, it's sending the signal. That didn't start until it had arrived at Earth, but I still see that as a parallel. But anyway, then in both films, 1 and 4, in keeping with the core tendency of Star Trek, this bad guy causing so much damage turns out to be a misunderstood good guy. Both the Whale probe in Star Trek 4 and the Voyager probe in Star Trek 1 were trying to carry out noble intentions. And once our Starfleet friends are able to manage some proper communication, the danger ends. In the motion picture, the thing that it needed to hear was the binary radio signals from its creator, whereas in the Voyager home, the thing that it needed to hear was the whale song. Now, of course, that all is pretty superficial plot level in terms of the parallel. In terms of the core of the films, The Voyage Home is all about all the stuff connected with the time travel story, whereas the motion picture is a film about human nature and felt needs and these vital qualities of human experience. So in the end, these similarities about, there's a monster coming to us in space, those kinds of similarities end up being quite superficial. But it's such a strong superficial similarity that back when I was a preteen or a teenager and I was watching Star Trek 4 for the first time, I remember thinking to myself, wait a minute, didn't I just watch this story? Voyager's out there again. All right, now moving on to Star Trek 5. I think Star Trek 5 is a really fascinating parallel to the motion picture. And this is the one that has been coming to my mind the most as I've been preparing for this video here. And that's because Star Trek 5 really picked up the theme that's kind of under the surface throughout this whole film here, but never stated explicitly. And that is the theme of the divine within humanity. In other words, this kind of spiritual recasting of humanistic philosophy. So near the end of that film, Kirk says explicitly what the motion picture had been saying implicitly throughout the film, which is this kind of moral of the story type concept that, as Kirk says, God's not something that's out there that we can go look for, but is actually the good within humanity. Kirk says maybe God isn't out there, but he's in here, the human heart, Kirk says. So it's both of these films, instead of writing off religion and spirituality, as a lot of humanistic discussion does, both of these films redefine the spiritual impulse as fitting within humanism because they redefine God as being the human heart, or the good things inside the human heart, or the humanistic virtues, the human qualities that at the end of the motion picture end up being merged with greatness to become deified Decker in that final culminative moment. Also notice that in both the motion picture and Star Trek V, The Final Frontier, there is a key character who is out on a religious pilgrimage trying to find God on a planet somewhere. Voyager is traveling zealously through space, assimilating everything in his path, trying to reach its creator. Spock does more or less the same thing in Star Trek V, absorbing and assimilating people in his path while he goes off zealously on his quest to travel through space and try to reach the creator on the creator's planet, Shakari. In both cases, what the religious seeker ends up finding is, in the end, very underwhelming for him. In V'ger's case, he finds an equal who balances him out in a way that jumpstarts evolution and therefore does actually give him what he seeks, but not what he thought he was seeking. So V'ger fortunately is able to break through the ceiling of transcendence to touch the divine, but it isn't what he expected at all. In Sybok's case, meanwhile, what he finds is someone who is greater than him in power, but vastly inferior morally in regard to virtue. Sybok finds an evil god or a demon from hell. And then in both cases, motion picture and Star Trek V, in both cases, the impossible to miss moral of the story is that the god that counts from the Star Trek point of view is the spirit that pervades humanity, the goodness within humanity that drives the Federation ideals and will ultimately light a spark that creates not just the utopian Star Trek world of the Federation, but at some point, by psychic evolution, may spark something wondrous that is remarkably beyond that. And then part of the convenience of Star Trek V is that Shatner had Kirk make the message explicit in his moral of the story preacher moment, whereas in the motion picture, in keeping with the motion picture's self-conscious identity as a wannabe artistic work of sophistication, and I would suggest successfully so, at least to a limited extent, but in keeping with that kind of self-identity, the motion picture keeps its moral of the story more under the surface to be discovered through more thought and reflection. Anyway, so Star Trek V is, I think, the Star Trek film with the strongest thematic connection with Star Trek, the motion picture. Now, the next thing I mentioned was the TNG themes about the Borg. This is a little more abstract and a little more subjective, but ever since I saw the motion picture for the first time back when I was a preteen or a teenager, the moment that I realized, so as you move toward the end of the movie, the moment I realized that V'ger was wanting to merge with a human, I instantly thought, with eager anticipation, I'm thinking to myself, oh, it's going to be the Borg. Or I was hoping, like I thought to myself, I didn't think the Borg were in the TOS era, but I was on the edge of my seat waiting to hopefully it was going to be the Borg. Because at that point, I was a super big fan of all stories about the Borg. And since I was very much bored watching this boring motion picture film, I was so eagerly hoping it was going to be the Borg, but of course it wasn't. But then more recently, I discovered that apparently in the Shatnerverse, apparently Shatner has created a story in which it is revealed that the machine planet that Voyager 6 landed on actually was either the Borg or the precursors to the Borg or something like that. Which that description doesn't make a lot of sense to me just based on that soundbite. But what the part that's interesting to me is that somebody else has compared V'ger to the Borg. Since after all, V'ger did go around assimilating or absorbing everything in its path, just like the Borg. And after all, V'ger is all about this goal of ultimately merging the mechanical with the human, just like the Borg. And even though there's no official origin story for the Borg, I have always imagined that the origin story for the Borg would probably have been some kind of a mix of the TMP story kind of thing mixed with the sorts of things we see in the Voyager episode Survival Instinct and the Voyager episode Cooperative. So in Cooperative, if I remember right, there are some former Borg on a small colony, and they can communicate telepathically because they still have like a couple of implants left under the skin. And then at one point, they use an implant. They put an implant in Chakotay in order to invite him into their thoughts, into their little network of telepathic connection, so they can communicate better, if I remember right. And then in the episode Survival Instinct, that's the one where there's a flashback where they show us Seven back when she was Borg and she crash landed with these 3 other drones and they were all severed from the collective. And then she's getting really frustrated. They want to be free. And then so she, in order to keep them in line, she reassimilates them and makes a mini collective out of them. So kind of a way to force her will. So I've always imagined that the origin of the Borg would have been kind of a mix of these 3 concepts. So off on some planet, these well-intentioned aliens off on some planet in the Delta Quadrant, they have been optimistically planning for the next stage of their evolution. And so they add various cyborg parts so they can become stronger. They can make life more convenient, have an extra arm, have a special eyeball thing, all that kind of good stuff. And then they decide to add some kind of technology-assisted telepathy to improve communication, improve society and culture and all that. And then we end up having certain groups of people. These certain groups end up being in these little circles where this group of people. They're all telepathically linked in their little group, kind of like in the episode Cooperative, where we just got this group of people, and they're not Borg drones. They're just connected. They can hear each other's thoughts. It's kind of cool. But then, either on purpose or on accident, that changes. So if it's on accident, then we'd say it gradually evolves into where the group has overridden the individuality of the individuals. Or if it's on purpose, then it would be more like Seven, where somebody goes in and they flip a switch so that it overrides the individuality. But anyway, so that's how I've always imagined the origin for the Borg happening. And I recognize there are plenty of other theories floating around out there. But to me, that was what kind of came together for me, particularly when I was a preteen watching through Voyager and I saw Cooperative, and I'm like, oh, this is how it happened. But anyway, so all that to say, that's one of the other parallels that I think, for me at least, relates at least loosely to the TMP story. I think just like Where No Man Has Gone Before is kind of the flip side of the idea of human frailty and what it would mean for a man to become godlike. I think in the same way, the Borg stories in TNG and other Star Trek, they've always felt to me a little bit like it's the flip side of this idea in TMP of technological mergers playing a role in the next stage of human evolution, because the Borg really are kind of a horror version of that TMP ideal gone wrong. All right, and then there are those 3 Voyager episodes I mentioned, which have always kind of reminded me of this film here. So in the episode Warhead, Voyager finds a damaged AI ship kind of thing, a little tiny little ship kind of thing, crashed on a planet, and they repair it. And it's friendly at first, but then they find out what it actually is. It's a warhead that was designed in a time of war, and it is determined to go and carry out its directive, which means to go destroy this one alien planet. But then once they repair some of its damaged memory circuits, then it is revealed that the war among those aliens is actually over. And this warhead never properly got the update. So they have to, with great difficulty, convince it of this, not unlike Kirk having to convince Voyager the truth about who its creator was. And then in the end, they do convince it, partly because they find some special coded thing that's really hard to fake or something like that. But then the way it ends, this AI warhead ends up giving its life to try to stop all these other renegade warheads who have got this similar misunderstanding. So in order to stop them from carrying out their defunct orders and going and blowing up some peacetime aliens, in order to stop them, he goes and he blows them all up. And then there's the Voyager episode Dreadnought. Now let me just read the Memory Alpha description here. Voyager encounters Dreadnought, a Cardassian missile that B'Elanna Torres had reprogrammed during her time in the Maquis. Even though now lost in the Delta Quadrant, the missile still believes that it is on a Maquis mission in the Alpha Quadrant, setting an intercept course with an inhabited world. So kind of like TMP and kind of like Warhead, there's this AI thing floating in space with its best memory of its directive from long ago, and that best memory of its directive is what it lives for, and it will stop at nothing to carry it out. But in this case, since Dreadnought was reprogrammed by B'Elanna, basically B'Elanna made it. And so now it is speaking literally in B'Elanna's voice. So what we end up with is B'Elanna's on board this thing, kind of having a verbal wrestling match of her trying to outwit herself in a way, as she tries to undo the programming that she herself put into this weapon. So just like in the other ones we've talked about, it's the question of, okay, well, what happens when this creation meets its creator? And in each of these cases, the thing has great difficulty accepting new input. And in this case, the thing is blatantly refusing, partly because B'Elanna, in this case, she designed it in order to be able to withstand Cardassian deception. So anything she says, if I remember right, it's been a while since I saw this one too, but if I remember right, everything she says, the thing is like, you are a Cardassian deceiver or something like that. And then the last one on my list, the Voyager episode, One Small Step. This is the one where Voyager discovers the Ares 4 spacecraft. They discover it perfectly preserved inside a spatial phenomenon. This Ares 4 was an Earth spacecraft launched in the year 2032, which was pulled into a spatial phenomenon called a graviton ellipse. So this is exactly what happened to Voyager 6 in the motion picture, except Voyager 6 was pulled into, as Decker put it, Voyager 6 disappeared into what they used to call a black hole. So both of these disappeared into unknown, mysterious spatial phenomena and were never heard from again. The difference was that Voyager 6 emerged far away nearby to the machine planet, whereas the Ares 4 remained stuck inside this anomaly for many hundreds of years. The other big difference between the two is that inside the Ares 4, there was a person, an astronaut named John Kelly, who ended up dying as he slowly ran out of oxygen, dying in this place that he didn't understand. And I think there's something about that picture that just fits really interestingly into the context of TMP and everything here, particularly since as I've put together this video, I've noted how it seems like TMP is kind of playing off the idea of the cold, empty expanse of space in certain ways. That's part of the feeling of the film. And yet at the same time, like suggested by the music, by the thrilling burst of enthusiasm of the TNG theme song, which was originally the theme song for this film, there's this thrill of excitement and mystery and discovery about Star Trek, about going out into the vast expanse of space and finding not just the cold and lonely and barren, but finding something startling and unexpected and wonderful that you never expected. And so these two themes, the cold loneliness and emptiness of space, combined with the warmth and wonder and searching for the good things we didn't dream would be possible. And I think both of those are suggested a little bit in Captain Janeway's funeral eulogy she gave for John Kelly, that astronaut whose body they discovered preserved inside the Ares 4 spacecraft inside this anomaly, who died tragically exploring space when his ship's course was taken away by something that he couldn't understand and that no human would be able to understand for hundreds of years. As cited on Memory Alpha, Janeway's speech goes like this. She says, "Space, literally it means nothing, a vacuum between stars and planets. But by the same token, it means everything. It's what connects all our worlds, Vulcan, Kronos, Talax, Earth. Centuries ago, mankind sent its first wave of explorers into that void, astronauts like Mr. Kelly. They paved the way for the first colonies, the first starships, for those of us who have made space our home. We commend the spirit and the bravery of Lieutenant John Mark Kelly as we commit his body to space. He will not be forgotten." All right, well, anyway, that's that. The motion picture has a lot of parallels throughout Star Trek. It's a fascinating film. Like I said in my shorter video on appreciating Star Trek the Motion Picture, I don't think that Star Trek the Motion Picture is a boring film at all. I think it's absolutely fascinating. And I think it really gives you a lot to enjoy and a lot to think about, particularly if you take the time to notice carefully what it is that you're watching, what it's trying to do, etc. Anyway, thanks for sticking with me through this tremendously long video. This is a new thing for me, making a video that's this long. This is definitely the longest one I've made so far on my channel. So in that sense, I guess it's kind of an experiment for me in that way. But I hope you guys enjoyed these ideas and concepts as much as I enjoyed thinking about them while I very slowly put this together. Anyway, if you enjoy this kind of content, make sure you hit that subscribe button. This is a channel. This channel is a place where we talk about science fiction and fantasy in light of cool stuff like psychology, philosophy, and spirituality. So maybe I'll see you in the next one. And as the Vulcan priestess said, "Live long and prosper, Spock."